cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 How did I become a scumbag again? In the evening, Su Fan sat cross-legged in a luxurious house in the cave, practicing Hunungong. After 9 turns of gong, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Recently, he was either fighting in the time and space arena or dealing with these trivial things, which delayed his practice. This time when he returned to the Eastern Theater, he had to retreat for a while. At this time, a beautiful female cultivator who practiced Qi walked in from outside and saluted him respectfully. "Senior, Uncle Chen Chang wants to see you." Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "He even wanted to see you. This guy can really make trouble. Please come in." After a while, Chen Chang walked in from outside. "Brother, Lao is ready. Let's go over." Su Fan nodded and sighed secretly. He really didn't want to go. It was too boring. He stood up from the ground and followed Chen Chang out of the cave. The two drove the magic weapon to valley. It looked unremarkable from the outside, but after passing through the formation, they suddenly saw a different world inside. In the quiet valley, the mountains were undulating under the setting sun, a stream was winding, several shallow pools were formed, and the pine forest was shadowy. A large area of palace buildings were located in the depths of the valley. There were not only tall halls and mansions in the valley, but also rockery, forest gardens, flower beds, flowing water and other facilities, which were magnificent. The palace-style pavilions with carved railings and jade, carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves and arches, and dark red glazed tiles on the top. The whole hall was built solemnly and simply, without any sense of luxury. Outside the palace, there were many beautiful female cultivators who practiced Qi. When they saw Su Fan and Chen Chang, they bowed to them. The two walked into the palace, which was full of crystal light, as if they had stepped into a palace. Inside, there was a redwood tree ridge about 10 meters high, which was decorated with pearl flowers, white flowers, and agate flowers. Looking around, the window lattices and railings were dazzling, and there were jewels, each of which was unique. The green light was layered, and there were all kinds of flowers and plants, which were beautiful and could not be seen at a glance. They walked through several courtyards and came to a pavilion. As far as the eye could see, the eaves of the pavilion were extended, and special colored glazed lamps were hung on it. The lights were bright, making the surroundings as bright as day. There were exotic flowers and plants planted around the pavilion, which were beautiful and elegant. When the breeze blew, the pavilion was full of fragrance. It was indeed a good place to drink and enjoy the moon. At this moment, many people had gathered on the pavilion, and when they saw them coming in, they all cast their eyes on them. Hunungong saw Su Fan, and hurriedly walked over and bowed to him. "Brother, I've been waiting for you. Come. I'll introduce you to all the brothers who are attending the party today." He then led Su Fan to the center of the pavilion and introduced them to him one by one. There were many more cultivators attending the party today than last time, and each cultivator was famous in the major immortal sects. These people had already learned about Su Fan's identity, so they were very enthusiastic about him. Su Fan had to exchange a few words with everyone, and he had to force a smile. After tossing around, he felt his face was loose. There were also many beautiful female cultivators who took the initiative to shake hands with him. Let's not talk about other things about the female cultivators of the immortal sect, but their temperament is absolutely grasped. They are graceful, demure, and their every frown and smile perfectly interprets the word elegance. What made him speechless was that such a graceful and elegant female cultivator of the immortal sect actually took the opportunity to scratch his hand when shaking hands. It seems that these female cultivators of the immortal sect are all stuffy. If someone else participated in such a party, they would definitely be very excited, but he was the only one who had no interest in such occasions. But Su Fan only had one feeling, that is tired. Just talking to these people one by one wasted half an hour. When he sat down, his forehead was full of sweat. It was not until this time that Su Fan saw Li Myaoxu sitting next to him. Seeing Su Fan, Li Myaoxu's heartbeat suddenly became rapid, and her little face was red at that time. "Junior sister, when did you come?" Hearing Su Fan's words, Li Myaoxu smiled unnaturally. "I came a while ago." Su Fan didn't think too much, and didn't see anything wrong at all. How is the evil spirit bone selling? Don't worry, it's going well at present. Now many elite disciples of the sect have asked people to find me, hoping to buy some evil spirit bones. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. This kind of business is too easy to do. You make the decision on this matter yourself. I won't participate, and you will take 10% at that time. Lee Myaoxu heard it, and felt extremely guilty. She kept fighting in her heart, and wanted to speak several times, but still didn't say it. But how can you ask her to explain this kind of thing? At this time, a group of beautiful female cultivators in white gauze skirts came up gracefully, holding plates made of 10,000-year-old ice, which contain various precious spiritual foods. The female cultivators respectfully placed the plates made of 10,000-year-old ice on the tables on the pavilion. Su Fan glanced at the spiritual foods on the tables and couldn't help but smack his lips. Hyuongguang, this guy, is really willing to spend money. Just these rare spiritual foods today are worth a lot of money. Then, more than 100 pure and beautiful female cultivators who practiced Qi came in from outside and sat beside the disciples of each immortal sect. These sisters of the immortal sect all had bright eyes and white teeth, and their white clothes fluttered, like the clear springs in midsummer. They would not tolerate others' slight desecration, and they had no intention of being gentle and frivolous. Could this be the legendary high-end game? Su Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. In his previous life, he was poor and had no right to participate. In this life, he has not had a good life either. He has only recently made it. The stage fees of these girls should be quite expensive. Next, Hyuongguang began to host the on-site bidding. He took out a high-level black bonehorn demon on the spot, which immediately caused a sensation. Even in the time and space arena, black bonehorn demon is rare, and they were all wiped out by Su Fan. The first round of bidding made the atmosphere on the scene lively. Papers filled with various precious cultivation materials were placed in front of Su Fan, making him fall into an extremely entangled state. After repeated consideration, Su Fan finally chose one, picked it up and handed it to Hyuongguang. The winner of the first round of bidding is senior brother Wang Wei of Taixu Xianzong. With Hyuongguang's shout, several Xianzong disciples on the opposite side cheered. They came to the center of the pavilion and took the corpse of a black bonehorn demon. The competition in the following bidding was very fierce, and everyone unconsciously raised the price a lot. This also made Su Fan more entangled when making a choice. This feeling of pain and happiness made Su Fan extremely tormented. Fortunately, Su Fan had already determined the direction. Even if he was entangled when making a choice, he also knew how to choose. Su Fan took over several rings from Hyuongguang's hand, and his heart was very excited. Unexpectedly, he made a big profit here again. He was in a good mood, picked up a pot of spirit wine, and poured a glass for Lee Myaoxu beside him. The wine was as red as blood, like a burning flame jumping. Junior sister, I toast you a glass. Lee Myaoxu, who was daydreaming, was shocked when she heard Su Fan's words, and hurriedly picked up the wine glass, but knocked over the wine pot in a hurry. Su Fan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and reached out to hold up the wine pot. Junior sister, why do I feel like you're worried? Lee Myaoxu lowered her head quickly and said, No, I'm just a little nervous. After she finished speaking, she raised her glass and clinked it with Su Fan's, then raised her head and drank the wine in the glass. She couldn't help but sway, and her eyes became blurred. Su Fan smiled. This girl should be participating in such a high-end game for the first time. He also drank the wine in the glass. Boom! The wine roared and turned directly into a hot flame that swept his throat. A strong alcohol rushed to his head and flowed through his limbs and bones at once, as if a fire was burning in his body. His internal organs were burning and his blood was boiling. Then the burning heat instantly turned into coolness that moisturized his body. Su Fan felt an indescribable sense of clarity, which made his body and mind extremely comfortable, as if all the tendons and veins in his body were opened up at once. Damn! This wine is really good, it's really strong. Chen Chang and Hyuongguang put a lot of thought into setting up this game. Lee Myaoxu, who was standing next to him, picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for Su Fan, then raised the glass. Brother, this glass is for you. The two drank another glass, and Lee Myaoxu's face was already red enough to bleed. Her brother was so good to her, but she helped others to plot against him. She was too mean. No, she had to tell Su Fan about this. Thinking of this, Li Maiaxa gritted her teeth and turned her head to look at Su Fan. Brother, but before she could finish her words, Chen Chang and He Yuanguang had already arrived. Brother, Sister Maiaxu, we two brothers are toasting you a glass. After they finished speaking, they raised their glasses and drank them all, then looked at Li Maiaxu with a smile. Su Fan didn't notice anything at all. He had just made a lot of money, and he was in a very good mood. He picked up the glass and drank it. Li Maiaxu had no choice but to raise her glass and drink. After 3 cups of strong spirit wine, she was already a little too much. She felt hot all over, as if there was a fire burning inside her body. Brother, this wine is not bad, isn't it? Su Fan laughed after hearing what Chen Chang said. What's the origin of this spirit wine? You two brothers must have spent a lot of money today. Brother, this wine is strong enough, isn't it? This is the legendary Mad Blood Immortal Wine, brewed with the essence and blood of a 5th-level monster. This wine is good. You two brothers are thoughtful. At this time, Chen Chang came over and whispered in Su Fan's ear. Brother, this wine can not only improve your cultivation, but also add to the fun. After saying this, he smiled maliciously and blinked at Su Fan. Su Fan was stunned. Who do you think I am? At this time, he saw a foundation-building disciple of the immortal sect behind the table opposite him, leaning over to the ear of the female cultivator next to him and saying something. The female cultivator blushed and nodded, then followed the cultivator and left. Su Fan couldn't help shaking his head. It was still the disciples of your super immortal sect who knew how to have fun. A good party turned into a feast of the sea and sky. Su Fan glanced at Li Maiaxu beside him and found that she was a little confused. Junior sister, drink less, this wine is too strong. He Yuanguang glanced at Chen Chang, and then poured a glass of spirit wine for Su Fan. Brother, you will leave take some immortal sect tomorrow. I don't know when we will meet again. Tonight we must not leave until we are drunk. Chen Chang also said with emotion, Brother, we will not see each other again today. Don't forget us brothers in the future. People have said this. What else can Su Fan say? He could only pick up the wine glass and clink it with him, and then drink it all. Although he didn't like such a party, they also spent a lot of thought to organize this game for his bidding. Then drink it, anyway, he will leave tomorrow. Li Maiaxu, who was standing next to them, felt a sharp pain in her heart after hearing what the two said. He was leaving tomorrow, and tonight might be the last time they met. Thinking of this, Li Maiaxa could not help but feel endless sadness and melancholy in her heart. She picked up the wine glass, raised her head and drank the spiritual wine. She felt that everything around her was shaking, and her eyes gradually became blurred. Then, several people drank 1 cup after another, and the spiritual wine seemed to be free. Su Fan knew that he was a little drunk, so he secretly used his power to drive the alcohol out of his body. Who would have thought that the magic power could not drive away the alcohol? What was even more frightening was that the alcohol in his body seemed to be ignited when it met the magic power. Tang. Su Fan felt a sudden heat from his lower abdomen, rushing along the spine to the back of his head, and the blood in his body also burst out. Damn! This Mad Blood Immortal Wine is too strong. At this time, Su Fan felt a faint fragrance coming. He turned around and saw that Li Maiaxa was hugging his arm, almost leaning against him. This couldn't go on, something bad would happen. Su Fan gently pushed Li Maiaxu, but she seemed to have lost consciousness and couldn't be pushed away. At this time, Chen Chang picked up the wine glass. Brother, this glass is for you. Su Fan had no choice but to pick up the wine glass, clink it with him, and then drink it all in one gulp. Before he could recover, He Yuanguang picked up the wine glass again. At noon, a ray of sunlight poured into the room through the gap in the gauze curtain and fell on Su Fan's face. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, but the dazzling sunlight made him unable to open his eyes, and he quickly covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. Thinking of what happened last night, Su Fan covered his face and thought he was a beast. He remembered that Li Maiaxa drank too much last night and he sent her to this room. At that time, junior sister Maiaxu was too enthusiastic, and he didn't know what happened, but he couldn't resist the temptation. No, there must be something wrong with the crazy blood fairy wine he drank last night. Su Fan had figured it out a little bit. Such things were too normal for those super immortal sect disciples. Chen Chang and He Yuanguang were such bastards. He also blamed himself. He knew that there was something wrong with a Mad Blood Immortal Wine, so why did he drink so much? He couldn't blame him for being greedy. That was a top-grade spiritual wine, mixed with the essence and blood of a 5th-level spiritual beast. It was definitely hard to find. Alice. How could he face junior sister Mayaksu in the future? At this time, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Su Fan took it up and looked at it, and he was immediately furious. This was a message from Chen Chang. This guy still had the nerve to come to him. Brother, did you sleep well last night? Damn it, after drinking your wine, I almost became a half-orc. You two brothers are not authentic. Brother, where do you get this from? This is. He really had nothing to say. They didn't force him to drink, and he couldn't help it. What can you blame them for? But he couldn't just let it go. He had to give them a few words. I finally understand. You two brothers plotted against me last night. In fact, Su Fan said this just to vent his anger. Who knew that it would take a long time for Chen Chang to reply? Brother, how dare we plot against you? Everyone drank the Mad Blood Immortal wine last night. I also told you that this wine can help with the fun. Hey, something is wrong. If this guy doesn't explain, Su Fan won't say anything. But from his tone, it's obvious that he is guilty. It seems that there must be something wrong with these two guys. I was really plotted against by them last night. Damn, the plot has been set up on me. Chen Chang, I have never been plotted against like this. You two brothers are really good. Su Fan lied again. Brother, don't get me wrong. We two brothers did it for you last night. Before he could finish, Su Fan cut off the jade talisman. He got up from the ground, took a deep breath, and took off a jade talisman from his waist. Su Fan picked up the jade talisman for transmitting messages, thought for a moment, and then sent a message. Junior sister, where are you? After a long while, the jade talisman replied with a message. Brother Su Fan, I have left the base. Where did you go? Brother, I can't see you off. Su Fan was determined and said, Junior sister, last night Brother, don't blame you last night. Junior sister, where are you? I'll go find you. Brother, forget me, then. Li Mayaksu didn't send any more messages, probably because she cut off her jade talisman for transmitting messages. Su Fan sighed, what the hell is this? How did he become a scumbag again? Okay, scumbag, so be it. Come to see her after a while, you can't just pull out the pendant and deny it. At this time, a pretty female cultivator walked in from outside. Senior, two uncles Chen Chang and He Yuanguang want to see you. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, let them in. At this moment, Chen Chang and He Yuanguang were standing outside the cave with sad faces. They worked together very smoothly last night. How did Su Fan know that the two brothers were plotting against him? Old He, what do you say we should do about this? What else can we do? No matter what, we will never admit it, Alice. I shouldn't have taken this job in the first place. What nonsense are you talking about? The decree passed down by the two true lords, how dare we two brothers disobey it? Chapter 327 Ordinary and Quiet Time. Su Fan walked out of the teleportation array and returned to the valley where the Huayandao Palace was located. The elite disciples from the major sects that had gathered here had all left, and the entire valley was empty. Su Fan asked someone and then came to the outside of a cave. He triggered the array outside the cave, and saw King Gaiyu's Henrin coming out. Senior, why are you still here? The old man chuckled and said, Zhenrin Hongdat personally issued a decree, asking me to stay here and wait for you. Su Fan bowed his hand and thanked him. Thank you for your trouble, senior, come in and sit down. After saying this, Zhenrin King Gaiyu led him into the cave and brewed a cup of spiritual tea for him. I met someone this time. Su Fan just nodded. He didn't want to talk about these things, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Zhenrin King Gaiyu didn't ask any more questions, but picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea. I heard a piece of news. Su Fan put down his teacup and said, it's about me. King Gaiyu's Henrin nodded and said, it is said that you are favored by the higher-ups. After hearing what the old man said, Su Fan frowned immediately. The higher-ups? Which higher-ups are they? From what the old man said, it should not be the high-level officials of the sect. Is there a higher existence than Yuan Ying's Henjin in this world of cultivation? Seeing Su Fan's confused face, King Gaiyu's Henrin smiled and began to explain to him. After listening to the old man's narration, he was also stunned. Originally, he thought that this world of cultivation was already very big, but he didn't expect that the Zuanluo world where he was located was a small transparent existence in the entire King Kong Star region. What shocked Su Fan even more was that he was actually noticed by an immortal sect in Milu Ocean. Milu Ocean is very powerful in the King Kwang Star region. The inheritance of all the super immortal sects in Xuanlo realm almost all came from the immortal sect in Milu Ocean. No wonder, now many things make sense. Chen Chang and He Yuanguang were so respectful to him that it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were flattering him. The two brothers were both descendants of the Taeksum immortal sect. Not only did they have a high status in the sect, but they also had many connections in several super immortal sects in the East. It was unreasonable for two such people to treat him like this. The attitude of Huayandao Palace towards him was also quite strange. Otherwise, with his qualifications, how could he become an elite disciple of Huayandao Palace, let alone become a disciple of Hongda's Henjin? And Guiyan's Henjin of Jiu Iao Demon Palace, with her attitude towards him, let alone let them meet and reunite, not to mention killing him, was already a favor. Thinking of this, Su Fan laughed at himself. This time the case was solved. In fact, this is not bad. At least from now on, he can really practice in peace. Congratulations, you will have a smooth road in the future. After listening to King Ayu's Henren's words, Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, it's not as good as you think. The old man was anxious when he heard it and pointed at him. You kid are really unsatisfied. Do you know how many disciples of the immortal sects in the Central Plains envy you? Apart from other things, there is no problem at all in the Jiandan realm. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. The Jiandan realm was not a big deal. In order for him to go to Milu Ocean, these yearning old monsters had to help him break through the Jiandan realm, even if they had to sell their pots and irons. Early the next morning, Su Fan and King Ayu's Henren left the valley and took the teleportation array back to the residence of Huayandao Palace in the Eastern Theater. He wanted to pay a visit to his master, Hongda's Henjin, but who would have thought that he was told that the old man was not there? I don't know if he is really not there, maybe he doesn't want to see him at all. Su Fan knew in his heart that he could worship under this Henjin. It must not be because he was favored by him, so he didn't take the initiative to stick to him. If he hadn't been noticed by Milu Ocean, with his poor qualifications, Hongda's Henjin would not even pay attention to him. Su Fan thought about it, and came to the internal affairs hall of the sect again, and found the duty elder Wei Feng. Although the other party had arranged several places for him to choose, Su Fan declined them all. He put forward his own request and wanted to return to his original place Jiu Feng. Hearing Su Fan's request, Wei Feng was stunned. Junior brother Su Fan, are you dissatisfied with the places I chose for you, uncle? I don't mean that. It's just that I like quietness and don't like to be disturbed. I just want to practice quietly. Seeing that Su Fan didn't mean to be dissatisfied, Wei Feng was relieved. The nephew in front of him is now very important. Several Zhenjin in the sect have greeted him. Although he is an elder of the Internal Affairs Hall, he dare not be arrogant in front of Su Fan, but he has to be polite. In this case, let's arrange it according to the wishes of the nephew. Uncle, can you keep my return to Jiu Feng a secret from me? After hearing Su Fan's words, Wei Feng couldn't help but sigh. Apart from anything else, this kid's character is really good. If it were someone else, with so many honors, he would have spread the news all over the world, fearing that others would not know. But this nephew was able to calm down and practice hard. Just the fact that he was not surprised by honor or disgrace was already very rare. No wonder the several true lords in the sect valued him so much. There were too few such obedient disciples in Huayandao Palace. Don't worry, nephew, I will keep your mouth shut about your return to Jiuxingfang. Su Fan said goodbye to Wei Feng, left the sect's internal affairs hall, and took the teleportation array back to Jiuxingfang. When he came out of the teleportation array and saw the winding stone street, his mood suddenly became comfortable. This place is still good. Su Fan walked leisurely towards his cave along the stone street. Along the way, many key training disciples who knew him saluted and greeted him, and he also greeted them in a friendly manner. Back to his cave, sitting cross-legged on the futon in the thatched cottage, he took a deep breath. From now on, practice peacefully for a few years. In his current situation, no one should disturb him, and Huayandao Palace will definitely not send him to the battlefield again. The following days were plain and quiet. Su Fan practiced Hunun Guang twice every morning and evening, practiced Yamodu and Shinju again at midnight, and practiced magic in the rest of the time. In his spare time, he would also take time to make talismans. and go to the weapon workshop every few days to figure out the way of weapons. In addition, he would think about various foods every day, and when he had nothing to do, he would set up a recliner by the stream, brew a pot of tea, and taste the spiritual tea leisurely. He lived a leisurely and comfortable life. Su Fan returned to Jiuxingfang and did not cause any waves at all. People here thought he went to carry out the mission of the sect. Now that the mission is over, he is back again. The elder who was in charge of the foundation building in the market was very happy to hear that he was back, and specially invited him over to have a chat. Since Su Fan came here, he has never fought or competed, which made him very satisfied, fearing that the sect would send another nosy foundation building disciple. In the early morning, the sun gradually fell from the sky onto the thatched cottage. The quiet woods regained their vitality again, and countless birds were happy on the branches. The mountain breeze blew in the distance, and the leaves swayed and rustled. Su Fan completed the 9th round of cultivation and ended his morning practice. At this time, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated a few times. He picked it up and looked at it, and a smile appeared on his face. "Dad, I went fishing yesterday. Did Nanan catch any fish?" "I caught several, and I grilled fish with Mother. Nanan is really amazing." The father and the mother chatted for a long time before the little girl handed the jade talisman to her mother and aunt. Since returning to Jiuxingfang, the little girl would send him messages every now and then, and the father and the mother would chat for half an hour. Su Fan cut off the jade talisman. He could feel his daughter's attachment to him, which made him happy and disappointed. He sighed and put away the jade talisman. In addition to his daughter, Chen Cheng and He Yuanguang would contact him from time to time. As for whether to reply to the message or not, it all depends on his mood. Su Fan did not blame them. Although they did not say it explicitly, Su Fan roughly guessed something from their words. It seems that he must be careful in the future and must be self-disciplined. Su Fan never thought that he would become a hot commodity now. The people of Taixu Xianzhuang even use this method, which means that the Yuanying old monsters of other sects are also targeting him. In addition, Tang Fei often came to Jiuxingfang to see him. He never mentioned the fact that there was an additional evil spirit bone agent in the east, and his attitude was more respectful than before. Only Li Maiaxu never contacted him since the two separated. Su Fan also tried to send her a few messages, but there was no response at all, so he stopped harassing her. While he was daydreaming, the beast bag on his waist began to shake. Su Fan was suddenly a little excited. It seemed that the ghost crow had ended its deep sleep and had woken up. It seemed that the ghost crow had completely absorbed and integrated the blood essence of the black-winged ghost demon, but he didn't know how much it had changed. Thinking of this, Su Fan waved his hand and released the ghost crow from the beast bag. Swoosh, a black shadow flew out of the beast bag with a whistle. The ghost crow excitedly flew back and forth in the room. Su Fan could clearly feel its excitement. Quack, quack, the ghost crow flew around Su Fan for a while, then landed on his shoulder and kept calling. "Hey, it's really ugly." Other people who cultivate their mortals will raise an elegant white crane or a ferocious falcon. Look at him again, he actually raised an old crow. After absorbing and integrating the blood essence of the black-winged ghost demon, the body of the ghost crow has become at least 4 or 5 times larger, and it is already more than 2 feet long. Moreover, its fur is shiny and glossy, becoming increasingly darker, and its wingspan is nearly 3 feet. The biggest change is that 2 small bumps have grown on its head, and it seems that it may grow a pair of devil horns in the future. This thing already looks ugly enough, and its cry is so unpleasant. Don't become like a foreign evil demon again, or you will not be able to take it out to meet people in the future. Su Fan stood up from the ground, he came to the yard, and conveyed a thought to the ghost crow. It flew into the sky with a whoosh, and its speed was incredibly fast. Then, the figure of the ghost crow disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared, without a trace. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he released all his spiritual senses, and everything within a radius of more than 100 feet around the thatched cottage was in his sight. Yes, his spiritual sense did not find any trace of the ghost crow, and it seemed that its invisibility ability was getting stronger and stronger. Su Fan used the smell technique. After years of practice, he had mastered this low-level secret technique to perfection. He did not expect that this unintentional action of his would actually help him a lot. Without the smell technique of the subtle realm, he would not be able to find the trace of the shadow demon in the space-time arena. Su Fan sniffed and immediately felt a very faint breath. Found it, Su Fan's eyes condensed again, and he released a spiritual thought that was as real as substance, grabbing the neck of the ghost crow. Quack, quack, the ghost crow hiding nearby was caught by Su Fan's spiritual thought, and immediately revealed its body shape and struggled violently. Su Fan retracted his spiritual thought, and the ghost crow flew in front of him, flapping its wings, and was a little depressed. This guy wanted to show off, but he did not expect that Su Fan would find its trace. Su Fan touched the head of the ghost crow, comforted it with his mind, and then let it go to play by itself. In fact, magical beasts like the ghost crow are purely a special product of the Zuanlo realm. When Deluocean invaded the Zuanlo realm, it turned the most essential area of the western wilderness into a soulless land filled with demonic energy, which is now the 10,000 miles demon abyss. Most of the monsters that originally bred there were extinct. Even the very few monsters that survived tenaciously were all demonized. After generations of evolution and reproduction, these demonized monsters finally gave birth to new biological groups. These monsters not only retain the strong physique of monsters, but also have some characteristics of foreign evil demons. The ghost crow is like this, so it can fuse the blood essence of the black-winged ghost demon and even inherit some magical powers of the evil demon. Su Fan still has 3 copies of the blood essence of the black-winged ghost demon, but he doesn't want the ghost crow to absorb and fuse them for the time being. He has to wait until the ghost crow is completely stable before it can absorb another copy of the blood essence of the evil demon. It must be said that the growth rate of the ghost crow that is merged with the blood of the evil demon has greatly accelerated. According to the classics of the Zhou family's demonic way, the growth period of the ghost crow is extremely slow, and it takes hundreds of years to fully grow up. From the time he hatched the ghost crow, it has only been a few years, and it has grown to more than 2 feet long, which can be said to be extremely fast. If the ghost crow merges all the remaining 3 parts of the blood essence of the black-winged demon, its body size can at least reach nearly 10 feet. By that time, my buddy will also have a flying mount. To be honest, the ghost crow is not only a little ugly, but also has an unpleasant cry, but it is still quite cool to ride out. Chapter 328. It's time to go out for a walk. In early spring, everything is revived and full of vitality. After a spring rain, the fresh air permeates the fields, and the branches and leaves of the young grass are swaying in the breeze, like a perfect picture. Su Fan leisurely strolled along the mountain trail, feeling extremely comfortable. He came to the main street of Jiuxingfang, and the key training disciples in the sect greeted him one after another, and he smiled and nodded at them. It has been more than 2 months since he returned to Jiuxingfang, and Su Fan has lived very comfortably here. Wei Feng from the Internal Affairs Hall of Huangdao Palace helped him conceal his whereabouts, so no one harassed him during this period. Although many disciples in the sect knew that he was back and tried every means to see him, they didn't know where he went. Especially the elite disciples in the sect, they hoped to find Su Fan through various relationships, but they all returned in vain. This also disappointed the disciples of Huangdao Palace, and some even complained about Su Fan's avoidance, thinking that he was aloof and arrogant. The disciples of the major super-immortal sects in the Central Plains pay the most attention to socializing. Now that Su Fan has emerged as an alternative, it is quite speechless. But Su Fan enjoys it, living quietly in Jiuxingfang, and living his own life with relish. Anyway, before breaking through the Jiandan realm, Su Fan is not going to show up. Su Fan has always been a low-key person, not to attract attention. But since he came to the front line, he has been the top of the Demon Slayer list and the top of the Time and Space Arena record list. Although these titles are not intentional, they are indeed too ostentatious. At this time, he should disappear and hide in the vast sea of people. Over time, he will slowly fade out of people's sight. It is indeed as he expected. Now few people in the sect talk about him, and the disciples who initially looked for him have also stopped. This is exactly what Su Fan hopes, so that he will not be disturbed and practice quietly in this inconspicuous Jiuxingfang. The people of Jiuxingfang never thought that there is such a big devil hidden around them. No one expected that the man of the Fire Cloud Palace would be hiding beside him. Not to mention them, even the elite disciples with great magical powers in the sect did not expect Su Fan to live in seclusion in such a small place. Su Fan's newly worshipped master, Hongda's Henjin, did not send anyone to find him. It was almost the same as he thought. He was not taken seriously at all. It should be the intention of the sect's top leaders to win him over temporarily. This made him a little disappointed. It seemed that he could not get the will of this old man. Su Fan came to the weapon workshop in Fangshi. Sun Yuang had cleaned up the workshop. He walked into the workshop and looked around. He nodded with satisfaction, and then asked Sun Yuang to ignite the fire-gathering formation and began to seriously study the weapon. Now he stays in the weapon workshop for a few days every month, and his attainments in the weapon are getting deeper and deeper. Su Fan stayed in the weapon workshop until the evening, and then walked out of the workshop. He saw Sun Yuang had been guarding outside, so he asked him about the recent news of the sect. Is there anything new in the sect recently? Sun Yuang smiled bitterly and shook his head after hearing what his uncle said. I haven't heard anything about the sect, but yesterday the sect sent 2 uncles to take over the management of the station. Uncle Wang left overnight and was transferred to another place. Su Fan frowned and asked, Uncle Wang left, why didn't he say hello to me? It is said that the 2 new uncles are the children of a family in the sect. They are very strong. I don't know what they said to Uncle Wang, but they drove him away directly. Su Fan smiled bitterly. These 2 people are obviously the playboys of a family. They came here just to get spiritual stones. It seems that he should show up less in the market in the future and stay in the cave to practice hard. He can't afford to offend the children of the family. In the next few days, Su Fan hardly left his house and stayed in the cave every day to practice hard. He did not take the initiative to get close to the 2 new foundation building deacons. He still hoped that they would not interfere with each other as before. The 2 new foundation building deacons did not bother him. But the 2 female cultivators who often came to serve him never came again. Su Fan did not mind. Anyway, he did not care about those things. As long as the other party did not take the initiative to provoke him, it was fine. As for the other things, it did not matter. A few days later, Su Fan came to Jiuxingfang again. He walked into the weapon-making workshop and came to the door of the top-grade workshop. Just as he was about to push the door in, he heard Sun Yuang's voice. Senior, please wait. Su Fan turned around and saw Sun Yuang running over panting. Senior, Uncle Shu Lin just passed down the message that no matter who uses these 2 top-grade workshops, they must report to them. Su Fan glanced at Sun Yuang and almost laughed. Which family sent these 2 guys? They acted like children fighting, without any pattern at all. Forget it, let's not bother with them. Oh, so, forget it, Su Fan said, looking at Sun Yuang with a smile, turned around and left the weapon-making workshop. These 2 were family members of the sect. They were used to being arrogant. Seeing that Su Fan had not paid a visit to them until now, they felt embarrassed. He knew these playboys too well, and he didn't know where their sense of superiority came from. He thought that he would give in and that would be enough, but who knew that the other party would not give in. In the early morning of that day, Su Fan had just finished practicing Hununguang when the formation outside the cave was triggered. He opened the formation and saw Sun Yuang standing outside the cave. Senior, Uncle Haolin and Uncle Fenglin, please go over to discuss important matters. Su Fan frowned immediately after hearing this. It was still endless. I am in seclusion. If there is anything in the market, let them make the decision. He was about to close the formation, and Sun Yuang outside was immediately anxious. Senior, you should go over, both of you. Before he finished speaking, Su Fan had already closed the formation, leaving Sun Yuang alone outside. Su Fan returned to the cave, took off a jade talisman from his waist, and sent a message. Brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Do you know Feng Lin? This guy is from the side branch of the Feng family. Oh, what's wrong? Did he provoke you? No, I just asked casually. That guy has poor qualifications and has no future. Well, I know. Without waiting for Tang Fei to reply, Su Fan cut off the jade talisman. It seems that his guess is correct. These 2 guys must be family members, and they are the kind of dandy children who are not valued in the family. If they have a little bit of future, they will not come to such a place where rabbits don't shit to fish for spiritual stones. I guess these 2 guys will come here to cause trouble. It's so annoying. As he expected, before noon, the magic circle outside the cave was triggered again. Su Fan opened the magic circle and saw Sun Yuang and several key training disciples standing outside the cave. Several people looked bitter and greeted him when they saw him. Uncle Master Haolin and Uncle Master Fenglin just sent a message saying that your current cave is too remote, and they want to change a cave for you. Su Fan smiled and said, go back and tell the 2 junior brothers that this place is good, there is no need to change. After he finished speaking, he saw that several people were still not leaving, and immediately frowned. Didn't you hear what I said clearly? Sun Yong and others made bitter faces and bowed to him. Uncle Master, please don't make things difficult for us. Uncle Master hail and end, get lost. Sun Yong hadn't finished speaking when he was frightened by Su Fan's voice and sat on the ground, feeling a chaos in his mind. The other key training disciples also had black eyes and could hardly stand. They resisted the shock of their souls, pulled up Sun Yong who had lost his mind, and left in panic. Damn, are these two guys stupid? Su Fan walked out of the cave and came to the Zhongwu Hall on the main street of Jiuxingfang with a gloomy face. At this time, 2 foundation building monks came out with several key training disciples. When they saw Su Fan, they were stunned. At this time, many key training disciples of Huayandao Palace in the market also hid on both sides of the street, watching the excitement excitedly. I heard that you were looking for me, the slightly fat foundation building monk who was in the lead sneered. Brother, you are so generous. We have been here for so long, but we haven't even shown our faces once. The tall and thin monk next to him also laughed. We have been in the sect for so many years, and this is the first time we have seen someone like you. Don't you know us, brother? Su Fan didn't want to talk nonsense with him. When he met such a person, it would be a waste of time to say more to them. Thinking of this, there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he disappeared from the spot. Before the 2 people on the opposite side could react, they were slapped by Su Fan and flew up. Bang! The 2 men fell more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Their faces were swollen like pig heads, and their teeth were almost lost. Even so, Su Fan was still holding back, otherwise he would have smashed their heads to pieces. You are looking for death? The slightly fat monk covered his swollen cheeks and cursed angrily. He threw his hand and sacrificed the spiritual weapon, stabbing at Fifan. Su Fan didn't even dodge, and waved his hand to slap the opponent's spiritual weapon away. The key training disciples, who were watching the excitement on both sides of the street, were all stunned. I didn't expect that this usually amiable uncle was so powerful that he actually slapped a spiritual weapon away with his bare hands. Another skinny monk, who had just sacrificed a spiritual weapon, was also scared when he saw Su Fan slap the spiritual weapon away with a slap. Who gave you the courage to provoke me? Su Fan looked at them coldly, and the murderous aura exploded all over his body. The cold murderous aura that almost condensed into substance instantly spread all over the place, almost completely covering the Jiuxingfang. The many key training disciples on both sides of the street all felt a creepy and terrifying aura, as if a mountain height suddenly pressed down on them, making them breathless. The 2 foundation building disciples on the opposite side were even worse. Seeing Su Fan coming towards them, it was like a ferocious monster pouncing on them. They wanted to get up and escape from here, but they were all suppressed by the cold murderous aura and couldn't even raise their heads. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, I'm from the Feng family, please show mercy. Su Fan walked up to the 2 of them, grabbed the Feng family's child's hair, and lifted him up from the ground. Get out of Jiuxingfang immediately. The Feng family child was so scared that he peed his pants, and nodded quickly. Su Fan threw him to the ground, turned around and left Jiuxingfang, and walked towards his own cave. Although there were many key refining disciples from the sect standing on both sides of the street, the 2 foundation building cultivators didn't care about their faces, and they fled from Jiuxingfang in a panic. Until the 2 people's backs disappeared, the weapon refining disciples who were watching on both sides of the street exploded with a boom. The uncle is usually very kind, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce. This uncle is obviously from the front line, and his murderous aura is too strong. The people from the Feng family of the sect, aren't they the descendants of Feng Quanzhenjin? This is bad. The uncle has offended the Feng family, and I'm afraid he won't be able to survive in the sect in the future. Su Fan returned to the cave and sat cross-legged on the futon. He took out a red clay stove and tea sets and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then closed his eyes and meditated for a while. Is he too low-key? Since he returned to the sect's residence, the sect has not even farted. Damn it, I won such a great honor for the sect, but I didn't even get a little reward. Hongda's Henjin accepted him as his disciple, and it has been such a long time, but he actually ignored him. Huayandao Palace really doesn't take itself seriously. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly had an evil fire in his chest, boom, and rushed straight to the top of his head. At this time, his chest felt cold. The purple heart mysterious water jade pendant exuded a trace of cool air, suppressing the evil fire. Su Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Damn, I am holding back my inner demons. Although he seemed to not care, he was actually a little resentful deep in his heart, but he suppressed it. It's time to go out for a walk, don't stay in the Huangdao Palace all the time. Thinking of this, Su Fan simply packed up, then walked out of the cave, and took the teleportation array to leave Juxingfang. The next day, he took the teleportation array to Lushanfang. This is the residence of Taiyi Danzong. After the expansion, the entire Lushanfang is no less than an immortal city. The center of the market was crowded with people, all of whom were monks who came from various battlefields on the front line. Most of the people who came to Lushan Market were disciples of various sects who came here to purchase elixirs. Because in the entire Central Plains, when it comes to the attainments of alchemy, Taiyi Danzong is second, and no sect dares to say that it is the first. Su Fan strolled in the market for a while and had only one feeling. Taiyi Danzong is really rich. Su Fan walked around the street of Lushan Market and finally stood in front of a luxurious palace building and walked in. As soon as he entered the hall, a beautiful female cultivator came up. "Senior, please come this way." Su Fan followed a female cultivator into the hall and saw a counter full of various jade bottles. "Senior, what kind of elixir do you want to choose?" Su Fan thought for a while and said, "You have all those top-grade elixirs here." The female cultivator listened and hurriedly introduced them to him. "Can I use the merits I earned on the battlefield here?" "Senior, you can pay with battlefield merits, but the price is higher. It doesn't matter if it's higher. Anyway, he has a lot of merits, but he hasn't used them yet." Next, Su Fan bought nearly 100 bottles of various top-grade elixirs here. He bought a lot of top-grade elixirs such as Amethyst Nourishing Yuan Pill, Poria Coco's Intermittent Pill, Purple Night Nourishing Spirit Pill. He had taken these elixirs before, and the effect was very good. Unfortunately, the rare elixirs such as Resurrection Pill, Fiery Sun Explosive Blood Pill, Supreme Induction Pill and Mingwang Kingxin Pill were not bought. Even so, the little female cultivator was already scared. This senior bought so many top-grade elixirs, which are worth a lot of spirit stones. As for Su Fan's words about paying with battlefield merits, she didn't believe it at all. The battlefield merits required for these elixirs are absolutely astronomical. How many foreign demons would have to be killed? "Do you think you are Su Fan?" After Su Fan had selected various elixirs, the female cultivator took him to the private room in front of the counter and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. "Senior, please drink your tea first. I'll go and calculate for you." Su Fan sat in the private room and drank the spiritual tea leisurely. After a while, the female cultivator came back. "Senior, would you like to pay with good deeds or spiritual stones?" "Good deeds," Su Fan said, and took out his identity jade talisman from the ring. After hearing Su Fan's words, the female cultivator was immediately confused. Although she didn't believe it, she still respectfully took Su Fan's identity jade talisman, turned around and came to the counter, and handed the jade talisman to the on-duty disciple behind the counter. "This is the identity jade talisman of the senior just now. He settled with good deeds." "What?" The on-duty disciple behind the counter widened his eyes. "Junior sister, do you know how many pills this senior bought?" The female cultivator rolled her eyes and smiled bitterly. "Of course I know, but he insisted on paying with battlefield merits. What can I do?" Does he think he's Su Fan?" The words of the on-duty disciple made the female cultivator laugh. She quickly covered her mouth and carefully turned her head to look at Su Fan's private room. "Okay. Let's settle the bill quickly," the on-duty disciple sneered, and then placed Su Fan's identity jade card on the micro-magic array on the counter. Instantly, a light curtain popped up, and Su Fan's identity information also appeared on the light curtain. Damn, seeing Su Fan's identity information, the on-duty disciple behind the counter couldn't help but burst out a swear word, provoking a foundation building on-duty elder inside the counter to glare at him fiercely. "Elder, come here." The foundation building elder came behind the on-duty disciple with a gloomy face. "What's the matter, you?" Before he finished speaking, he was also stunned. After a long while, the foundation building elder finally recovered. He took a deep breath and patted the on-duty disciple on the shoulder. "You help him settle the bill, 50% off," he said, and then leaned close to the on-duty disciple's ear and whispered, "Don't say anything, pretend nothing happened." The on-duty disciple was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and helped Su Fan settle the bill with a confused face. The foundation building elder took Su Fan's identity jade talisman, walked out of the counter, and came to Su Fan's private room. Su Fan was drinking spiritual tea when he saw a foundation-building cultivator walk in. Before he could react, the other party had already arched his hands to him. "Brother, I am Chiu Yi, the elder of the Linden Hall. We have already settled the bill for you. It's rare for you to come here. Can you please come in and have a cup of spiritual tea?" Su Fan hurriedly declined after hearing this, but he couldn't resist the other party's hospitality, so he had to follow Chiu Yi to a room behind the counter. When the girl saw the two of them enter the back room, she immediately ignited a raging fire of gossip in her heart. She leaned over the counter and asked in a low voice, "Brother, who is that person?" The disciple on duty behind the counter looked around carefully. "That person is really Su Fan." "What?" The girl's eyes widened and she couldn't help shouting. Her voice was so loud that all the monks in the hall turned their heads to look here. The girl stuck out her tongue and patted her chest with her hand. "Brother, is this true or not? Why would I lie to you? Don't go out and tell lies." "Don't worry, brother, don't you know me yet?" the girl said, and left the counter, found an empty private room and took out a jade talisman. "Sister, guess who came here just now?" The disciple on duty behind the counter saw that no one was paying attention to him, and also took out a jade talisman. "Brother, Su Fan came to me to buy elixirs just now, and I settled the bill for him personally." Su Fan followed Chiu Yi to a monastery and sat cross-legged on a futon. Chiu Yi personally brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, and then poured him a cup. "Brother, try my crane feather gilded. There are not many on the market now." Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Junior brother, this tea is not bad. Brother, if you like it, I will pack a few kilograms for you to take back later." "That's a good relationship, don't refuse it for nothing." People in Taiyidanzong are still particular, and they give tea to others in kilograms. "How can I do that, brother? It's a rare occasion for you to come here. Some spiritual tea is nothing." Chiu Yi thought for a while and said, "We in Taiyidan sect still have some precious top-grade elixirs. Are you interested? I've been waiting for you to say this." "Junior brother, is this convenient?" Chiu Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Brother, please sit for a moment, I'll go prepare the elixir for you." Looking at Chiu Yi's back, Su Fan smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip. After a while, Chiu Yi walked into the abode with two people. Seeing the people coming, Su Fan quickly stood up and respectfully saluted the other party. "Junior Su Fan, I greet the two real people." Chapter 329. Everyone needs to have ideas. In a room at the Huangdao Palace, several Yuanings Henjin were discussing matters. At this time, Wei Feng from the Internal Affairs Hall hurried in from outside. "Greetings to all the uncles." A's Henjin sitting at the top frowned when he saw Wei Feng's solemn expression. "What happened?" Reporting to Zhenjin Yihui, "Someone saw junior brother Su Fan in Lushan Square." "That's nothing. Don't Taoist disciples often go there to buy elixirs?" Junior brother Su Fan did go there to buy elixirs, but several Zhenjins from Taiyidan sect personally summoned him, and the two sides had a very pleasant conversation. After hearing Wei Feng's words, the faces of several Zhenjins in the room changed. Zhenjin Yihui thought for a moment, then turned to look at Wei Feng. "Su Fan has returned to the sect. Where did your Internal Affairs Hall arrange him?" Wei Feng bowed and said, "Junior brother Su Fan refused the arrangement of the Internal Affairs Hall. He went to Jiuxingfang and has been practicing there peacefully for the past few months." "Has the sect ever given him any rewards or gifts?" Master Yihui's words made Wei Feng's heart sink. "You masters didn't pass down any decrees, so the Internal Affairs Hall can only handle the matter impartially. The Internal Affairs Hall can't take the blame for this. The sect's rewards are all arranged uniformly, and the good deeds of the disciples in the sect are still being counted." "Did Su Fan encounter any problems in the sect recently?" Wei Feng hesitated for a moment, and finally told him about Feng Lin's provocation of Su Fan. When Wei Feng left the abode, he chuckled. "I see, you go." Master Yihui waved his hand and sent Wei Feng away. Master Yihui, who was sitting at the top, glanced at Master Hongda next to him. "Junior brother Hongda, didn't this kid become your disciple?" Hongda's Henjin smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. "Senior brother Yehua, junior brother has been busy with sect affairs recently. Last time he came to see me, I was away because of something." After hearing what he said, several Zhenjins immediately understood what was going on, but they didn't say anything. "Su Fan has been back to the sect for a few months. Even if he came to see you because he was away because of something, it has been such a long time, but you still don't care. anyone would have something to think about. No wonder. This is because our Taoist palace didn't make proper arrangements. After he finished speaking, he thought for a while, and then looked at his henjin next to him. Junior brother Chongsun, Feng Lin is your descendant, right? Well, he is a branch of the Feng family. Don't worry, senior brother, I will pass it on. Although this is just a small matter, no one dared to take it lightly, and the sect's attitude must be made clear. After hearing what Chongsun's henjin said, Yeho's henjin nodded and looked at Hongda's henjin again. You've worked hard, junior brother. The sect affairs have been a bit busy recently, but sometimes you don't have to do everything yourself. You should let go and let the people below do it. After hearing this, Master Hongda looked unhappy and laughed. Thank you, senior brother Yehu, for your concern. This was the first time he felt so embarrassed since he broke through the nascent soul realm. Although Master Yehua didn't say anything, for Master Yuanying, this sentence was already very heavy. The masters of Hyundai Palace knew that if Hyundai Palace didn't do something at this time, they might really run to Taiyidan sect. Once Su Fan changed his sect, it would be a lot of fun. By then, Hyundai Palace would become a joke in the entire Xuanluo realm. In the early morning, more than a dozen foundation building cultivators came to Jiuxingfang. They rushed to Su Fan's cave with great momentum, but they came up empty-handed. They found the disciples in the market and asked them, only to find out that Su Fan had left. The late foundation building cultivator in the lead turned to look at Feng Lin, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. What's the name of that kid? Feng Lin shook his head and said, I really don't know his name. I specifically asked the people in the sect affairs hall, but they don't know where this kid is. The late foundation building cultivator thought for a while, and then took off a message J talisman from his waist. Old Joe, help me check someone. He is the duty elder of Jiuxingfang. After a while, the message J talisman sent back a message. Brother Feng Song, the duty elders of Jiuxingfang are Feng Lin and Lu Haolin. Right, no, there should be another one. Let me ask, Brother Feng Song. I just asked, and there is indeed another foundation building brother, but he was arranged by the people in the internal affairs hall. Do you know his name? I really don't know. Who dares to ask about a person arranged by the internal affairs hall? Feng Song cut off the message J talisman and his face became solemn. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually someone arranged by the internal affairs hall, which meant that this person's identity must be extraordinary. He turned his head and looked at Feng Lin with a stern look. Tell me the truth, what's going on? Feng Lin was stared at by his cousin and was about to continue lying, but Feng Song glared at him, scaring him to tell the whole story. After hearing what his cousin said, Feng Song took a deep breath. Let's go back first. Feng Lin was immediately dissatisfied when he heard that his cousin was leaving. Second brother, I was beaten like this. If my family doesn't care, how will the people in the sect see our Feng family? Feng Song sneered and said, if we don't find out the other party's background, my family will definitely not care. What a joke. They are just a branch of the Feng family. For a playboy in the family who stirs up trouble everywhere, how could they offend someone who shouldn't be offended? With Feng Lin, he doesn't deserve it. Fortunately, the other party was not there. If a conflict really happened, it would be difficult to make up for it. Feng Song ignored Feng Lin after he finished speaking, and led his men away from Jiuxingfang. As soon as they came out of the teleportation array, they saw a family member running over in a panic. Second brother, the main family sent someone to say that the clan leader asked you to take Feng Lin to see him. Feng Song sighed, knowing that things were serious. This time, Feng Song had hid a wall. But he was also very puzzled about where this kid came from, and how he had alarmed the main family's giant and clan leader. The ancestor of their Feng family was a true lord, and few disciples of Hyundai Palace would not give him face. At midnight, Su Fan sat cross-legged in a luxurious cave. He took out several bottles of elixirs from his ring. And a smile appeared on his face. The people of Taiyidanzong were too particular. In the afternoon, several true lords of Taiyidanzong personally summoned him, and before leaving, each of them rewarded him with a bottle of elixir. He didn't recognize any of these elixirs. Later, he went to ask Chu Yi about it. When he learned the origins of several bottles of pills, he was so happy that he was dumbfounded. These bottles of pills are Nine Mysterious Heart Cleansing Pill, Blue Lotus Life Renewing Pill, Taiyidechen Pill, Turtle Breathing Desolation Pill and Binkson Ninghan Pill. After taking Nine Mysterious Heart Cleansing Pill, one can calm the mind and stabilize the spirit. and it has a miraculous effect in resisting the inner demons and mental disorder. Blue Lotus Life Renewing Pill is just as the name suggests. It can be said that having such a pill means having one more life. Cultivation pill is even more amazing. It can make the cultivator enter the state of enlightenment. It is simply a cheating existence. Turtle Breathing Desolation pill is also very powerful. After taking it, one can enter a state of suspended death and even deceive the tracking of Yuanying's engine. Binks and Yinghan pill can greatly enhance the soul of the cultivator after taking it. Any pill that enhances the soul is a treasure that is priceless. Unfortunately, each of these 5 bottles of top-grade precious pills only has 1 pill. If these 5 precious pills appeared on the market, even the Yuanying's engine would be tempted and would even go to any lengths to get these pills. Not only that, Su Fan also purchased a batch of top-grade pills from Taiyi Xianzong through Chuyi, all of which were pills that the sect did not sell to the outside. Including Resurrection Pill, Fiery Sun Blood Explosion Pill, Supreme Induction Pill and Minghuang Qingxin Pill, there are more than a dozen kinds. This time he came to Taiyi Danzong, which was the right choice. Moreover, several Xianzhans of Taiyi Danzong put forward the idea of poaching people very directly, without any subtlety. Although he was not very comfortable staying in Huayandao Palace, Su Fan still declined. In fact, he did not refuse immediately, but pretended to be in a dilemma, and finally refused cruelly. What a joke, not to mention that he had no idea of leaving Huayandao Palace. Even if he did, he could not agree immediately. Moreover, he always felt that he had not yet taken enough advantage of Huayandao Palace. This time, he deliberately showed up in Lushan Square in a high-profile manner, just to let Huayandao Palace know that they should not take him lightly. Brother is now a hot commodity. Anyway, during the 2 days he was in Lushan Square, Taiyi Dan sect responded to his requests and the standard of hospitality was almost catching up with his engine. Chuyi, who was responsible for entertaining him, accompanied him throughout the 2 days, stayed in the best cave, ate the most expensive spiritual food, and even gave him a 50% discount on the purchase of elixirs. Chuyi even arranged several beautiful girls for him, but Su Fan was really scared this time and didn't even dare to touch them. If Huayandao Palace didn't show some sign this time, he was going to stay in Lushan Square until he died. At this time, the formation outside the cave was triggered. Su Fan came outside to open the formation and found Wei Feng from the sect's internal affairs hall standing outside the cave. Nephew, I just happened to come to Lushan Square to buy elixirs. I heard that you were here, so I came to see you. It was Elder Wei from the internal affairs hall who said this with great skill. Uncle, please come in. Su Fan brought Wei Feng into the cave, took out a small red clay stove and a complete set of tea sets, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him personally. Uncle, try this tea. Senior brother Chiu from Taiyi Danzong gave me 5 caddies of crane feather gilded. I have always heard that this tea is good, and this time I finally got to drink it. After he finished speaking, he poured a cup for Wei Feng, and then he took a sip from the teacup. This tea is really good, and it lives up to its reputation. Wei Feng also took a sip, but he didn't even taste the tea fragrance. There was nothing in his mouth except bitterness. These guys from Taiyi Danzong are really willing to give away 5 caddies of crane feather gilded, a rare and top-grade spiritual tea. This is too shameless. It is clear that Taiyi Danzong is trying to poach people. Wei Feng thought for a moment, then put down his teacup. Junior brother Su Fan, when are you going back to Jiuxingfang? We can meet up together. You are a real Jiangdan, and you are not ashamed to meet up with me. Uncle, I have to stay in Lushanfeng for a few days. Brother Chiu will take me to the nearby hot springs tomorrow. He smiled and said, since I returned to the sect, I have been practicing hard in the cave. It's rare for me to come out. Junior brother wants to relax. You are not going to take a bath. Several real masters in the Taoist palace are so anxious. If this kid is not taken back this time, several old monsters will tear him apart. But he couldn't say it clearly. After all, Su Fan didn't do anything to let the sect down. No, he can't stay in Lushanfeng alone. You are not leaving. That real master will accompany you until you leave. Nephew, the hot springs near Lushanfeng are said to be good and can cleanse the body's meridians. I have long wanted to take a dip. Su Fan was stunned. Uncle, what are you doing? 3. Accompany me. Just take a dip, since Taiyi Danzong will pay for it. That's great, let's go together tomorrow. To be honest, Wei Feng really didn't want to take a hot spring bath. There were a lot of things waiting for him in the sect's internal affairs hall, But he didn't dare to leave Su Fan here alone. If it was another sect, it would be fine, as they didn't have the money of Huayandao Palace. But Tai Danzong was too damn rich, almost monopolizing the high-level elixirs of the entire Xuanlo realm, and its financial resources were no worse than Huayandao Palace. For this kid Su Fan, Tai Danzong would do anything. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. Feng Lin has provoked you in Jiuxingfang. The sect has punished him. Chongsun Zhenjin personally issued a decree to abolish his cultivation and banish him to the mortal world, completely cutting off his path to the Great Dao. After hearing Wei Feng's words, Su Fan didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Huayandao Palace is really cruel. He is the descendant of Yuan Zhenjin, and they actually abolished Feng Lin's cultivation. And it was the Feng family's ancestor, Chongsun Zhenjin, who issued the decree himself. Is this reasonable? Otherwise, any cat or dog dares to harass him in the future, then how can he practice peacefully? Uncle, there is nothing between me and junior brother Feng Lin. We just had some quarrels. Isn't the punishment too severe? You beat him up like a pig, and this is just a quarrel. The sect has its own rules. Feng Lin not only embezzled the sect's cultivation resources in Jiuxingfang, but also used his position to force several female cultivators in the sect to submit. If he was not a descendant of Chongsun Zhenjin, he would have been executed on the spot. It sounds good, but this little thing is nothing in the eyes of these family members. By the way, there is one more thing. The sect's rewards for you have been distributed. When you go back, Zhenjin Yihua will personally summon you and personally award you the rewards. What the hell did you do so early? Okay, I want to see what Huayandao Palace can come up with. Anyway, my vision is high now, and ordinary things are no longer in my eyes. At this time, Chu Yer came to Su Fan's cave. Several Jindans Henren from Tai Danzong also came, and they greeted Wei Feng cordially. Since Wei Feng came to Lushanfang, the people of Tai Danzong got the news. Huayandao Palace and Tai Danzong have a very good relationship, and there are inextricable connections between the disciples of the two sects. In the past, the two sects have always stood on the same front among the major super-immortal sects in the Central Plains. But this time it is different. In order to win over Su Fan, Tai Danzong still cares about that and would rather tear his face apart. Especially after hearing that Su Fan asked about the alchemy, several Jindans Henren of Tai Danzong even made a promise. If Su Fan wants to learn the alchemy, he can come to Tai Danzong at any time. They will arrange the best alchemy masters to carefully teach Su Fan the knowledge of the alchemy. As for the alchemy cauldron, spiritual herbs, etc., Su Fan doesn't have to worry about it at all. Tai Danzong has covered it all. Seeing that Tai Danzong is so unscrupulous, Wei Feng almost died of anger. In the next few days, Tai Danzong sent several Jindans Henren to accompany Su Fan throughout the whole process. Wei Feng was so awkward that he felt like a superfluous person. He was a Jindans Henren, but he was so shameless that he kept following Su Fan. It was too uncomfortable. There was no way. Several Zhenjins in the Dao Palace had already issued a death order. If Su Fan was not brought back, he would not come back. Fortunately, Su Fan did not want to stay in Lushanfang until he died. After staying here for a few days, he returned to the Huayandao Palace with Wei Feng. Before leaving, Tai Danzong gave Su Fan a lot of things in front of Wei Feng. They were all some spiritual tea, spiritual wine, various rare ingredients and refining materials, and several jade slips of Tai Danzong's internal alchemy basic inheritance. Chapter 330 This place should be exposed. Su Fan had just returned from Lushan Square when several true lords of Huayandao Palace issued a decree, saying that they wanted to summon him. After he went there, he found that none of the true lords of Huayandao Palace were present, and he was shocked by the scene. Yihui, the only great late-stage Yuanying cultivator of Dao Palace, comforted him and personally awarded him the rewards of the sect. Several true lords also asked about his well-being and gave him a meeting gift. Anyway, the whole process of summoning made Su Fan feel the warmth of spring, and he was so moved that he almost laughed. Even Master Hong the True Lord encouraged him and asked Su Fan to go to the cave to find him in the next few days. Su Fan came out of the teleportation array of Jiuxing Square and walked towards the cave in a happy mood. He strolled leisurely on the stone-paved street. Since Huayandao Palace was so sincere, he would continue to stay here. He hadn't seen the rewards issued by the sect and the meeting gifts of several true lords yet. I guess Huayandao Palace won't treat him badly, and the gifts from this Henjin won't be too shabby. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt so happy. He still has to eat both ends. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he felt as if someone had just scanned him with his spiritual sense. He continued to walk forward calmly, then turned into an alley, and then completely released his spiritual sense, taking in everything within a radius of more than 100 feet. But he observed repeatedly for a long time, and there was no one else nearby except some key training disciples of Hyundai Palace. Could it be that he felt wrong? Impossible. He was extremely sensitive to this aspect, and it can be concluded that someone must have been spying on him just now. Su Fan walked out of the alley, turned back, and used his spiritual sense to search the 9-star square inside and out, but still found nothing. It is said that he has not offended anyone except the Zhou family of Jiu Iao Demon Palace in these years. Could it be someone from the Fenglin family? But he immediately rejected this idea. Chongzhuan's Henjin personally told them that even if the Feng family had the courage, they would not dare to do anything at this time. Forget it, let it be. After returning to the cave, Su Fan was about to enter the thatched cottage, but he stopped. He thought for a moment, took out the 4-elephant black tortoise formation and the 1,000 woods mystery killing formation from the storage ring, and arranged the 2 formations outside the thatched cottage. No matter what time, we must not take it lightly. After arranging the 2 formations, Su Fan returned to the thatched cottage and sat cross-legged on the futon. He took out 100-square storage ring, then took a deep breath, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and suddenly became excited. The things in the storage ring almost made Su Fan faint with joy. There were a lot of high-grade spirit stones in it, and he was too lazy to count them. Next to this pile of high-grade spirit stones, there was a very delicate jade box with dense magic patterns engraved on it. Su Fan took the jade box out of the storage ring, looked at it carefully for a while, and then opened it carefully. An extremely rich spiritual energy rushed towards him instantly, almost choking Su Fan. Fuck. Then he saw a crystal-clear spiritual stone in the jade box, with a touch of colorful mist on the surface. As if the crystal-clear halo of glass also spread out like sparkling waves. Pure and flawless, beautiful. This spiritual stone is completely natural, with an extremely irregular shape, as if it was formed naturally. You don't need to ask to know that this should be a top-grade spiritual stone. Su Fan quickly covered the jade box, fearing that the overflowing rich spiritual energy would be lost. It is said that in the entire Xuanluo world, top-grade spiritual stones are very rare, and often a high-level spiritual vein can only breed a few. Therefore, top-grade spiritual stones are very rare, and they are not found on the market at all. Almost all of them are treasured in the secret vaults of major super sects. Putting aside other things, just this top-grade spiritual stone is enough. Su Fan took a deep breath and carefully put the jade box away. This thing cannot be seen in the light. In addition to this top-grade spiritual stone, the other things in the ring are also rare resources that are hard to come by, showing the rich nature of Hyundai Palace. Su Fan was too lazy to look at things like top-grade spiritual tools, third-level immortal talismans, fine elixirs, and rare refining materials. But there were a few things that still aroused his interest. One of the charred dead branches, Su Fan recognized its origin at a glance. This is the 9 Tribulations Lightning Wood. When he was in Yinluo sect, he once bought a 7 Tribulations Lightning Wood at an auction house and asked his master to refine the Thunder Sword for him. Although the Thunder Sword is extraordinary, due to the upper limit of the material, its power can no longer meet future needs. It must be said that this 9 Tribulations Lightning Wood came at the right time. Of course, the Thunder Sword has been nurtured in the Dao Seed for many years, and he will definitely not refine a Thunder Flying Sword again. But if we find a master of weapon art to integrate this 9 Tribulations Lightning Wood into the Thunder Sword, it will definitely greatly increase the upper limit of the Flying Sword. There are too many weapon masters in Hyundai Palace, and his chief master is said to have a high level of attainment in weapon art. It will be time to pay a visit to Master Hongda in a few days. I guess if I ask him to help me melt the Thunder Sword, the old man will definitely agree. Su Fan put away the 9 Tribulations Lightning Wood and picked up a delicate box, which contained some black sand grains. He recognized these things, which were also a very rare thunder material called Chaos Thunder Crystal. 9 Tribulations Lightning Wood plus these Chaos Thunder Crystals will definitely be of great help in the upgrade and transformation of the Thunder Sword. It seems that Hyundai Palace also spent some time thinking about this reward. After putting away the Chaos Thunder Crystal, Su Fan picked up a magic weapon embryo that was more than 2 inches long. The so-called sword blank is the magic weapon embryo that has been smelted, and the magic weapon you want can be refined at any time according to your needs. It is said that the reward given to him by Huayandeo Palace would not be so low. Su Fan picked up the embryo of the magic weapon and looked at it carefully in his hand. After some research, Su Fan came to the conclusion that this was the embryo of the magic weapon. Magic weapons are things that can only be used by Jinden's Henrun. Compared with the spiritual tools used by foundation building cultivators, they are absolutely heaven and earth. The refining materials required for magic weapons are also extremely rare. Many Jinden's Henrun need to prepare for many years to refine a magic weapon. Some people will even spend all their money to barely gather the materials for magic weapons in order to refine magic weapons. Of course, this is not a big deal for the disciples of Huayandeo Palace. As long as you have accumulated enough good deeds, there are all kinds of magic weapon embryos in the treasure pavilion of Huayandeo Palace for disciples to choose from. Su Fan knew in his heart that since it was a magic weapon embryo rewarded by Huayandeo Palace, it must not be those ordinary goods in the treasure pavilion. The last thing that interested Su Fan was a doll. He took it in his hand and studied it for a long time before he figured it out. Su Fan took the puppet outside the thatched cottage, took out a top-grade spirit stone, and stuffed it into the card slot on the back of the puppet. The palm-sized puppet instantly turned into a 2-meter-tall human-shaped puppet, standing majestically in front of Su Fan. After a test, the characteristic of this human-shaped puppet is that it can withstand several attacks from the Jinden realm. But the attack power of the human-shaped puppet is average, which is equivalent to the foundation building stage. This is a good thing, the most suitable meat shield scapegoat. Even if you encounter an attack from the Jinden realm in the future, you can use this human-shaped puppet to withstand it for a while. In addition to the rewards from the sect, the gifts from the True Lord Gigi are also good. True Lord Yehua gave him a jade slip, which recorded his many years of experience in the way of weapons. For Su Fan, it is absolutely a priceless treasure. The experience of the Yuanying True Lord in refining weapons, even a casual word, will benefit Su Fan a lot. The gifts given to him by other True Lords of Huayandeo Palace are also not inferior. One of the True Lords gave him a flying boat, which was only 1 inch in size. After being activated, it would become 10 feet long. Not only was it extremely fast, but there were also several protective formations on the boat. The interior of the flying boat was also luxurious, with bedrooms, tea rooms, study rooms, practice rooms, spirit beast rooms, instrument making rooms, talisman making rooms, etc. The only drawback was that it consumed too many spiritual stones. If one took the flying boat to fly for a month, thousands of high-quality spiritual stones would definitely not be enough. Su Fan also received a temporary cave, which was just a miniature house of a few inches in size. He randomly found a slightly flat place nearby and activated the cave, which instantly turned into a courtyard of dozens of acres. Outside the cave, there were also hidden, psychedelic and protective formations. The cave was even more luxurious, with a courtyard like a garden, and a flower garden. The garden was not big, only 4 or 5 acres, but it had everything from water towers and pavilions to courtyards, mountains and pools, and was very exquisite and quiet. Su Fan put away the temporary cave, and shook his head with a wry smile. This was too corrupt. This was just a temporary cave of the Yuanying's Zhenjin, but it was more luxurious than all the places he had lived in his 2 lives. Another Zhenjin gave him a ball of strange fire, called Qianyang True Fire. This ball of Qianyang True Fire was sealed in a formation plate about a foot square, and it would ignite a blazing fire after being stimulated. The Qianyang True Fire was fierce, and the temperature of the flame was much higher than that of the top-grade fire-gathering formation. It could be used in both making tools and refining pills in the future. Su Fan put a few things into the ring with satisfaction, and he was incomparably happy. If he hadn't gone to Lushan Square for a walk, how could he get so many good things? The old monsters in Huayandeo Palace also fought hard to win him over. After years of hard work, Su Fan was also a small fortune. Although the spirit stones in his hand could not be compared with those of the family children, the things in his hands were all top grade. So don't show off everywhere. Once people know about it, even the Yuanying's Zhenjin will be jealous. Don't show off your wealth. At this time, the formation outside the cave was triggered by someone. Su Fan frowned, walked into the thatched cottage and opened the formation. He saw a foundation building cultivator standing outside, and there were several female key refining cultivators standing behind him. The other party saw Su Fan and bowed to him. "Brother, I am Zhu Jin, the new foundation building deacon elder of Jiuxingfang. You come here if you want to. Why are you here?" "Oh, junior brother, please come in." Zhu Jin waved his hand and said, "I won't bother you. I came here specially to see you today." After he said that, he turned his head and pointed to the girls behind him. "Brother, I will arrange a few disciples for you to take care of your daily life." Su Fan smiled and said, "Junior brother is thoughtful. I like quietness." "Thank you for your kindness." Zhu Jin nodded with a smile, and then bowed to him. "Then I won't bother you, brother. If you need anything in the future, just tell me." Looking at the backs of Zhu Jin and his group, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. This guy should know some news. It seems that he is not a simple person. In fact, no matter who comes to Jiuxingfang, it has nothing to do with him, as long as they are not idiots like Feng Lin. Su Fan thought about it and estimated that this place should be exposed. If he stays in Jiuxingfang, he will not be able to live peacefully in the future. It is better to go to another place. Thinking of this, Su Fan simply packed up, then walked out of the cave and came to the main street of Jiuxingfang. As soon as he walked to the side of the teleportation array, he saw a man hurriedly running in front of him and knelt down with a thump. "Uncle, Before Sun Yong finished speaking, Su Fan stepped into the teleportation array without even looking at him. Sun Yong looked at Su Fan's back with a dull face, and his body softened and fell to the ground. He knew that he had missed the greatest opportunity in his life, and after this time, his situation in Jiuxingfang would be very difficult in the future. Su Fan didn't care what Sun Yong thought. He had seen through such people a long time ago, and he didn't even have a trace of psychological fluctuation. Su Fan took the teleportation array to the frontline station of Huayandao Palace, where some of the sex institutions were located. He came to the Internal Affairs Hall, found Wei Feng, and proposed to change to another place. Of course, he still hoped that the Internal Affairs Hall would keep his identity secret for him. Wei Feng certainly responded to Su Fan's request and soon found a place for him, which was similar to Jiuxingfang. Su Fan left the Internal Affairs Hall of the sect and did not go to the news station immediately, but came to the cave of Hongda's Henjin. He had been worshipping under the Yuanying sect for so long, but he hadn't been to the cave of his master. The last time he went to pay a visit, Hongda's Henjin was not there, and he didn't summon him afterwards, as if he had forgotten him. This is also what Su Fan is most dissatisfied with Huayandao Palace, which is purely treating him as a fool. So in the future, when he has nothing to do, he has to go to Lushanfang to stroll around, so that the people of Huayandao Palace will not forget him again. Coming to the master's cave again, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was said to be a disciple of Henjin, he had never been to the master's cave. He was really unique, not even as good as a registered disciple. He didn't know if the old man was here. If he was not here this time, he would never come again. Su Fan touched the formation outside the cave, and after a while, the formation was opened. A young foundation building disciple came out of the cave. He was received by this person last time. He should be a disciple of a master. The other party was still arrogant, and frowned when he saw Su Fan. "Junior brother, I am the master's novice disciple, and I came to pay homage to the master. The master is not here, please come again another day." Su Fan said nothing, bowed to the other party, turned around and left. He had given up on this master a long time ago. Anyway, he had been here and had done his best. You can't blame me if you are not here. He couldn't sleep on the floor in front of the cave every day just to wait for his master to come back. How cheap would he be? Su Fan took the teleportation array to the news station Kingsifang. Like Jiuxingfang, it is also the rear base of Huayandao Palace. The scenery here is nice, surrounded by mountains, and named after a Kingxi river. He found the elder who was in charge of foundation building here, and the other party thought it was a normal transfer of the sect. In order to avoid trouble, Su Fan bluntly expressed his thoughts. He came here to practice hard and did not participate in any management of the market. Recently, he's going to retreat, and try not to disturb him when he is free. When the other party heard his statement, he was extremely enthusiastic about him and specially arranged a cave for him. The location of the cave is not bad, not far from the bank of Kingxi River. Su Fan did not live in the cave, but found a quiet valley nearby and inspired a temporary cave. With such a good place, Who would still live in that kind of broken cave? Su Fan stayed in the temporary cave for a few days. In addition to practicing, he studied and pondered the experience of Master Yihua in the way of weapons. After a few days of study, Su Fan gained a little, so he left the cave and wanted to go to the weapon workshop in the market to practice. When he passed his cave, he saw a person, who was the foundation building disciple who received him in the master's cave. Su Fan frowned. What was this guy doing here? He walked over to see why the other party came to him. The foundation building disciple saw Su Fan and was angry at the time, and scolded him. Why did you come back just now? Master wants to summon you immediately. Su Fan was stunned by the other party, but then he figured out the mystery. Last time this guy said that the master was not there, he must have been perfunctory to him, just not wanting him to see the master. It should be that Master Hongda had told him this before, otherwise where did this guy get the courage? Unexpectedly, the master really wanted to summon him this time, and maybe forgot to tell him. This guy directly refused him. As soon as he saw the other person's expression, he knew that he was really anxious. He ran all the way here, but Su Fan was not on the cave at all, and he didn't have Su Fan's jade talisman, so he could only wait anxiously outside the cave for the past few days. Thinking of this, Su Fan had a plan in his mind. Junior brother, I'm going into the mountains these days, you can just leave a message in the market. Why are you waiting outside the cave all the time? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and come with me to meet the master. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Junior brother, go back and tell the master that I have something important to do these days, and I will go to see him in a few days. No, the master is waiting there, you come with me immediately. Haha, he is so anxious. That won't do, I just found a monster in the mountains, I have to go and catch it right away. The other person was so angry that his face turned red, and he pointed at Su Fan. You, for a demon beast, you dare to treat master badly, how can you talk like that? My admiration for master is like a torrent of water. I will just wait a few days before I go to see master. Will master blame me? The other party was almost angry to death. Master certainly would not blame you, but he would blame me. Last time he refused Su Fan, and when master asked about it later, he told master about it complacently. After all, this was something master had specifically told him before. Unexpectedly, master was furious and asked him to find Su Fan immediately. Who knew that he came to King Sifeng and found Su Fan's cave, but this guy was not there. He did not dare to go back and report like this, so he could only wait here bitterly. I don't care, you must go back with me to see master immediately. Su Fan was amused by him and teased, Junior brother, you have been waiting here for a few days, and master has not been angry. The other party was speechless after being rebuked by Su Fan and took a deep breath. Brother, what are you going to do with that monster? I've been waiting for you to say this. If I don't rip you off, I'll take your last name. Sell it for spirit stones. What else can I do? After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party was dumbfounded. What? You caught that monster just to exchange for spirit stones? What else? Brother, you have a lot of money, but I don't. Brother, I'm so poor now that I have nothing left. The other party made up his mind and said, how many spirit stones can the monster sell for? I will give you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Shocking Change. Su Fan followed a foundation building disciple to the cave of Master Hongda, who looked at him angrily. Master is inside, go in by yourself. Su Fan smiled and bowed his hands, saying, Junior brother, thank you. After he said that, he turned and walked into the cave, leaving the other party with a face full of resentment outside. Despicable, the foundation building monk looked at Su Fan's back and cursed angrily. He was just blackmailed by this guy for a lot of spiritual stones, so he was finally called here. He got angry when he thought of this. He took a deep breath to calm down. Master Hongda's cave is very simple, with nice scenery around it. There is almost nothing except a few thatched huts. Su Fan stood outside the thatched hut and bowed respectfully. Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to master, come in. Hearing a voice coming from inside, Su Fan stepped into the thatched hut. There was almost no decoration in the thatched hut. Master Hongda sat cross-legged on the ground and nodded when he saw him come in. "Sit down, thank you, Master," Su Fan said, and walked over to sit cross-legged opposite Hongda's Henjin. "Recently, the sect has been busy. I was not here when you came twice." Su Fan did not believe a word of what the old man said, but he did not show it. He lowered his head and did not speak. "In a few days, I will gather all your brothers and sisters and let you get to know each other. In the future, you will be fellow disciples and can take care of each other." Forget it. Just based on the attitude of the boy just now, he did not have any expectations. He also took care of each other. As long as they did not cheat him, he would pray to the gods. Disciple will obey the master's order. Looking at the new disciple in front of him, Hongda's Henjin felt unspeakably awkward. Although Su Fan acted very respectful, he could of course see that the child was obviously alienated from him, as if there was something between them. To be honest, he regretted that he should not have listened to Yihua's Henjin's deception and accepted him as his disciple. After all, the child's aptitude was too poor. Even if he forced him to break through the Jinden realm, it would probably be the end. When he goes to Miluo heaven in the future, how much can a Jinden realm cultivator do? Maybe he can be of some use to the sect, but it really doesn't help him as a master. Originally thought that accepting him was just a formality. Who would have thought that this kid would actually cut off the firewood and go directly to Taiyudan sect? Next, Hongda's Henjin asked about some of Su Fan's cultivation. Su Fan was not polite and asked all the difficult questions about his cultivation over the years. Hongda's Henjin did not hide anything and answered his questions wholeheartedly, which was also considered to be fulfilling the responsibility of a master. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours had passed unknowingly. "Okay, let's stop here today." It was not until Hongda's Henjin stopped that Su Fan realized that so much time had passed. It must be said that having a master is different. The old man's casual words would make him suddenly clear up the troubles that had troubled him for many years. After all, he was Yuan Ying's Henjin, and his doubts about his cultivation were as simple as a college graduate doing elementary school arithmetic problems. Although 2 hours had passed, Su Fan still felt that he had not finished. But Master Hongda had called a halt, so he could only give up. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, "Master, I want to modify a flying sword. Can I?" Before he could finish, Master Hongda waved his hand. "It's your flying sword with thunder attribute, show it to me." "Okay," the old man had guessed it a long time ago. Su Fan sacrificed the thunder sword from the Tao seed and handed it to Master Hongda. The old man took the thunder sword and looked at it for a while, with a look of disgust on his face. "Who helped you refine this? It's too rough." Well, he is indeed qualified to say so. Not to mention the Yinluo sect, even the weapon-making level of the 4 major demon sects in the western wilderness is just so-so, and cannot be compared with the Central Plains. And in the entire Central Plains, the place with the highest attainments in weapon-making is the Huayandao Palace. "You have the materials, right?" Su Fan quickly took out the 9 Tribulations Lightning Wood and Chaos Lightning Crystal from his ring and placed them in front of Master Hongda. The old man took the 2 refining materials and looked at them, then nodded slightly. "It's okay. I happen to have some materials with thunder attributes, so I can barely transform this flying sword." After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand at him. "Leave the things here, you can go back, and come back in 3 days. Su Fan quickly stood up and bowed to Master Hongda. "Thank you, Master." Su Fan came out of Master Hongda's cave and saw his fellow apprentice again. The other party looked at him coldly, with fire in his eyes. If eyes could kill, Su Fan would have died more than 100 times. Su Fan bowed to him and teased, "Junior brother, I've made you spend money today." After hearing his words, the other party almost exploded. If he hadn't been defeated, he would have taught Su Fan a lesson long ago. Su Fan didn't care at all. "You can cheat me, but I can't squeeze you. Anyway, I've already offended you, so I'll offend you to death." Su Fan came to a nearby square. The palace-like building in the middle of the square was the location of the teleportation array. When he came to the outside of the hall, Su Fan's footsteps suddenly stopped. It seemed that someone was spying on him from a distance. I had this feeling a few days ago in Jiuxingfang. I didn't expect that when he came here, someone was still following him. This is fucking. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and everything in the square with a radius of more than 100 feet was in his sight. It was really strange. He didn't find the person following him twice. Su Fan turned around and looked around the square, but still didn't find anyone suspicious. Whatever. If someone wants to harm him, just let them go. Thinking of this, Su Fan stepped into the hall and took the teleportation array back to King Sifang. In the next 2 days, he didn't stay in the cave to practice hard, but strolled around the main street of the market. How could Su Fan take it lightly when he was always being stared at like this? As a result, 3 days passed, and he no longer felt that he was being spied on, as if the 2 previous times were illusions. But he knew in his heart that this was definitely not an illusion. The next morning, Su Fan came to the master's cave again. He was still received by the young foundation-building disciple. The other party ignored him with a stern face, and there was a hatred in his eyes. Su Fan didn't take the other party's hateful eyes seriously. This kid hated him, but he couldn't kill him. Su Fan felt aggrieved for the other party. When he met the master again, the old man handed him a wooden box. I will completely transform the flying sword. You can use it. Su Fan took the wooden box excitedly. Just when he was about to open it and take a closer look, the opposite side of Honda waved his hand at him. You can go back and take a look. That meant to get out of here quickly and don't stay here to get in the way. Su Fan put away the wooden box, stood up from the ground, and respectfully bowed to the old man. Thank you, master. Before it finished speaking, the old man's face changed and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The sudden disappearance of Master Honda scared Su Fan. He knew that something must have happened on the front line, otherwise the old man would not be so nervous. The only thing that could make Master Yuanying nervous was the great demon from a foreign land. Let's go quickly, don't let anything happen again and get yourself into trouble. Su Fan walked out of the master's cave and hurried to the square. At this moment, many monks had gathered outside the palace of the teleportation formation in the center of the square, waiting in line for teleportation. It seems that something really happened on the front line, and Daluotian should have launched another attack. And looking at this situation, even the Huayandao Palace in the rear has been mobilized, which means that the battle should be very tragic. It's strange to say that since the end of the time and space arena, the foreign demons of Daluotian have not launched a decent attack. Su Fan sighed. At this time, the teleportation formation must not be used. Now all the teleportation arrays in the rear will give priority to serving the battlefield, and it is estimated that there is no place to go except the front line. Su Fan thought about it and decided to find a temporary place here to stay for 2 days. There is no way. This place is too far from King Sifang, and he has to fly for several days to control the magic weapon. Su Fan came to the sect's internal affairs hall and found Elder Wei Feng, who was also busy. He saw Su Fan and was stunned. Why are you here? I tell you, several true lords of the Taoist palace have specifically told you not to go to the battlefield. Su Fan rolled his eyes. Do you think I want to go? It is impossible to go to the battlefield, and it is impossible to go in this life. I came to see the master today and wanted to take the teleportation array back to King Sifang, but I can't take the teleportation array. After hearing what Su Fan said, Wei Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He is now afraid that Su Fan will go to the front line to hang out, and now he can't make any mistakes. At this time, the teleportation array is sending cultivators to the front line to support, and I can't arrange it for you, Su Fan hurriedly said. Can you find a place for me? You can't let me sleep on the floor here. Wei Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand to find a key training disciple and asked him to arrange a cave for Su Fan. Senior, please follow me. Su Fan followed a key training disciple and left the internal affairs hall and walked towards the cave. When they passed the square, Su Fan found that the cultivators on the square were already crowded. It's only been a while, and so many people have gathered. It seems that the situation on the front line must be very critical. Senior Brother Su, what's going on? Do we have to go up there too? Daluotian has launched an attack again. It is said that the first line of defense has been breached. I heard that the Yuanying's engine of the major immortal sects have all gone up. It's only been a few days since it was quiet, and the evil demons in Daluotian are making trouble again. Su Fan followed a key training disciple and crossed the square. Along the way, he could hear the conversations between the disciples of the Dao Palace. The two walked out of the square and came to a street. People kept running towards the square on the street. They were all Dao Palace disciples who received the order to support Alice. This war, no one knows when it will end. Suddenly, Su Fan's scalp exploded. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he had disappeared from the spot. Then a foreign evil demon about 10 feet tall appeared in an instant. It waved its ferocious claws and swept past where Su Fan had just been. Boom! The fatal blow that condensed all the power of the evil demon. Although it did not attack Su Fan, it cut a deep gully on the ground of the street. Shadow Demon, the evil demon of Ocean, was too arrogant, daring to appear in the rear of the human race. The sudden attack not only surprised Su Fan, but also the Dao Palace disciples on both sides of the street were stunned by the scene in front of them. The Shadow Demon, who failed in the sneak attack, disappeared again, as if he had never appeared. It was not until this time that the Dao Palace disciples on both sides of the street exclaimed, "Evil demon, foreign evil demon, how could there be foreign evil demons here? Is Ocean coming to kill me? That's the ghost demon. Everyone must be careful. It's good at hiding, get out of here quickly. The ghost demon is best at assassination." At this moment, the disciples of the Taoist palace around were completely in chaos. There were exclamations and shouts everywhere. The originally crowded streets had become extremely chaotic. The key training disciple next to Su Fan was frightened and his face turned pale. He protected the other person behind him. His eyes focused and he performed the scent-smelling technique, and his spiritual consciousness was instantly completely released. The scent-smelling technique at the subtle stage was indeed extraordinary. Su Fan soon determined the location of the ghost demon. This guy was squatting on the roof opposite, with his magic drive slightly bent, as if he was ready to attack with magic weapons at any time. "You hide in that room, no matter what happens, don't come out." Su Fan pushed the key training disciple to the room behind him, then made a tense and alert posture, and scanned the surroundings. Seeing that Su Fan did not find it, the ghost demon on the roof slowly relaxed its vigilance. At this time, Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning. When he appeared again, he had already appeared beside the ghost demon, swung the magic sword in his hand and slashed it fiercely. Against the wind slash, in an instant, a sharp sword intent soared into the sky, and the entire space seemed to be split in half. The tiles on the roof were slightly trembling due to this terrifying sword energy. Puff! Su Fan slashed the ghost demon in half with one sword. And the crimson devil blood splashed everywhere, and the Taoist disciples who happened to be standing on the street below were soaked. The evil demon is there, and was killed by the senior brother. Who is this person? It's too fierce. He slashed the evil demon in half with one sword. I know who he is. He is Su Fan. Is he Su Fan? The top of the Demon Slayer list, the top of the Time and Space Arena performance list. The Taoist disciples on the street finally recognized Su Fan and began to wave and shout at him. Su Fan had no time to deal with these people. He waved his hand and put the shadow demon into the stored ring. He let go of his consciousness and scanned the surroundings. He finally knew why he always felt that he was being watched these days. This was a case solved. Su Fan killed a shadow demon in the space-time arena, and it was here to seek revenge. It seems that the Shadow Ghost clan is also a vengeful clan, and they even went so far as to sneak into the rear of the human defense line to assassinate him. I'm afraid of encountering someone who holds a grudge. Once provoked, there will be no end. And Su Fan's intuition told him that the shadow demon would never send only one evil demon. At this time, a figure came flying from a distance and landed on the roof opposite. This was a giant's Henren from the Dao Palace, who happened to be nearby, so he rushed to the scene first. What's the matter, you, Uncle Master? Be careful. Before he could finish, Su Fan suddenly shouted. Because he smelled a trace of evil spirits, he quickly warned the other party, but it was still a step too late. Puff! A ferocious claw had already emerged from the chest of the giant's Henren. Seeing that the giant's Henren was killed by a sneak attack, all the Taoist disciples on the street screamed and began to flee in all directions. The shadow demon succeeded in one strike and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The giant's Henren's body shook and fell headfirst from the roof, and he was completely out of breath. If it was a sword cultivator who had experienced hundreds of battles, or a demon cultivator who crawled out of the pile of dead bodies, he might be able to avoid this fatal blow. But the giant's Henren of Dao Palace rushed to the scene in a hurry, and before he realized the crisis, he was killed by the shadow demon. No one could have imagined that the foreign evil demons of Ocean dared to send shadow demon to sneak into the rear of the human race. So the giant's Henren of Dao Palace died on the spot without any defense. In fact, the overall strength of the ghost demon is not strong, but the invisibility magic power makes up for all their shortcomings. Moreover, the magic power fatal blow is also extremely fierce, and can often kill human cultivators across levels. Every time Devours invaded Zuanlo realm, as long as the ghost demon appeared, it would inevitably cause great panic on the front line of the human race. How could Su Fan let him escape? With a flash of lightning under his feet, his figure had already reached the roof opposite. He flicked his hand and launched the magic power bone-eroding wind roll. An extremely cold and piercing gloomy storm instantly enveloped the roof for several feet. Ouch! With a shrill howl, a ghost demon appeared. The defense of the ghost demon was average. And the cold and extremely cold bone-eroding wind swept through the demon drive, and the flesh and blood were instantly separated, and the dark demon skin was corroded and shattered. Rage slash, a sword light flashed, and the huge head of the ghost demon soared into the sky. At this moment, all the Taoist disciples on the street hid far away, but there were also some brave ones who did not leave, and they all laid down at the door cracks and windows to look here. Su Fan put the corpse of the evil demon into the ring, and did not relax at all. He kept using his spiritual sense to scan back and forth in a radius of more than 100 feet, and his nose was twitching without asking, not letting go of every inch of blind spot. At this time, the door of the house across the street opened, and the key training disciple poked his head out from inside. Don't come out yet, there are still evil demons ambushing nearby. Quickly contact Elder Wei Feng and report the situation here to him. The key training disciple heard it and quickly shrank his head and got into the house. The other Taoist disciples hiding in the house below, after hearing Su Fan's words, also hid in various corners of the house. At this time, several more Jinden's Henren came flying from all directions. Su Fan didn't care anymore. He waved his hands vigorously at several Jinden's Henren, stretched his neck and shouted loudly, "Uncle Master, don't come over, there are ghosts and demons nearby." Several Jinden's Henren rushed over with murderous intent, but when they heard Su Fan's words, they stopped abruptly and floated in the air. The deterrent power of the ghosts and demons was too strong, even the Jinden's Henren did not dare to be arrogant. They took out the immortal talismans and slapped them on their bodies, and some people used protective magic weapons to coil around them, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, Su Fan felt as if his scalp was exploded. Without thinking, there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! As soon as his figure disappeared from the spot, a hideous demon claw fell from the air, and the room where Su Fan was instantly turned into dust. Oh no, it's a foreign demon. Before Su Fan could react, the hideous demon claw had disappeared, as if it had traveled through space, and disappeared in an instant. Devours really thought highly of him, and actually sent so many ghosts and demons, and even a great demon level. What terrified Su Fan the most was that his sense-smelling technique could not find any trace of this great demon. This was the end of him. The reason why Su Fan could easily kill 2 ghost demons was because of his sense-smelling technique. Once the sense-smelling technique failed, he would be no different from other people, and now they would all become the prey of this foreign demon. Chapter 323, The Golden Core Realm is still a big deal. It has been lifted. It has been revised several times and finally released. All that should be deleted has been deleted. Chapter 332 I can call people. This is a foreign demon, retreat quickly. Following the shout of a Jinden's Henren, several other Jinden realm cultivators retreated more than 1,000 meters away. What the hell? Several Jinden's Henren evacuated, leaving Su Fan alone here. Until now, he has not found the breath of the foreign demon. Moreover, this is a shadow ghost demon who is good at invisibility and assassination. Now, except for Yuanying's engine, it can kill anyone it wants. At this time, Su Fan also had the idea of retreating, and blood flashed all over his body. He just disappeared from the original place, and a hideous arm appeared in an instant, smashing the house he was in again. Su Fan's blood escaped this time, a full 10,000 meters away. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Hyundai Palace in the distance, and saw a series of figures whistling towards that side. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly found a place to hide. Before leaving, Su Fan's scalp exploded again, and he quickly activated the Thunder Ghost Step magical power and teleported more than 10 meters away. The ferocious claws whizzed down from the shadow by a hair's breadth. Boom! The ferocious claws smashed a deep pit where Su Fan had just been, stirring up gravel and dust flying everywhere. Fuck. This great demon-level ghost demon must also have the ability to escape. Even with blood escape, it may not be able to escape the pursuit of this evil demon. He took out a few annihilation thunder beads from the ring and threw them over. A flash of blood flashed on his body, and he disappeared again. Boom. Boom! Su Fan, who had escaped more than 10,000 meters in one breath, heard several earth-shaking noises from afar. He turned around and looked at the place where he had just been in the distance. Several mushroom clouds had already risen into the sky. With just this one move, it might not be possible to kill this ghost demon, but it could at least hurt it. Su Fan suddenly sniffed and his face changed immediately. Because he smelled a trace of demon blood, Su Fan, who had merged the essence of the shadow demon bloodline, was very sensitive to the breath of demon blood. The shadow demon of the great demon level caught up again. The huge power of the several annihilation thunder beads just now should have injured it. This is also the reason why he could smell the breath of demon blood. Su Fan didn't even think about it. A flash of blood flashed on his body, and he had already escaped more than 10,000 meters away. He just stood firm when the demon claw appeared again, whistling towards him. What the hell? Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and his figure teleported several times in succession, and he barely avoided the attack of the shadow demon. At this time, the demon claw in the distance disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. Su Fan was immediately scared. This great demon had the ability to teleport, and he couldn't get rid of the other party's pursuit at all. Thinking of this, Su Fan sniffed and instantly smelled a trace of demon blood. The few annihilation thunderballs just now were not without gain. They injured this foreign demon, and at least the scent smelling technique could be used to determine the location of the evil demon. If he just ran away like this, he would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, his body shook a few times. Pretending to be out of energy after the blood escape, he looked around with a vigilant face. The demon had not moved, and Su Fan could imagine the other party's expression of looking at his prey with a playful look. The other party probably didn't want to kill this little reptile right away, but wanted to play with him to his heart's content. Su Fan secretly took out a few third-level immortal talismans from the ring and suddenly threw them over. In an instant, thunder, giant swords, withered vines and boulders attacked the shadow demon in an overwhelming manner. Then, he took out 3 more annihilation thunderballs and threw them over, and then his body flashed with blood and he had disappeared from the spot. Su Fan launched several blood escapes in succession, and then he was relieved. Just now, those third-level immortal talismans and several annihilation thunderballs were not used to kill the ghost demon, but just to injure it. Forget about expecting him to kill the foreign demon of the Giant level. But the previous attack should have slowed down the speed of the evil demon, and this time he should be able to get rid of it. If he can't escape even like this, then he can only wait for death. Su Fan looked around, turned around and drove the magic weapon to the depths of the distant mountains. He found a hidden canyon nearby and took out several formation flags and a formation plate from the ring. Su Fan was about to set up the formation here, but suddenly turned his head. At this time, he smelled a trace of demon blood again, and this breath became stronger and stronger. This foreign demon actually found him. This is bad, as if this demon can smell his scent, it just chased him all the way. Although Su Fan couldn't understand it, he didn't understand the secrets of the other plane after all. No matter what happened in this world, he thought it was normal. It would be useless to continue running. If he didn't solve this foreign demon, it would be useless no matter where he ran. Thinking of this, Su Fan swung his hands, and more than a dozen formation flags had already fallen far away, and then he activated the formation plate. With a boom, a formation suddenly rose up, and then the surrounding scene changed. The hidden canyon in Su Fan's sight had disappeared, replaced by a lush forest. The green shadow Mohan formation was successfully arranged. Then, he arranged the Thousand Trees mysterious scaling formation outside the canyon. As soon as the Thousand Trees mysterious scaling formation was arranged, the strong breath of demon blood had already rushed out of the canyon. It was a pity that the time was too short. There was no time to arrange the 4 symbols black tortoise formation, otherwise the chance would be greater. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and his figure had already rushed into the canyon. As soon as his figure entered the canyon, a burst of demonic smoke filled the air, and the ghostly ghost several feet high had already appeared. Ouch! The foreign demon roared to the sky. It knew that Su Fan could lock its position, so it simply gave up stealth and rushed over. Just now, it was severely injured by Su Fan. But it was no problem to kill a human Foundation cultivator. Last time in the time and space arena, Su Fan easily killed an elite in the clan, making the Shadow Demon clan a joke in the entire King Kwang Star region. Today, I must kill this kid and wash away the shame of the Shadow Demon clan. A burst of black magic smoke appeared on the body of this foreign demon, and the demon disappeared instantly. It wanted to escape into the valley, but before it rushed into the valley, it was trapped in a dense forest. Seeing the dazzling light of the formation outside the canyon, Su Fan quickly launched a firework for help. Bang! A dazzling firework shot up into the sky and bloomed violently in the sky. Although I can't beat you, I can call for help. He is now also an organized person, and the Yuanying's engine of Hyundai Palace will come back soon. In the eyes of the Yuanying old monster, everything is an end. The foreign demon trapped in the Thousand Trees mystery killing array certainly knows the situation, and it began to attack the array frantically. The dense forest that was transformed by the maze kept shaking. But the Thousand Trees mystery killing array is not a defensive array. It can rely on the powerful strength of the foreign demon to break the array with one force. In this kind of psychedelic killing array, you can't use your strength. The Shadow Ghost Demon may also realize the difficulty of the Thousand Trees mystery killing array, so it stopped attacking for a while. It began to think about how to break the array, attacking a few times from time to time, and then stopped again. Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This Shadow Ghost Demon was actually an evil demon who could use his brain. Gangsters are not scary, but they are afraid of being educated. Don't let it break the array. He was a little worried, so he took out a few more formation flags and formation plates, and arranged the 4 symbols black tortoise formation in front of him. This formation would probably not last long against the attack of the foreign demon. After arranging the 4 symbols black tortoise formation, he fired another firework for help, but still no Yuanying's engine came back from the front line. These old monsters are too slow. If you don't come, I'll die here. Su Fan took out a J talisman from his waist and sent a message. Uncle, I'm Su Fan, where did you run to? Why didn't you stay in the base? I wanted to, but the group of Jinden's Henrin in the Dao Palace all ran away, leaving him alone there. If I didn't run, would I die? I'm being chased by a great demon-level Shadow Ghost Demon. What did you say? You were the one who triggered those 2 fireworks for help. You all saw the fireworks for help. Why didn't you come to support? It is estimated that a Jinden's Henrin from the Dao Palace was attacked and killed by the Ghost Demon just now, and the group of Jinden's Henrin who stayed behind were already scared out of their wits. They should have the same idea as him, waiting for the Yuanying's engine of the Dao Palace to come back. Uncle, they came for me, and sent 3 ghost demons to sneak into the rear, just to assassinate me. Wei Feng was also a little panicked after hearing this. If Su Fan had any accident, his job as an elder of the Internal Affairs Hall would be over. Hold on for a while, I will contact several uncles immediately. What's the point of holding on? If those old monsters don't come back to save him, he will become the father of the evil demon. I trapped the evil demon in a formation, but the formation can't hold on any longer. You must hold on. We will rush over immediately. Damn, what time is it now? By the time you rush over, I will be dead. Boom, with a loud noise, the Thousand Woods killing formation was broken by this foreign demon. Su Fan's first thought was to use the blood escape to escape from here, but he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, he had just triggered the firework for help. If the Yuanying's engine of the Taoist Palace saw it, he could come here directly to kill this great demon. There is the 4 symbols black tortoise formation here, so it can hold out for a while. Anyway, it's better to delay it for a second. Bang! There was a loud noise outside the formation, and the aura shield shook violently, and the light had dimmed a little. Su Fan felt a shock all over his body, and his head was buzzing. It seemed that he thought too much. Facing the crazy attack of the foreign demon, this quality of formation could only hold out for a few times. Su Fan sighed, don't worry about anything, just run away. Just when he was about to start the blood escape, he saw a huge phantom suddenly appear in the sky in the distance. Su Fan was immediately excited. This was the clone of a certain Zenjin of the Hoan Taoist Palace. Although it was only the projection clone of the Yuanying's engine who came back, it was no problem to deal with a foreign demon. Haha, Su Fan laughed out loud, and he was so happy. Fortunately, he didn't escape from this place. If he had left just now, even if he could escape the pursuit of this great demon, there would be hidden dangers in the future. No one wants to be remembered by a foreign great demon, especially a shadow demon who is good at stealth assassination. Although the scent-smelling technique is very perverted, he can't judge the position of the other party at all when encountering this kind of great demon-level shadow demon. Now, the Yuanying's engine of the Taoist Palace arrived in time, and this foreign great demon can't escape. The shadow demon outside the formation also put down the Yuanying projection in the distant sky, and it looked at Su Fan coldly. For some reason, Su Fan saw a hint of mockery in the other party's eyes. The shadow demon chanted a strange spell, and suddenly swung his ferocious claws, cutting off his thick left arm. The red devil blood gushed out instantly, and the surrounding space shook violently. Su Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. Without thinking, he activated the blood escape magic in an instant and disappeared from the spot. Bang! Unfortunately, his body hit an invisible barrier and was bounced back. At this moment, the ground was shaking more and more violently, and a turbulent space ripple suddenly appeared around, like a rippling lake, with waves of ripples. This is... Su Fan sighed. This guy opened the transmission channel. You can escape if you want, why take me with you? With a loud bang, a space channel several meters in size suddenly appeared opposite Su Fan. He only felt an extremely huge suction force coming, pulling him up from the ground. Damn! Su Fan struggled desperately, but it was of no use. He could only let this huge suction force slowly pull him towards the space channel. Just when Su Fan was sucked into the channel, a huge hand of hundreds of feet suddenly fell from the sky and fell down overwhelmingly. Boom! The space passage of several meters in size was instantly turned into powder. But Su Fan and the foreign demon had been teleported away, leaving only a deep pit. Su Fan, who was sucked into the space passage, felt the same as when he was riding the teleportation array, aimless and as if he was falling continuously. This state lasted only a few breaths, and Su Fan felt a huge vibration, as if he was thrown down from a building hundreds of stories high. The teleportation process seemed to be interrupted by someone, and the space passage was broken, and the extremely chaotic space force roared and rolled in. It's over. Su Fan knew that it was bad, and he was probably dead this time. At the moment when his body was about to be crushed by the chaotic space force, the 9-pattern cloud light robe on his body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. At this critical moment, the parasitic death array on the robe was triggered, which saved him from a disaster. With a snap, the 9-pattern cloud light robe was broken. Then, Su Fan suddenly appeared in the sky above a mountain, and his body fell down sharply. Bang! Su Fan fell heavily to the ground, almost killing him. This fall was too severe, and he felt that many bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs seemed to be seriously injured. Moreover, his soul seemed to have been greatly impacted, and his head was dizzy, and a sharp pain like a needle pricked him, making him feel worse than death. The attack of the Yuanying's engine just now destroyed the space channel. Su Fan was also impacted. If it were not for the parasitic death formation on the 9-pattern cloud light robe, he would have been shattered by the power of space. Even so, if it were not for his strong body and soul, someone else would have been smashed to pieces. Now is not the time to rest and heal. The foreign demon should have landed nearby. It must have paid a heavy price for consuming blood and flesh to open the space channel. In addition, the space channel was just destroyed. Even if it was not shattered by the chaotic power of space, it would only be half alive. We must find it immediately and take this opportunity to destroy the other party. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked around. There were mountains and dense forests all around, and the spiritual energy was quite abundant. He slapped the Taiyang ghost order on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen, and sent her a thought, asking her to search for the trace of the foreign demon around. Swoosh! Sister Zhen's ghost circled around Su Fan for a few circles and disappeared into the air in an instant. Su Fan endured the severe pain all over his body and took out the magic sword from the ring. He leaned on the sword and waited patiently for the news from Sister Zhen. After a while, Sister Zhen sent back a thought. Su Fan took a deep breath, leaned on the big sword and limped into the dense forest next to him. He trudged through the dense forest for a while, and saw that the trees on the hillside in the distance were smashed to pieces. Su Fan took out a few third-level fairy talismans from the ring, and then walked over carefully. At this time, the ghost demon came out of the dense forest. At this moment, its state was very miserable. Its body was in pieces, and there was nothing good about its magic drive. This foreign demon had a broken left arm, and it consumed a lot of blood and flesh to open the space channel. The teleportation altar presided over by several great demons over there would teleport him and Su Fan to the altar. Who would have thought that the teleportation process was interrupted by the Yuanying's engine of the human race? Although it did not die in the chaotic space channel, it was already in a state of exhaustion. The ghost demon looked at Su Fan on the opposite side coldly and rushed over with a roar. You are in such a state, and you are still yelling. Su Fan endured the severe pain and threw out several third-level immortal talismans in his hand. With a series of roars, the foreign demon several feet tall was instantly drowned in several powerful spells. Boom! The huge magic drive of the ghost demon fell to the ground with a bang, and Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief this time. He sat down on the ground, fell backwards with his face up, and started laughing. Chapter 333 You can't just stand by and watch someone die. Su Fan lay on the ground for a long time before he sat up. Looking at the huge demon not far away, Su Fan quickly got up from the ground and walked to the side of the shadow demon. This is a foreign demon, and the blood in his heart must be very valuable. Su Fan drew out his magic sword, threw the demon's chest away, carefully collected its blood, and then put the corpse of the shadow demon into the ring. He turned around and looked around. He was in an unfamiliar forest, surrounded by rolling mountains. He didn't know where he was. Don't worry about it, just heal your wounds first. Thinking of this, Su Fan leaned on the magic sword, endured the severe pain and limped away. He wandered in the mountains for a long time before he found a cave, killed a demon beast in it, and then took over the nest. Finally, he had a place to stay. Now his condition is very bad, and he doesn't know where he is. He must control his injuries as soon as possible. Su Fan arranged the 6 yin stealing formation outside the cave, and activated the magical power purifying red lotus to thoroughly clean the cave. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out the green lotus renewal pill from the ring, hesitated for a moment and put it away. After all, it's not the end of the road yet, so this precious pill should be used to save his life in the future. Su Fan took out another jade bottle, poured out 2 resurrection pills and stuffed them into his mouth, then used his power to dissolve the power of the medicine. At this moment, the garrison of the Huan Taoist palace was in complete chaos. And not only here, the entire rear of the human race's defense line became tense. The high-level shadow demon of Daluotian actually infiltrated the rear of the human race's defense line and successfully attacked and killed a Jinden's Henrun. This also made the various garrisons behind the defense line panic. All the defense lines of the human race have strength and security measures, and it is simply a matter of time. Although the situation on the front line was extremely critical and the evil demons of Daluotian were attacking frantically without fear of death, Yehuazhenjin of Hyundai Palace still found time to rush back. When he learned about Su Fan's disappearance, his face was gloomy and scary. Even if a great cultivator in the late Yuanying stage frowned, the world would change color, let alone this. The entire Hyundai Palace was terribly quiet. All the disciples, including Jinden's Henrun, felt a huge pressure that made them breathless. Fortunately, the sect sent a message that Su Fan's soul lamp was not extinguished. Yehuazhenjin was relieved. If there was anyone in Hyundai Palace who cared about Su Fan the most, it might be him. Now he has broken through the late Yuanying stage for hundreds of years. The road ahead is dim and there is no way to make progress. Seeing the road coming to an end, you can imagine how confused he is. Now there is finally a chance to let the higher-ups pay attention to Su Fan, so he must keep this kid no matter what. Not only Master Yehui, but also many Yuanying old monsters in Zuanluo realm have contacted him to inquire about Su Fan's situation during this period, which also made him a little anxious. If Su Fan was killed by the evil demon because of Hyundai Palace, these Yuanying old monsters would be anxious with him. It was related to the future path of all Yuanying masters in Zuanluo realm. If that time came, these old guys might even tear their faces with him. Master Yehui had no choice but to find the Yuanying great monk of the blood demon sect of the western wilderness and perform the secret method of bloodline tracking. But because the distance was too far, only the approximate location of Su Fan was measured. Now Su Fan's location is within a range of thousands of miles near the mountain gate of Yuking sect, and tens of thousands of miles away from the nearest front line of the human race. However, Yuking sect has fallen and is now occupied by evil demons, and is near several of the most important foreign transmission channels leading to Daluo Heaven. It is a confidential place in Daluo Heaven, and there are at least dozens of demons stationed there. Moreover, the demons of Daluotian are now all over the front line, and even the great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage cannot infiltrate there. Although Su Fan hopes to let them contact Daluotian, if they go to rescue him at all costs, they may be in danger of falling. So everyone is waiting for Su Fan's news, but he has not sent back any message, as if he disappeared out of thin air. More than 10 days later, with the help of several top-grade healing pills, Su Fan finally stabilized his injuries. Coupled with his strong physique and even stronger recovery ability than the monsters, Su Fan's injuries have almost healed. The most urgent thing is to find out where he is. But he knows in his heart that the area he is in should no longer be under the control of the human race. Su Fan thought about it and took off a jade talisman from his belt. Why did he contact the sect until now? Because before his injuries stabilized, he didn't trust anyone. "Uncle, I'm Su Fan." After receiving Su Fan's message, Wei Fen breathed a sigh of relief. "You finally contacted me. Where are you now? Now I know I am in a hurry. What the hell did I do earlier?" "Uncle Master, that foreign demon opened a transmission channel, and I was forcibly sucked into the channel. Su Fan, the Dao Palace has calculated your approximate location, which is near the mountain gate of the Yuking sect." "What? This is? I have heard of this Yuking sect. Isn't this one of the several unimaginable sects that were conquered by Dalaocean at the beginning?" He took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and couldn't help but sighed. This is really screwed. Not only is his location tens of thousands of miles away from the human defense line, but it is also in the core area of the Dalaocean control area. "Uncle Master, you can't just stand by and watch him die. Su Fan, I heard that you are good at hiding your whereabouts. You should recover from your injuries as soon as possible and move closer to the front line. The sect will do its best to meet you." After hearing what Wei Feng said, Su Fan smiled bitterly. He understood what the other party meant. He should not expect the sect to rescue him. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the front line, and he cannot fly with magic tools. Is he going to crawl back step by step? In fact, he can understand that Zuanluo realm is already struggling to deal with the invasion of Daluo heaven. If it were not for the suppression of the plane, Daluo heaven would have sent down a demon king who is equivalent to the human race's god transformation realm and easily destroyed Zuanluo realm. Even if there is no demon king, Daluo heaven has already brought down the Zuanluo realm with these foreign big demons and countless cannon fodder demons. And according to the ancient books, the demons that invaded Zuanluo realm only came from the territory of a demon king in Daluo heaven. Legend has it that each demon king in Daluo heaven rules a vast territory, and the various tribes under his seat have endless demons. Daluo heaven is short of resources, and the demons are cruel and warlike. Not only do they fight each other crazily in Daluo heaven, they also invade other planes to plunder resources. Nowadays, the cultivators and mortals in the Dalaocean controlled area have almost become the food of countless evil demons, and the resources of the fallen immortal sects have also been plundered by them. Thinking of this, Su Fan was so frustrated. Since he crossed over to this world of cultivation, he has never been at peace. Wandering around, without a fixed place to live. Su Fan really has no ambitions, and does not want to be the best in the world. He just wants to find a quiet place to hide and live his own life quietly. But why is it so difficult to hide in this world of cultivation? Su Fan took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously. Thinking about these now is useless. For now, let's think about how to escape back to the human control area. Su Fan thought hard for a long time, but he couldn't think of any good way. He is a small foundation cultivator of the human race, trapped in the evil demon control area tens of thousands of miles away. No matter how capable he is, what can he do? Okay, let's heal his wounds first. Even if he is asked to crawl back step by step, he has to wait until his injuries are completely healed before crawling. In the following days, Su Fan began to calm down and heal his wounds. During the healing process, he was constantly thinking about how to deal with the current bad situation. After Su Fan's injuries were healed, he finally had some preliminary ideas. The first thing is to use the resources he currently has, make full use of his advantages in all aspects, and do his best to improve his combat effectiveness. Speaking of improving combat effectiveness, he must continue to fuse the blood essence of the shadow demon. Su Fan's injuries just healed, so he integrated the 3 blood essences of the evil demons in his hand into his body. The whole process was not only like purgatory, but also took certain risks. Especially when fusing the blood essence of the foreign demon, the whole process was extremely dangerous, and he almost completely turned into a demon, becoming a walking corpse that only acts on instinct. Fortunately, Su Fan's body is tough and his soul is strong and solid. Although he was on the verge of death, he finally survived. After all, it was the blood essence of the foreign demon. After fusing with the demon blood, the strength of the demonized Su Fan has increased several times. Now that he has become a demon, he is more than 2 feet tall, and his physical and spiritual abilities have been greatly improved. The power of the 3 inherited magical powers has also changed dramatically. With his current strength, there is absolutely no problem in assassinating an ordinary foreign demon. The duration of the demonization has also been greatly extended, and it can last for more than 2 hours, which is enough for him to hide and lurk. The only regret is that he did not inherit other magical powers from this foreign demon. Especially the magical power of escape, which is absolutely a magical skill for himself after the demonization. Moreover, after each demonization, Su Fan will be in a weak state for the next 3 days, and his strength will be greatly reduced. But this is nothing compared to the strength increased after the demonization. At midnight, Su Fan carefully counted the various cultivation resources in his hands. There are more than 23rd level immortal talismans, more than a dozen annihilation thunderballs, and only 3 bone talismans of the demon sect are left. Fortunately, during this period, Su Fan used almost all of his good deeds to exchange for these life-saving things on the battlefield. Otherwise, it is not easy to gather so many top-grade cultivation resources at once. In addition, he also has a puppet that can withstand several full-strength attacks from Jinden's Henrin, which is just in use now. The Wind and Thunder Sword modified by Hongda's Henjin is now suspended in the Tao Seed in his body, bathing in endless purple thunder. During this period, he also tried to control it. The modified Wind and Thunder Sword has at least doubled its power and speed. This is because a lot of top-grade thunder attribute refining materials have been added, and the time it has been immersed in the purple thunder is not enough. If the Wind and Thunder Sword is allowed to be quietly nurtured in the Tao Seed for several years, its power will even increase several times. The Flying Sword with Thunder attribute is the most powerful against evil spirits, especially after being nurtured in the Tao Seed for several years. When used to deal with the foreign evil demons in Delo Ocean, its power will definitely double. Finally, there is the Tanlang Pajin Kisha Sword Formation. This sword formation is powerful and can kill foreign evil demons like cutting melons and vegetables. Su Fan thought for a moment, and took out the 6 top-grade flying swords bestowed by Hongda's Henjin from his ring. The sword formation composed of 3 top-grade flying swords is so powerful. If 6 or 9 top-grade flying swords are put together, the power will definitely reach the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Unfortunately, with his current soul strength, it is difficult to control 6 top-grade flying swords. Not to mention that he can control 9 top-grade flying swords at the same time. It is estimated that a few gestures will consume his consciousness. For a cultivator, the most difficult thing to improve is probably the strength of the soul. If he had not practiced the heavenly demon saint body art, his consciousness would not be as abnormal as it is now. But this is all what he exchanged for his life. For a normal foundation-building cultivator, it would be amazing if the soul strength is half of his. At this time, Su Fan's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered something. He put away the 6 top-grade flying swords, he thought about it, and then took out an ancient jade bottle from the ring. He poured a pill from the jade bottle into his hand and examined it carefully. A strange pill fragrance hit his nose. A white pill as big as a marble was crystal clear, without a trace of impurities, and glowed with a soft luster. A trace of spiritual energy leaked out, forming a layer of light rime around the pill. With a slight movement of the airflow, it looked agile and ethereal. This Ice Heart Soul Condensing Pill is already considered the most advanced pill in the Zuanluo realm. I just don't know if this pill can greatly enhance the strength of the cultivator's soul after taking it, as the legend says. No matter, who cares about that at this time? Su Fan made up his mind and stuffed the pill into his mouth, then sat cross-legged and began to dissolve the drug power. After a full day and night, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He focused his eyes and completely released his consciousness, and suddenly all the scenes in the area of nearly 200 feet were in his sight. Huh? Su Fan exhaled a breath, followed by a full surprise. Unexpectedly, this Ice Heart Soul Condensing Pill actually increased the strength of his soul by more than 30%. Now, even if the foundation is established, or even the fake pill cultivator, the soul strength may not be stronger than him. Moreover, the increased soul does not need to be tempered at all. It is already very solid. It is worthy of being the work of the Yuanying's engine of Taiyidan sect, and it can be called a treasure pill. Su Fan took out the Tanlang Pajin Kisha sword formation from the ring, activated the formation with his left hand, and controlled the 3 top-grade flying swords with his right hand. The 3 flying swords flew back and forth in the cave, as fast as lightning, and the sword moves were smooth and coherent. After the soul increased by 30%, the power of the sword formation also increased exponentially, and it consumed all the soul, but it lasted for half an hour. Su Fan put away the sword formation and sat cross-legged to restore his consciousness. When the soul was fully restored, he took out the sword formation again, and this time he tried to control 6 top-grade flying swords. The result made him very satisfied. The sword formation composed of 6 top-grade flying swords had more complicated and treacherous sword moves, and the power was even more powerful and unreasonable. Of course, the soul consumed by controlling 6 top-grade flying swords also increased sharply. If Su Fan used all his strength to control 6 top-grade flying swords, he could only last less than a quarter of an hour. Su Fan did not continue to try 9 top-grade flying swords, and it was estimated that it would not work. Although only 3 swords were added, the consumption of soul did increase several times, and it was not worth the loss. This is not bad. What else do you want? Anyway, Su Fan is still relatively easy to satisfy. At this time, even if his strength increases a little, it can greatly increase his hope of survival. In addition to the above things, Su Fan has a lot of top-grade spiritual tools, talismans, etc., and he is too lazy to look at them. If other foundation-building cultivators see the things in his ring, they will probably be ashamed to death. Even Jinden's Henren will spit out a mouthful of old blood. It's too much bullying. Chapter 334 Will you be satisfied only if you force me to death? After Su Fan's injury was completely healed, he sorted out his supplies, then put away the formation and walked out of the cave. Looking at the continuous mountains and dense forests in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Where the hell is this? Although Su Fan had the most detailed map of the Central Plains in his hand and knew the approximate area he was in, he didn't know where he was exactly. There was no satellite navigation in this world of cultivation. This aspect was more developed in the previous life. Just open Baidu Maps and follow the navigation. Su Fan identified the direction, he patted the Taiyin ghost order on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen, and asked her to scout and guard in front. He followed behind and walked cautiously towards the east. There are still tens of thousands of miles to go, so he slowly climbed back. Su Fan trudged through the mountains and found the 4 evil demons after only 2 days of walking. 2 flying evil demons whizzed over him. Fortunately, he received the warning from Sister Zhen in front, and he hid in the dense forest, so he was not discovered by the 2 flying evil demons. Su Fan wanted to change direction, but after a second thought, he gave up the idea. Now he was alone behind enemy lines, surrounded by demons everywhere, so why change direction? Su Fan was more careful next, and walked for another day until a tall stone fort appeared in front of him, and he stopped and found a place to hide. The mountains and forests here have already shown signs of being demonized, and the ground has turned black. Before long, this place will become a lifeless land like the 100,000-mile demon abyss in the western wilderness. When the sky gradually darkened, Su Fan used his demonized body, activated the invisibility magic, and disappeared into the air. Su Fan carefully groped forward and slowly approached the stone fort. When he came here, he found that this stone fort was just the tip of the iceberg. There were countless rough stone forts built densely on the surrounding mountains. Clusters of campfires several meters high were scattered, illuminating the dark mountains like daylight, and countless foreign demons went in and out of the stone forts. The evil demons stationed here are mostly elite evil demons from Dalo Heaven, such as Black Bone Horn Demon, One-Horned Mad Demon, Flowing Sand Demon, Black Wing Ghost Demon, Giant Stone Power Demon, White Bone Thorn Demon and Tarsal Poison Demon. Dalo Heaven is no different from Zuanlo Realm, with low-level evil demons rushing to the front as cannon fodder, and elite evil demons staying behind as a reserve. Although the elite evil demons stationed here are all from Dalo Heaven, the order is still quite chaotic. Moreover, the stone forts are all built on the mountains. In the canyon area between the 2 mountains, there are no stone forts, but rows of wooden walls are made of giant trees. Su Fan is in stealth mode, and he doesn't want to go around anymore. He directly finds a wider canyon and tries to pass through this evil demon station. He carefully moves along the canyon, climbs over several wooden walls in succession, and is about to leave this evil demon station, but who knows that he feels several powerful pressures behind the wooden wall in front of him. Although he is already in a demonized invisible state, Su Fan dare not gamble. There were obviously several big demons in front of him. If they found him, it would be a lot of fun. Su Fan quickly changed direction and turned to a stone fortress next to him, hoping to avoid the big demons in front of him. When he came near the stone fortress, he saw a huge cave. The entrance of the cave was more than 10 feet high, and it was bottomless. Various evil demons kept coming in and out of the cave. Su Fan was about to move forward, but suddenly stopped because he felt a trace of the breath of human monks from this cave. Could it be that there were captives of human monks imprisoned in this cave? He thought about it, followed a tall evil demon step by step, and walked into the cave carefully. Su Fan walked in the cave for a while, and his eyes suddenly opened up, and a strong bloody smell came to his face. The inside of the mountain has been almost hollowed out, forming a huge space. Inside, beside the rows of stone platforms, many evil demons were holding the corpses of the human race and gnawing on them. There was blood everywhere, broken limbs and arms, and broken bones and flesh left by the gnaws. Although he already knew that the evil demons of Ocean feed on humans, he was still stunned to see such a cruel scene. For some reason, Su Fan felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, and the blood in his body suddenly boiled. A spontaneous anger almost made him reveal his figure from the invisible state. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. There were several plank roads several feet wide next to the cave, which spiraled all the way to the ground. Evil demons kept coming up from the ground carrying the corpses of the human race. Su Fan thought about it and walked down the plank road to the ground, hoping that there would still be living human cultivators. At this time, he couldn't turn around and leave. Su Fan came to the deepest part of the ground, which was a bottomless pit filled with a strong evil breath. The edge of the giant pit was filled with huge demon bones, and the ground and demon bones were covered with dense and strange runes. He came to the edge of the giant pit, looked down, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He saw that the giant pit was full of corpses of human monks. I don't know what evil magic the evil demons of Ocean used. The corpses of human beings who had been dead for a long time looked as if they were alive. There must be more than one such mass grave. Although the occupied area of Ocean can only be regarded as a small area in the entire Central Plains, there are more than a dozen mortal kingdoms and dozens of immortal sects. Countless mortals in the secular world, as well as countless human monks, have become food for the evil demons. Su Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a long time, he calmed down. He hid to the side and hid until late at night, when all the evil demons in the cave had left, and then he jumped into the giant pit. Su Fan released his demonized body, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he completely let go of his consciousness, but the result made him very disappointed. There was no living human monk in this mass grave, only countless ghosts were floating around in the huge pit. Perhaps because of the long time, the ghosts of these ghosts have become extremely weak, and many of them are extremely dim, and I am afraid that they will be dispersed by a breath. Su Fan slapped the Taiyang ghost order on his waist and summoned Sister Zhen. Seeing the dense ghosts in front of her, Sister Zhen was also stunned, but then she was very surprised and conveyed a message to Su Fan. You want to devour these ghosts? Seeing Sister Zhen nodding constantly, Su Fan sighed helplessly, and then nodded at her. Sister Zhen received Su Fan's thoughts, and immediately excitedly circled around him like a frolic, and her excitement could not be concealed at all. She suddenly opened her mouth, and the cherry mouth turned into a hideous giant mouth in an instant, sucking these weak ghosts in front of her into the giant mouth like a siphon. After sucking in countless ghosts, Sister Zhen's ghost continued to expand until it was about to burst, and then it closed its ferocious mouth. Sister Zhen's expanded ghost slowly shrank back to its previous size, and then with a whoosh, it rushed back into the Taiyang ghost order. At this moment, most of the densely packed ghosts in the giant pit had been swallowed by Sister Zhen. Su Fan used the Dead Bones Viper Whip again to devour the remaining ghosts in the giant pit. He put away the Dead Bones Viper Whip, looked at the densely packed corpses under his feet, and sighed silently. The corpses of these human monks will eventually become food for the evil demons and be eaten up. Thinking of this, endless sadness rose in his heart. Su Fan thought about it, dug through the pile of corpses and got into the mass grave, hiding himself at the bottom of the deep pit. 3 days later, his weakening period after demonization had passed. Su Fan hid in the depths of the mass grave and activated the blood mist. He would rather let the corpses of these human beings be devoured by himself than let them become food for the evil demons and be devoured. In order not to make too much noise, he did not cast spells as urgently as before, but devoured the flesh and blood of these monks bit by bit. Countless bloodlines slowly overflowed from the corpses of the human race and gradually gathered around him. At this moment, Su Fan was like being wrapped in a huge blood cocoon, and the blood and ki of countless monks were slowly devoured into his body. Su Fan's body was like a bottomless pit. While devouring the blood and ki of the human cultivators, he performed the method of transforming blood and ki in magic power. It was unknown how long it took before he stopped. Except for the several layers of human corpses on the surface of the giant pit that were intact, the countless human corpses under the mass grave had turned into white and miserable skeletons. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes were as red as blood, and his body was filled with endless blood mist. He knew in his heart that if he used the demonized body in this state, he would probably be possessed by the devil directly. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out 2 jade bottles from his ring, poured out a few purple night-nourishing spirit pills and awakens pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He took out another awakens immortal talisman and slapped it on himself, and then crawled out of the bones in the mass grave. Su Fan took a deep breath and used the demonized body. As soon as his body turned into a demonic state, an extremely manic thought rushed into Su Fan's mind, and the extremely violent emotions instantly replaced his rationality. Just when Su Fan was about to lose control, the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on his chest led to a trace of cool breath, which poured into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Then, the medicinal power of purple night-nourishing spirit pills and awakens pills was dissolved, and the awakens immortal talisman also played a role in time. Seeing that the violent emotion slowly stabilized, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He used his invisibility magic, and his figure disappeared into the air. Then he jumped out of the giant pit with a few leaps, and came to the huge cave along the winding plank road. It was early morning, and the several evil demons guarding here were sitting there and sleeping soundly. Su Fan walked out of the cave carefully. He took out several black bottles from his ring and poured the potions in them into several nearby streams. The evil demons in the station usually drink the water from these streams. This was the insect goo he seized from a Gudeo demon cultivator when he was in the trial of the 10,000 miles demon abyss. This kind of insect goo is called blood sin goo. It can reproduce rapidly in water. Once it enters the human body, it will grow wildly until it sucks the human blood clean. It is very vicious and cruel. Moreover, after entering the human body, the blood sin goo will sleep for a few days before waking up, so it is difficult to be discovered. After all, Su Fan is not a Gudeo cultivator, and he doesn't know whether the blood sin goo can cause harm to foreign evil demons, so he just did it casually. No matter if he has a chance or not, I'll give him a try. Anyway, I'm free anyway. After putting the blood evil goo, Su Fan took advantage of the opportunity when many evil demons were sleeping and quietly walked out of the evil demon station. He turned his head and looked at the stone forts all over the mountains. His eyes became gloomy. If there is a chance in the future, I will become a peak cultivator of the human race and will definitely destroy Delusion. Su Fan remained invisible and went all the way east. In the next few days, he hid during the day and went out at night, trudging through the mountains with difficulty. At this speed, it would take a long time to get back to the human defense line. But Su Fan had no choice. He couldn't just stay here and wait to die. He had to go even if it was far away. Along the way, Su Fan encountered several evil demon stations. He used his demonized body and sneaked into the evil demon station. Then he repeated the same trick, entered the mass grave and devoured the flesh and blood of the human cultivators, then put the blood evil goo in the stream and left quietly under the cover of night. During the trek through the mountains, if it was cloudy, he would use the heavenly demon saint body art to draw the thunder of heaven and earth into his body and thoroughly cleanse his body several times. The data of Hununguang and Cultivation realm on the game panel were constantly refreshed. Unconsciously, Su Fan's realm had entered the late stage of foundation building. Of course, the realm improved by evil methods also made the devil in his body ready to move, and his emotions became more and more irritable. Fortunately, he had a lot of purple night-nourishing spirit pill and awakens pill in his hands, and awakens immortal talisman was not lacking, so he could suppress it for the time being. Moreover, Su Fan also had a 9 mysterious cleansing heart treasure pill. It is said that taking this treasure pill can erase the inner demon and perfect the heart of Tao. At noon that day, Su Fan was standing on the top of a mountain. He looked at the distance with a solemn look, and saw an extremely huge light column rushing straight into the sky in the distance. Even standing dozens of miles away, The light blue light column rising into the sky was still clearly visible. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that the plain passage in front of him was actually Daluotian. This is the core area of Daluotian. There must be countless high-level evil demons guarding it, and there may even be great demons from foreign lands guarding it. Su Fan turned around without thinking, hoping to bypass this place. What a joke, isn't it courting death to go through here? Although Su Fan can use his demonized body and activate the invisibility magic, he can only fool the evil demons below the great demons from foreign lands. But his level of Taoism can't hide from the eyes of the great demons from foreign lands. Sadly, Su Fan took great effort to finally bypass this plain channel, but a huge pillar of light still stood in the other direction. What Su Fan can be sure of is that these plain channels should be located on several spiritual veins of the awakens sect. In any case, at least he knows where he is. He took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, Su Fan frowned and put down the jade slip. Now that he is in his position, if he wants to reach the human defense line in the Eastern Theater, he must pass through this awakens sect control area. Because this road is the shortest, if we change direction, the time consumed will increase exponentially. Su Fan suddenly felt a little discouraged. He sat down on the ground, feeling extremely disappointed. God, are you kidding me? Are you willing to force me to death? Chapter 335. It is indeed a top-grade precious pill. Su Fan sat on the ground in a daze. After a long time, he came to his senses. At this time, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Elder Wei Feng. Su Fan, where are you? How is the situation? After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan smiled bitterly, and then told Elder Wei Feng about the problem he was facing. Are you sure there is a plain channel of Daluotian near the gate of awakens sect? At this time, the voice of the jade talisman message has changed to another person, who sounds a bit like Master Yehua. I'm not sure about the location, I just guessed it based on the map, but I shouldn't be wrong about those plain channels. After a long time, the message talisman sent a message. The plain channel of Daluotian uses several first-level spiritual veins of awakens sect. If the foundation of a spiritual vein can be destroyed, a plain channel can be destroyed. What do you mean? You don't want me to destroy these spiritual veins? What a joke, don't even think about it, I won't do it. What's the difference between that and committing suicide? The plain passages in Daluotian are heavily guarded. I can only hide and observe from dozens of miles away. I am alone, and I am afraid there is nothing I can do. The source of the spiritual veins is usually underground and protected by the sect's formation. Now awakens sect has fallen, he has understood what Master Yehua said. The other party wants Su Fan to destroy the spiritual vein foundation of awakens sect. It's really easy to talk without any pain. Okay, I'll try. The source of the spiritual veins is the secret of the sect. Almost all the senior members of awakens sect have died, and those who escaped are all middle and lower level disciples. Don't have any hope. Of course I don't have any hope. I won't go at all. But he still has to express his position. Who can't talk big? Please rest assured, Masters Henjin, I will do my best. Do your best. Awakens sect has many spiritual veins, and they are all connected to each other. Even if you only destroy the source of a small spiritual vein, the plain passage will be affected. In fact, what Master Yehua said is not wrong. The several plain passages opened by Daluotian rely on the spiritual veins of awakens sect to maintain operation. As long as there is a problem with one plain channel, the other channels will be affected. At that time, the foreign evil demons will face the danger of losing contact with Daluotian. The foreign evil demons that invaded Zuanluo realm have no choice but to retreat. But this is almost an impossible task. He would rather crawl back step by step than wade into this muddy water. Su Fan chatted with Master Yehua for a few more words, and then cut off the jade talisman of the message. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Don't even think about expecting him to die. Since there's such a good way, why don't you old monsters of Yuan come? Do you think I'm stupid? Su Fan thought about it, slapped the Taiyin ghost order on his waist, and summoned Sister Zhen. He asked Sister Zhen to scout ahead, and then followed carefully behind, walking towards the direction of the plain channel. Not long after walking out, Sister Zhen sent a thought. The foreign evil demons in front set up several lines of defense, and the guards were extremely strict. Even if he used the demonized body and activated the invisibility magic, he didn't dare to advance easily. Once the foreign demon is targeting him, He can blow him to pieces in one breath. It seems that this road is not feasible, and he can only change direction. When Su Fan was discouraged, he suddenly found a small cave not far away. The cave was surrounded by bushes. If you don't pay attention, it is really hard to find. Su Fan thought about it, summoned Sister Zhen from the front, and asked her to go into the cave for reconnaissance. After a while, until Sister Zhen sent back a thought, he pushed aside the bushes and walked into the cave with his back bent. Caves like this in the mountains are the result of long-term dissolution of groundwater in limestone areas. Many caves are deep and long, often hundreds of miles long. Su Fan entered the cave in the mountain to try whether he could pass through this area, through the underground cave. Although the passage in the cave is tortuous and there are dense forks everywhere, Su Fan has drilled this kind of cave many times since he crossed into this world. And there is Sister Zhen exploring the way ahead, so the speed of travel is not slow. It was unknown how long he had walked in the dark cave, but Su Fan became more and more excited because he heard the sound of flowing water in the distance. This was an underground river. If he floated along the underground river, he might be able to pass through this area. As he expected, there was really an underground river. Su Fan took out a water-repellent talisman and slapped it on his body, then dived into the river. He swam along the underground river. Although the underground river was also tortuous, the speed of traveling in the water was at least several times faster. Bang! Just when Su Fan was excited, he felt his head hit something and made a dull sound. Su Fan rubbed his head and looked forward with a grin, and was stunned. There were ripples in the air in front of him, like the rippling lake water, as if an invisible barrier blocked him. Su Fan tried to push it with his hand, and it felt like touching a soft silk. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. He retreated dozens of steps and used various means such as the best spiritual weapon, the Thunder Sword, the best magic weapon, the third-level immortal talisman, etc., but the invisible barrier remained motionless. What the hell? It seems that this road is also blocked. This must be the restriction set by Dalaocean to prevent human cultivators from infiltrating from underground. This kind of strong restriction barrier, let alone him, even the Giant's Henrin can't break it. Suddenly, Su Fan's heart moved. He took out a black magic sword from the ring, held the sword in both hands and walked to the invisible barrier, raised the magic sword and stabbed forward. As a result, the magic sword easily pierced through the invisible barrier. He held the magic sword in his arms, and then continued to move forward and pass through it very easily. Su Fan looked at the magic sword in his hand and shook his head. This magic sword brought him surprises again and again. It must be not simple. It should come from other planes. Su Fan put away the magic sword, plunged into the dark river and continued to swim forward. Next, Su Fan encountered several invisible barriers, which he easily passed through with his magic sword. Just when he thought he could soon pass through this area through the dark river, the dark river actually ended and merged into a huge pool of water. Su Fan dived into the pool, hoping to find an exit, but he couldn't find it after groping for a long time. It seemed that this was the end of the dark river. He sighed. It seemed that the dark river could not be counted on, so he should continue to climb. But before he could walk far, Sister Zhen in front of him sent a thought, and Su Fan quickly performed the turtle breathing method and hidden breathing technique, and took out a third-level invisible fairy talisman and slapped it on his body. Su Fan carefully groped forward, and after walking for a while, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and the cave became narrower and narrower. In the end, it was very tight to crawl forward a little bit. He climbed to the end of the light and stuck his head out to look down, and saw that the bottom was suddenly open, and a huge cave appeared in front of Su Fan. This huge cave has a diameter of more than 10 feet, and the distance from the top of the cave to the ground is dozens of feet. Torches are inserted on the surrounding walls, and more than a dozen stone coffins are placed on the ground. It was early morning, and there were no foreign demons in the cave. Su Fan carefully climbed out of the narrow cave, and then cast the wind walk to land lightly on the ground. He asked Sister Zhen to be on guard at the entrance of the cave, and then walked to the side of the stone coffin and looked at it carefully. These stone coffins are 10 feet long and 1 meter wide. At first glance, they are hand-planed, but the surface is rough and uneven, and the craftsmanship is simply terrible. On the stone coffin is a demon skull, and the surface is covered with dense and strange runes with demon blood. Although these stone coffins are not small, they should not contain the corpses of demons. Foreign demons are often several feet tall, and such a small stone coffin may not even fit a thigh. He focused his eyes, scanned with his spiritual sense, and was immediately shocked. Inside, there lay the corpse of a middle-aged monk, and it was the corpse of a Yuaningzhenjin. Su Fan opened the other sarcophagi one by one and found that most of them were empty, with only 3 corpses of Yuaningzhenjin left. He sighed, and estimated that the corpses of other Yuaningzhenjin would not have a good ending. Su Fan thought about it. How could the corpses of the Yuaningzhenjin of the human race be desecrated by these foreign evil demons, so he might as well take them all away. Thinking of this, he was about to put the 3 corpses into the ring, but suddenly thought of something. Su Fan gently opened the thick coffin lid a little, and the evil demon skull on the sarcophagus suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Without thinking, he quickly put the sarcophagus lid back in place, and there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he had disappeared from the spot. Su Fan teleported several times in a row, came to the hole above the cave, and went in, and then used his magical powers to escape from here. With a bang, Su Fan hit a thick stalagmite hard, breaking it. At this time, Sister Zhen, who was on guard in the cave, sent a thought. There were several foreign demons roaring and rushing towards the cave. Su Fan's face turned pale. He activated his magic again until he heard a roar. He held his breath and lay on the ground motionless. After a while, Sister Zhen sent another thought back. Several foreign demons did not find anything wrong in the cave. They just left 2 giant stone demons to guard the cave and then left. Su Fan was relieved. Fortunately, he had been careful. He waited in the cave for nearly an hour before sticking his head out of the cave. The 2 giant stone demons guarding the cave were leaning against the cave wall and snoring. Su Fan landed lightly on the ground, waved his hand at the 2 evil demons, and cast the Bone Erosion Yin Wind Scroll. A ball of extremely cold air swept over the 2 giant stone demons, freezing them completely in an instant. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he appeared beside them. The magic sword swept across the throats of the 2 demons, and then he waved his hand to collect the bodies of the 2 demons into the stored ring. The whole action was done in one go, almost without making any sound, and he killed the 2 giant stone demons cleanly and neatly. Su Fan glanced at the several stone coffins in the cave, and he walked over and touched the coffin lid with his hand. I'm sorry, seniors. Su Fan took out a few isolation talismans from the storage ring and sealed the entrance of the cave. He poured out a few purple night-nourishing spirit pills and Mingwang Kinksin pills and stuffed them into his mouth, then took out 2 Sans and Kinksin immortal talismans and slapped them on his body. Su Fan was still a little worried, so he took out the 9 mysterious cleansing heart treasure pills and placed them next to him. Until everything was ready, he sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath, and then cast blood mist. A trace of blood slowly overflowed from the gaps of the 3 stone coffins, and then slowly gathered towards Su Fan. Then, the extremely rich blood and qi wrapped him up like a blood cocoon. Fuck. Su Fan completely underestimated the blood and qi concentration of the 3 Yuaningzhenjins. In just a short while, he was about to burst. He gritted his teeth and silently performed the secret method of transforming blood and qi, slowly absorbing this extremely rich blood and qi. Just when Su Fan was about to be burst by the blood and qi, the bodies of the 3 Yuaningzhenjins had turned into 3 pale skeletons. Boom! Before he could catch his breath, an extremely manic breath suddenly rose in his heart and rushed into a sea of consciousness. The purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on Su Fan's chest shook, releasing a trace of cool breath, but it was immediately dispersed by this violent emotion. The medicinal power of purple night-nourishing spirit pill and Mingwang Kinksin pill and Sanzan Kinksin immortal talisman were not effective at all and lost their effects in an instant. Fortunately, Su Fan relied on the last bit of rationality left and took the 9 mysterious cleansing heart pill beside him and stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and instantly turned into cold breath, which spread rapidly in his body, although the medicinal power did not evaporate quickly. But the violent emotions in Su Fan's body, when they encountered the cold medicinal power, were suppressed instantly as if they had encountered a natural enemy. After a long time, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and felt that his mind was extremely clear. It really deserves to be a top-grade precious pill. If it weren't for this 9 mysterious cleansing heart pill, Su Fan would have been completely possessed by the devil. This precious pill not only helped him resist this crisis, but also wiped out the inner demon hidden deep in his heart. And his Tao heart was also unprecedentedly clear and round. Su Fan opened the game panel and saw the progress of Hununguang in his own realm, which almost scared him to death. Now his realm has entered the late stage of foundation building, And the next step is false elixir. If there is another corpse of Yuan Yingzhenjin here today, Su Fan might be able to break through the giant in realm in one breath. It's just a little bit short. Once it breaks through the giant in realm, it will trigger a heavenly tribulation. If it really triggers a heavenly tribulation, it will be a lot of fun. I have to summon the foreign demon here. Su Fan got up from the ground, took out the cleaning talisman to clean up the remaining blood and key in the cave, and removed several isolation talismans at the entrance. He looked around in the cave, and then there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and his figure disappeared from the cave. Chapter 336. This guy is so hateful. Although everything was done flawlessly, Su Fan still did not dare to take it lightly. He returned along the original route, followed the dark river all the way to the depths of the ground, and found a hidden place to hide. Su Fan not only arranged the 6 yin stealth formation, but also performed the turtle breathing method and hidden breath technique, and slapped a few talismans of stealth and stealth on himself. Even so, he was still worried, and he didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of being discovered by the foreign demon. It's no wonder that Su Fan was cautious. He put the poison here and devoured the flesh and blood of the human cultivators, which would definitely arouse the vigilance of the evil demons. In any case, it's better to hide quietly for a while. In fact, what he did had already caused some impact in the occupied area of Daluotian. Devouring the flesh and blood of the human cultivators is nothing, anyway, occupying such a large area, there are plenty of human corpses. But the blood evil poison is too cruel. Once this thing enters the water, its reproductive capacity will explode, and it will soon pollute all the nearby waters. Almost all the foreign evil demons stationed nearby were invaded by the blood evil goo. After a few days of incubation, the blood evil goo began to devour the demon blood in the demon's body and grow wildly. Moreover, when this thing first devoured the blood, it could be said that it moistened things silently, and the demon would not notice it at all. But once it grew to a certain extent, the blood evil goo began to reveal its sinister and cruel nature, and it could suck the demon blood of a foreign evil demon several feet tall in a few days. At this time, even if the great heavenly demon took action, it was powerless to save the situation. In a very short period of time, countless foreign evil demons fell in groups, all turned into dry demon skeletons, and the scene was extremely terrifying. More than a dozen evil demon garrisons and more than 100,000 elite evil demons were wiped out by the blood evil goo, which immediately attracted the attention of the high-level officials of Daluotian. These elite evil demons who were killed were not the low-level evil demon cannon fodder on the front line, but the elite children of the major tribes of Daluotian. Even if thousands of low-level cannon fodders died on the front line, they could not exchange for an elite evil demon. Several great demons in the upper echelons of Daluotian were immediately furious. They went to the scene of the accident in person, quickly found out the cause, and with a wave of their hands, destroyed the water sources that bred the blood evil goo. In fact, many of the inheritances of the Western Wilderness demon sect were carried forward in the wars in which Daluotian invaded the Zuanluo realm. These are the various methods of dealing with evil demons that countless demon cultivators have summed up with blood and lives in the process of fighting desperately with the foreign evil demons of Daluotian. With a summary and improvement of generations of demon cultivators, one Taoist method after another was developed and slowly passed down. In the past, the demon cultivators used these Taoist inheritances to make the foreign evil demons of Daluotian suffer a lot, so the evil demons of Daluotian certainly understand these sinister and treacherous methods. If it were on the front line, the evil demons would still have some means of restraint, but this is the rear of the evil demon-controlled area, and there is no defense at all. Next, countless foreign evil demons began to search everywhere. But at this time, Su Fan had already penetrated into the core area of Daluotian, where there were several forbidden barriers arranged by the central altar. Not to mention the human cultivators, even the foreign evil demons could not enter. The foreign evil demons of Daluotian could never have imagined that the human race had such a cheater like Su Fan, who actually swaggered into the core area of the evil demons. 2 months later, Su Fan finally came out from his hiding place. At this time, countless evil demons outside had turned everything upside down, and found many human cultivators who survived by chance. Although this area was occupied by foreign evil demons, there were still many human cultivators who survived and hid in various places hoping to survive to the end. But this time, the high-level officials of Daluotian mobilized countless foreign evil demons to search frantically everywhere, which also ruined the hopes of these human cultivators, and they were torn into pieces by the evil demons one after another. 2 months of crazy searching found a large number of human cultivators hiding in various places, and also made the evil demons slowly relax their vigilance. The organizational structure of Devours is similar to the tribal system of tribes. The management is very rough, and the garrisons of various demons are even more chaotic. So after a while, apart from slightly adding some protective measures, they still do what they should do. Su Fan came to the pool along the underground river again. He chose a fork in the road, asked Sister Zhen to explore the way for him in front, and then continued to grope forward. He would rather crawl forward step by step, and only choose to walk through narrow and cramped caves. Because a cave of 1 or 2 meters is similar to a rat hole in the eyes of foreign demons, such narrow passages are often safer. Su Fan crawled forward little by little along a narrow passage, and his heart was so aggrieved. I am so miserable that I have to crawl through a dog hole. There is no way. As long as he can pass through this area, let alone crawl through a dog hole, even if there is a rat hole in front, he has to drill into it. At this time, he suddenly stopped. Since Su Fan entered here, he felt that the spiritual energy here was getting richer and richer. He thought that he might be close to the range of a first-level spiritual vein, so he didn't pay attention to it. At this moment, the number of spiritual tools in the passage suddenly increased, making him feel as if he was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy. Since coming to this world of cultivation, Su Fan has never seen such a rich concentration of spiritual energy. Even if he grabs it casually, he can squeeze out water. Moreover, the spiritual energy comes from the ground, as if it is being rapidly drawn away by a strong suction force. Su Fan immediately understood that this must be the evil demons of Devours, who are rapidly consuming this first-level spiritual vein in order to maintain the operation of the plane channel. No wonder the 100,000-mile demon abyss in the western wilderness, such a vast area, has become a lifeless and spiritual land. According to this twissing, even the super-level spiritual veins can't withstand their harm. The 4 evil demons of Devours are a group of inferior creatures who only know how to destroy crazily. This is the root of all cultivators in the Xuanluo world. Su Fan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. There were so many Yuanying's in Xuanluo realm who couldn't take care of it, so why should he, a small foundation-building cultivator, be in such a hurry? Let's continue climbing and escape first. Su Fan climbed for a while, and Sister Zhen in front of him suddenly sent back a thought. He quickly performed the turtle breathing technique and hidden breath technique, then held his breath and climbed over carefully. When he climbed to the end of the passage, a huge cave appeared in front of Su Fan. He poked his head out slightly and quietly looked at the situation inside the cave. This cave was obviously dug out by the evil demons temporarily. The area was as large as a football field and the height was dozens of feet. A rough altar was built in the center of the cave, surrounded by several bonfires several meters high, and hundreds of foreign evil demons guarded every corner around the altar. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense swept towards the altar. Just as his spiritual sense extended out for dozens of feet, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. It seemed that there was also a ban outside the altar. Su Fan was about to retreat, but suddenly gave up the idea. Because he saw a corner next to the altar, the pile of things like a small mountain seemed to be storage bags of various colors. Su Fan rubbed his eyes, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. He activated the Thunder Eyes magic eyes, and the scene in the cave suddenly became extremely clear. Fuck. Such a large pile of things are really storage bags. With his current wealth, he has no interest in these storage bags, but the existence of storage bags means that there must be storage rings here. Moreover, so many storage bags are piled up here casually, indicating that the evil demons of Devours don't seem to be very interested in these spoils. Su Fan decided not to leave, and he sent a thought to Sister Zhen. After a while, Su Fan received Sister Zhen's reply, and his eyes were red with excitement. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressed his inner excitement, retreated carefully, and then held his breath and lay in the narrow passage to wait patiently. At midnight, Su Fan finally moved. He carefully crawled to the exit of the passage, and slightly poked his head out to look down at the cave. At this time, snoring was heard everywhere in the cave, and the evil demons around the altar had already fallen asleep. Su Fan made up his mind, slowly crawled out of the passage, and cast the wind walk to land lightly on the ground. He found a place where no one was, cast a demon body, and then immediately activated the invisibility magic, and the huge figure instantly disappeared into the air. Su Fan cast the stealth magic and searched around in the cave. Since there were so many storage bags here, There must be a storage ring. But he circled around the altar several times, and except for the pile of storage bags, there was nothing else. It's impossible. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the huge exit more than 10 feet high on the side of the cave. He thought about it and walked in. He had just taken a few steps when he heard a bang-bang sound. Su Fan carefully came to a cave in front of him and saw a foreign demon swinging his thick demon arm to smash something. There was a stone platform in front of it, and every time it smashed, a lot of things would burst out. This demon would be as excited as a child, squatting in the pile of things and looking for them excitedly. It searched for a while, and then pushed the pile of things aside in a fit of anger, and then picked up something from the side and put it on the stone platform to continue smashing. Su Fan stared at everything in front of him in amazement, and saw that there were not only a pile of rings in the cave, but also various cultivation materials scattered everywhere. When he saw the third-level immortal talismans, top-grade elixirs, top-grade spiritual tools, and various rare key training materials just thrown on the ground of the cave, his heart was bleeding. The most hateful thing is that this guy actually smashed the rings one by one like a walnut. This guy is too hateful. Su Fan hesitated for a moment. This was a foreign demon, equivalent to Jinden's Henrin of the human race. Although he could avoid the demon's prying eyes by using his invisibility ability, Su Fan was still unsure about killing a demon. But after looking at the pile of storage rings and various cultivation resources scattered on the ground, he gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Su Fan carefully sneaked behind a demon, who was squatting on the ground and searching through a pile of things excitedly. It might be because he put all his thoughts on the pile of things on the ground, or it might be because the magical power of the shadow demon was too powerful. Anyway, until Su Fan raised his claws, the demon didn't realize the crisis. Critical hit, Su Fan fiercely stabbed the demon's back with a claw, and with a puff, the several-foot-long claws instantly pierced the demon's body. In order to achieve success with one strike, he almost tried his best. Due to excessive force, the entire arm of the demonized Su Fan was inserted into the back of the demon. The critical strike ability of the shadow demon can instantly release power several times higher than usual, so even the foreign demons can't withstand this fatal blow. Although the physical strength of the shadow demon is very poor, any evil demon can easily kill it in a single fight. But the shadow demon can make up for all its own shortcomings with only the three magical powers of stealth, and critical strike. This is also the terrifying part of the shadow demon. Looking at the demon lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh, Sister Zhen appeared from nowhere, looking at the pile of storage rings on the ground and the cultivation resources everywhere. Her eyes turned green. Su Fan waved his hand and drove the reluctant Sister Zhen away, sending her outside to be on guard. He first removed the demon-eye body, then waved his hand to put the big demon into the ring, and then collected all kinds of cultivation resources on the cave floor. But the ring is also a space item, and it is impossible to put it into his own ring. Su Fan had to squat down and first picked out the rings with more than 100 square meters from the pile of rings. Among them, he put on several rings of 200 or 300 square meters without even looking at them. It is easy to guess that this kind of ring is either from the hands of Yuanying's Henjin or from the secret collection of a sect. Next, he used his spiritual sense to scan each ring one by one. At this moment, he was in the control area of the foreign evil demons, and he had no time to carefully identify them. He could only take a rough look. As long as Su Fan's eyes were caught, he would take out the things in sight and put them into a ring. Su Fan kept tossing and turning. Although the process was very tedious, he was still busy, for fear of missing out on any good things. Although the foreign evil demons looked down on these things, it was different in Su Fan's eyes. These are all spiritual stones. I don't know how long I spent, but I only looked through a small part of the pile of rings. There is no way, there are too many rings. At this time, Sister Zhen, who was on guard outside, suddenly sent back a thought. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder, and instantly woke up from the endless temptation. He glanced at the pile of rings on the ground, and then stood up from the ground with a determined heart. Be content, it's time to go. Su Fan once again used the demon body, and then used the invisibility and disappearance magic, and his figure disappeared into the air. He came out of the cave and wanted to go back to the cave where the altar was set up. But as soon as he walked along the passage to the entrance, he saw a group of evil demons swarming out of the cave, and the huge demons filled the entire passage. Su Fan quickly turned around and walked back. Although the invisibility and invisibility magic of Shadow Demon was very powerful, the demons would immediately appear once they were touched. He came to the cave just now, thought about it and did not go in, but continued to walk forward along the passage. Su Fan came to a larger cave in front, and he went in to find a place without evil spirits to hide. Only after he stood firmly did he begin to observe the situation of this cave. The area of this cave is too large as more than a dozen football fields. There is a huge altar in the middle of the cave, which almost occupies the entire cave. Rather than saying it is a cave, it is better to say that this is a huge space that is completely dug out by humans. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy here is unbelievably rich, and even a layer of light mist has formed in the entire cave, floating around in the air. Su Fan can clearly feel a stream of rich spiritual energy, which is forcibly extracted from the bottom and finally gathered in the huge altar. This should be the altar used by Daliocean to maintain the plane channel, mainly used to extract the spiritual energy from the source of the underground first-level spiritual vein. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He actually touched this place by accident. Is this God's will? Since he had come across it, if there was no risk, he could destroy it. If someone else said this, it would be nothing short of a fantasy. Even the Yuaning's engine of the human race would not dare to brag about such a large-scale evil demon altar. If you want to destroy this altar, you must have several Yuaning's engines to work together to forcibly break the protective barrier outside the altar before you can enter the altar. But for Su Fan, this is not a big deal. With this sort of unknown origin in his hand, it is easier to enter and exit the invisible barrier outside the altar set up by the foreign evil demons than to enter your own home. Of course, Su Fan still has some concerns. The evil demon altars he destroyed before were all in the wilderness outside, but this altar was built in a closed mountain. In such a confined space, once the altar is destroyed, it will inevitably release an extremely huge destructive force. If you don't escape in time, the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 337, Digging a Hole and Burying Yourself. Su Fan hid in a corner of the cave, and there were demons constantly walking around him. It was not until midnight that the demons in the cave dispersed, leaving only some demons guarding around the altar. But even the demons that stayed behind were not vigilant and sat there snoring. After all, this is the core area of Daliocean, and there is a protective barrier outside the altar, so even they cannot enter the altar. Su Fan removed his demonized body, took out the magic sword from the ring, and then walked carefully to the edge of the altar with his sword. He took a deep breath and walked towards the altar with a magic sword. Su Fan easily passed through the invisible barrier outside the altar and came to the inside of the altar. Su Fan, who passed through the barrier, was hit by an extremely rich aura that had condensed into mist, just like the sauna room in his previous life. Su Fan had no time to enjoy the nourishment of this aura, and he began to look at the structure of the altar. The structure of the Daliocean altar is actually similar. It is not as elaborate and complicated as the human formation, but extremely simple and rough. Basically, all kinds of demon bones are placed, and then the demon blood is used as a medium, and dense and strange runes are painted. Su Fan knows nothing about the formation, let alone the structure of the Daliocean altar, but based on his experience, the huge evil demon skeleton placed in the middle of the altar should be the center of the formation of this altar. He carefully came to the middle of the altar and looked up at the evil demon skeleton that was more than 10 feet high. Even though it had lost its flesh and blood and only a dry bone was left, Su Fan still felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, which made him breathless. I just don't know if destroying this altar can affect the operation of the Daliocean plane channel. Su Fan knew that in order to maintain the long-distance rotation of more than a dozen plane channels, Daliocean might have many such altars under the mountain. Even if this huge evil demon altar was destroyed, it would at most affect the operation of the plane channel, and it would not cause much damage at all. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the huge exit of the cave in the distance. The passage connecting the two caves was not only more than 10 feet high, but also had almost no turns. It was particularly suitable for performing the blood escape magic. If the operation was good, he should be able to withdraw in time. Su Fan gritted his teeth. Since he had caught up, he had to give it a try. He took out a few annihilation thunderballs from his ring and threw them at the tall evil demon skeleton in the middle of the altar. Almost at the same time, Su Fan was filled with blood and disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already arrived at the altar of another cave. He waved his hand fiercely and threw a few more annihilation thunderballs at the evil demon skeleton in the middle, and then his figure disappeared again. Su Fan appeared again, and he had already arrived at the cave entrance above the cave, and he went in. Boom! As soon as he got into the cave entrance, he heard a loud noise that shook the earth. In the closed mountain, the explosion of such great power instantly produced shock waves, like a huge wave that set off a surging sea. The huge cave collapsed, and everything on the altar was destroyed and turned into dust in an instant. Then, the smaller altar in the cave next to it also exploded. The rich spiritual energy sucked up from the ground also greatly intensified the effect of the explosion like a catalyst, blowing the two huge altars apart. What's more frightening is that the rich spiritual energy that was forcibly sucked up from the source of the underground spiritual veins was also triggered by this violent explosion, and a strong spiritual energy riot occurred. The whole mountain shook violently, and because of the ground subsidence, the huge mountain sank hundreds of feet. The source of the underground spiritual energy produced a spiritual energy riot, and countless rich spiritual energy surged out from the ground and rushed out from the source of the spiritual veins. Heaven and earth are conscientious. Su Fan's goal is only to blow up this altar. He never thought that a few annihilation thunderballs would cause such catastrophic consequences. The reason was that the evil demons of Ocean helped a lot. In order to maintain the long-distance rotation of the plane channel, the evil demons of Ocean took destructive forced extraction of several first-level spiritual veins, and had already caused structural damage to the source of the underground spiritual veins. It was only relying on the huge suction force of countless evil demon altars that the underground spiritual veins were forcibly maintained. Once there was a problem with any altar, it would inevitably cause such catastrophic consequences. The several first-level spiritual veins underground in the awakens sect were interconnected. If there was chaos in the source of one of the spiritual veins, a chain reaction would inevitably occur. In order to maintain the plane channel, the huge system established by Ocean suddenly became chaotic. The cessation of the huge altars built in the nearby mountains also directly affected the operation of several plane channels. Because of the loss of the support of the rich spiritual energy, one plane channel began to slowly dim. The dozen plane channels built by Ocean transported demons and various materials from Ocean to Zuanluoji day and night. Just when Su Fan blew up the altar, all the demons being transported in the plane channels of Ocean suffered a catastrophic disaster. The most feared thing in the whole process of space transmission is instability. Once the space is chaotic, the tyrannical force of space will tear all objects in the transmission channel into pieces. Not to mention low-level demons, even foreign demons can't escape the destruction of space power and are instantly annihilated. Su Fan never dreamed that the destruction he casually performed would indirectly kill several foreign demons in Ocean. In addition, there are hundreds of demons, tens of thousands of high-level elite demons, and countless low-level demons, all of which were stewed by Su Fan. Originally, relying on several first-level spiritual veins under the ground of awakens sect, the dozen plane channels built by Ocean could last at least for more than 10 years. After Su Fan's disturbance, it was unknown whether the plane channel could be maintained. Moreover, the Ocean plane channel stopped operating, which directly affected the battlefields on the front line. The countless foreign evil demons that were originally overwhelming were attacking frantically without fear of death. This offensive has lasted for more than 10 days. Many places in the first line of defense of the human race have been broken through by the foreign evil demons. The battlefield situation is extremely unfavorable to the human race. Even the Yuaning's engine and the foreign great demons were angry. In the past, both sides would hold back. After all, once the cultivators of their realm took action, it would be earth-shaking. But this time, both sides had no scruples, and the sky on the front line seemed to be torn apart by them. The powerful spells and magical powers collided with each other, which was simply earth-shaking, and also affected the low-level cultivators and evil demons fighting each other on the ground. Even if these great cultivators just made a move casually, a large number of people on the ground would die. Because Ocean has invested almost all of its strength, the human cultivators have gradually become exhausted and are considering giving up the first line of defense. Just when the battle situation was extremely unfavorable to the human race, Ocean actually stopped attacking, and all the foreign evil demons withdrew from the battlefield. This also made all the human race on the battlefield look confused. Especially the cultivators on the first line of defense, they all felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Because once the human race gave up the first line of defense, Those who held on to the first line of defense would be reduced to 1 in 100. Only the many Yuanings engine in the sky knew the truth about the retreat of devotion. With the strength of their spiritual consciousness, they could certainly feel the violent spiritual riot in the distance. Moreover, the more than a dozen pillars that devotion built, the originally dazzling light blue light, gradually dimmed. There is no need to guess that there must be a big mess on the devotion side. Of course, Su Fan knew nothing about everything that happened outside at this time. With the collapse of the mountain, Su Fan had been buried in the mountain, and as the mountain sank, he had been buried deep underground. If he hadn't been lucky, the huge rock above his head would have been stuck, and he would have been smashed into a meat pie. Su Fan felt so aggrieved. What he did was so shameful. He actually dug a hole and buried himself. At this time, he was curled up in a small space, with a huge rock above his head and scattered rubble piled up on all sides around him. Miraculously, Su Fan was not hurt at all. He sighed. He was buried so deep. If he wanted to dig a passage and climb out of the mountain, it would take a long time. There was no other way, just dig. In fact, digging a hole was not a big deal for Su Fan. With his strong body, he could dig a hole faster than a pangolin. Su Fan took out a magic sword from the ring, and vacated a few hundred square rings to hold the rubble produced by the excavation, and then began to dig hard. After just a few diggings, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Su Fan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Elder Wei Feng. He thought for a moment and then picked up the jade talisman. Su Fan, the spiritual turmoil that just happened in the awakens sect, was it you who caused it? Damn, who else could it be except me? Su Fan pretended to be dying and replied weakly. It's me. I just destroyed the underground spiritual veins of the awakens sect. How are you now? At this time, the person who sent the message on the jade talisman had changed to Master Yahuwah. It is estimated that several masters of the Huangdao Palace are all around Wei Feng. What else can I do? I dug a hole and buried myself. I'm fine. I couldn't escape during the explosion. I was seriously injured and buried in the mountains. After a long time, the jade talisman sent a message back. Su Fan, you should heal your wounds as soon as possible and wait patiently. If the plain channel of devotion is affected, they will soon evacuate Xuanluoji, Tisk. I knew you would say that. I have paid so much for Xuanluo realm, you should give me some compensation. Forget it, I should not be able to make it. You don't care about me. Su Fan cut off the jade talisman and put it into the ring. He didn't have time to waste with these old guys, so he had to dig a passage and escape as soon as possible. In the next 10 days, Su Fan turned into a pangolin and dug a passage outside the mountain day and night. Because he was afraid of being discovered by the evil spirits, he didn't dare to dig upwards, so he could only dig horizontally and leave the collapsed mountain as soon as possible. It would be best to dig through other caves, and then he could escape from the underground. Su Fan not only relied on his strong physical strength and desperately dug with a magic sword in his hand, but sometimes he also controlled the top-grade flying sword to cut the boulders in the mountain, digging holes and practicing martial arts at the same time. Later, he simply took out the puppet and controlled the puppet to help him dig a passage, and he followed behind to collect the excavated debris with a ring. Even so, staying in the closed underground to dig a passage every day is a very boring thing. But Su Fan had no choice but to dig a hole to bury himself, and he had to go out with tears. Bang! Bang! The tall puppet wielded the sword tirelessly, and chopped the huge stone in front of him like cutting tofu. The puppet was really powerful, but it was a bit costly. If you want to make the cargo run, you must have a high-quality spirit stone. Like the puppet's current full power state, it will consume a high-quality spirit stone every hour. Even though Su Fan was wealthy, his heart was bleeding when he saw the high-quality spirit stones being consumed. It was simply too wasteful. It took only a few days to consume so many high-quality spirit stones. And it was a boring thing to consume so many spirit stones by digging a hole underground. What's more infuriating is that he dug a hole to bury himself. It's not worth spending money on this spiritual stone. Su Fan sighed, waved his hand and put the gravel residue dug out by the puppet into the ring. Wait! A piece of gravel in the pile of residue just now seemed to have abundant spiritual energy. Su Fan poured out the pile of residue again, squatted on the ground and dug for a while, and finally found the gravel. This piece of gravel was as big as a wash basin. Although the surface was uneven, the overflowing spiritual energy made Su Fan very excited. This is the original spiritual stone, or could it be that I dug up the spiritual stone vein underground? Su Fan suppressed his excitement and controlled the puppet to continue digging. As the pieces of spiritual stone ore were dug out, he was relieved. This time, I didn't expect that he would bury himself in a spiritual stone vein. Su Fan suddenly became energetic, his eyes were red, and he controlled the puppet to dig forward like crazy. Really, digging a hole to escape and digging for spiritual stone veins are completely two different moods. Originally, digging holes to escape day after day was boring. But now his mentality has completely changed. Now Su Fan is extremely excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He didn't sleep at all in the next few days. At this time, he really couldn't sleep. Seeing the pieces of spiritual stone ore being collected into his ring, you can imagine how excited he was. Moreover, the location where he is now is near the source of the first-level spiritual vein under the ground of awakens sect. Any piece of spiritual stone ore dug out is at least a medium-grade spiritual stone. Moreover, each piece of ore is not small. The smallest is as big as a wash basin, and the larger ones are even several meters long. Now Su Fan is not digging in one direction. He is like a hard-working groundhog, controlling the puppet to dig out almost everything around. This is all money. Originally, Su Fan's idea was to escape from the underground as soon as possible, but now even if he can escape, he will not leave. Now that we have discovered the spiritual stone vein, there is no point in running away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. What else do you want him to do? Bang! Bang! Su Fan controlled the puppet and dug for several days without sleep. The dense passages radiated in all directions. The surrounding mountains had been almost hollowed out by him, but Su Fan still had no intention of stopping. These days of digging also allowed Su Fan to obtain a large number of spiritual stone ores. After all, it was near the source of the first-level spiritual vein, and the quality of the spiritual stones was also very good. Spiritual stone veins of this quality are the lifeblood of all major immortal sects. Even if they are in dire straits, they will not do such a thing as exhausting the pond to fish for fish, and dig spiritual stone veins near the source of the spiritual vein. If it weren't for the awakens sect being occupied by the evil demon, Su Fan would not have the opportunity to enjoy this spiritual stone vein alone. With so many spiritual stone ores as a foundation, he may not worry about spiritual stones for many years to come. There is no way. I have plenty of money and I can't spend it all. The area of spiritual stone mines of this quality is often not large. After digging for a few more days, the quality of the spiritual stones began to plummet. The extended veins were already low-grade spiritual stones. Su Fan had no interest in low-grade spiritual stones, so he stopped mining at the right time and continued to dig a passage outside to escape from this area as soon as possible. The subsequent excavation went very smoothly. Su Fan had just made a fortune, and he no longer felt sorry for the spiritual stones. Anyway, he had plenty of high-grade spiritual stones in his hands. Half a month later, after some effort, Su Fan finally dug through a cave, and he finally escaped from the underground. Su Fan summoned Sister Zhen and asked her to scout and guard in front. He followed behind and explored slowly and carefully. He had just destroyed the altar of devotion and made such a big noise. Now he dared not waste it anymore. He tried to avoid the cave where the evil demons were and walked in places where no one was. Although he took a lot of detours, he was still very cautious. Fortunately, he was lucky. He found an underground river within 2 days of walking. He walked along the underground river and passed through several forbidden barriers set by devotion along the way. 10 days later, Su Fan followed the dark river to a lake, and finally saw the light of day again. This lake is not big, and it is located on the edge of the core area of the evil demons. There are many foreign evil demons stationed around the lake. Su Fan used his demonized body, activated the invisibility and concealment magic, and carefully passed through the evil demon station. Of course, before leaving, he also put the blood evil goo into this lake. In fact, he just wanted to try it out first. But what he didn't expect was that his casual action would actually achieve such a great result. Su Fan climbed to the top of a giant peak and looked in the direction of the awakens sect in the distance. The dozens of giant pillars that originally reached the sky had disappeared. To be honest, he really didn't expect it. Just by blowing up 2 huge altars of the evil demons, the plain channel of Ocean temporarily stopped turning far away. Su Fan shook his head and turned to continue walking towards the Eastern Theater. After crossing the area of Yuking's sect, the evil demons' garrisons became fewer and fewer. However, you can often see groups of flying evil demons whizzing through the sky from time to time. Su Fan did not dare to be careless. He hid during the day and went out at night, avoiding the blockade of the evil demons all the way, and trudged through the mountains with difficulty. In fact, Su Fan's damage to the Ocean plain channel was much more serious than he thought. Although Ocean was very powerful, the means of setting up the evil demon altar were very simple and crude, far less sophisticated and complicated than the human race's magic array. The same is true for the dozens of plain channels of the foreign evil demons. They only seek simplicity and effectiveness, and do not consider any consequences at all. In order to maintain the operation of the plain channel, Ocean took destructive forced extraction of the spiritual energy of several first-level spiritual veins of Yuking's sect. Although the foreign evil demons defended this core area extremely tightly, and even set up several forbidden barriers, no one expected to encounter Su Fan, who was a cheater. He passed through these forbidden barriers as easily as returning home. No one could have imagined that the person who destroyed all this was actually a small foundation-building cultivator who was not even as good as a reptile in the eyes of the foreign great demons. Now Ocean can no longer restore all the altars. Although it can concentrate its strength to repair 1 or 2 plain channels, it can't last for too long. It is obviously unrealistic to rebuild more than a dozen plain channels. The foreign evil demons that invaded Xuanluo realm were just from a certain demon lord in Ocean, and there were not so many resources for them to squander. So this also put the foreign evil demons in Ocean in a dilemma. Many foreign great demons gathered together, and after a fierce debate, they had no choice but to evacuate Xuanluo realm. Although Ocean was ready to evacuate, the number of low-level evil demons teleported to Xuanluo realm was too large, and the temporary plain channels could not take away all the evil demons. Therefore, only high-level evil demons can be withdrawn to Ocean, and the remaining countless low-level evil demons can only be thrown in Xuanluo realm. Of course, Ocean must consume these low-level foreign evil demons as much as possible before retreating. In the next few days, Ocean launched the most fierce offensive since the war began. In addition, except for the demons who stayed behind to build the plain channel, the rest of the demons and big demons almost all rushed to the forefront of the battlefield. Countless evil demons began to launch a crazy attack on the human defense line, almost without stopping, and did not care about casualties at all. Faced with the overwhelming attack of the fearless foreign evil demons, all the human defense lines were under tremendous pressure, and many places were broken through by the evil demons. Su Fan knew nothing about the situation on the front line. He didn't want to know. At this time, he only had one thought, which was to return to the human control area as soon as possible. Su Fan walked in the mountains for a night. When it was dawn, he found a hidden cave, set up the 6 yin stealth array outside, and then asked Sister Zhen to be on guard outside the cave. He set up a tent in the cave, took out a recliner and spread it on it, and slept comfortably. Who knew that not long after he fell asleep, the beast bag on his waist began to shake and woke him up. Su Fan rubbed his eyes, then patted the beast bag on his waist, and saw the ghost crow fly out all of a sudden. After swallowing the blood essence of several black-winged demons in succession, this thing is now almost 10 feet in size, and its wings are nearly 2 feet long. After swallowing so much magic blood essence, the ghost crow has grown a pair of several-inch long sharp horns on its head, and a pair of increasingly ferocious claws have also become very sharp. Fortunately, this cave is big enough, otherwise it really can't fit it. The ghost crow flapped its wings a few times, but it couldn't move at all in the cave, so it used its big head to push Su Fan, meaning that it wanted to go out and play. Su Fan comforted it for a long time before putting it into the beast bag. In fact, he was also looking forward to it. With the current size of the ghost crow, he can already ride it in the air. The ghost crow flies very fast and is also good at stealth and sneak attacks. It's just that I don't know if he can also enter the invisible state when flying on this thing. If he could also keep his invisibility, it would be much faster to return to the human-controlled area. Although Su Fan was full of expectations, he did not go out to try immediately. Instead, he waited until it was completely dark before he walked out of the cave. Su Fan patted the beast bag and summoned the ghost crow. Quack, Quack, this thing might have been suffocated in the beast bag. As soon as it came out, it quacked and flew around, excited. Su Fan sent a thought to it, and the ghost crow instantly swooped down from the air, landed in front of him, and spread its wings. He jumped onto the back of the ghost crow, sat cross-legged, and patted it gently. Swoosh, the ghost crow flapped its wings fiercely, and soared into the sky with a whoosh. Su Fan did not react for a while, and almost fell off the back of the ghost crow. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stabilized his body immediately. The ghost crow looked up and climbed rapidly into the air, rushing all the way to a height of several thousand meters, and then it flattened its posture and flew forward rapidly. This guy was a bit intentional to show off, and exerted his speed to the extreme. Su Fan roughly estimated the flying speed of the ghost crow. According to the standards of the previous life, it must be much faster than the cars on the highway. Although it is not as exaggerated as a supersonic fighter, it is at least not much slower than a civil airliner. Moreover, sitting on the back of this guy, you can't feel the oncoming strong wind at all, as if there is a thin layer of wind film blocking you in front of you. Su Fan sent a thought to the ghost crow again, and the guy's body shook slightly, and then disappeared into the air. What excited him was that his figure also disappeared with the ghost crow. This is really awesome. In the future, traveling around in the ghost crow, not only will the speed be extremely fast, but you can also hide your whereabouts. This is too damn amazing. Although the flying speed of the ghost crow is extremely fast, it is still in its growth stage after all. In fact, it is just a child in the ghost crow tribe. If it maintains its high speed, it will last for 2 or 3 hours before it is a little exhausted. If the speed is reduced by half, it can fly for a whole day, but it still needs to rest at night. Therefore, the flying boat is more suitable for long-distance travel. Before the ghost crow fully grows up, it can only cope with short-distance flights. Despite this, Su Fan is already very satisfied. With the amazing speed of the ghost crow, the next journey has been significantly accelerated. Every night Su Fan would take this thing to fly in stealth, and find a place to rest during the day. This is much more comfortable than climbing slowly in the mountains alone. I don't know how many days I have flown, flying in the sky day after day. Su Fan is too lazy to count the days. Just when he was completely tired of this kind of life, he found that there were more and more evil demons in front of him. Su Fan knew that he was not far from the human control area. He didn't dare to waste time anymore. Although the ghost crow could fly in stealth mode, it couldn't hide from the eyes of the foreign demon. After flying for so many days, Su Fan wanted to take a good rest. So he simply stopped flying forward and found a hidden place nearby, set up the 6-yin stealth formation, and then hid. Su Fan set up the tent and then lay down on the recliner. Now it's not far from the human defense line. It's time to contact the Taoist palace and find out the situation outside. Su Fan took out a jade talisman from the ring and found that Wei Feng had sent him dozens of messages. "Uncle, my injury is almost healed, and I'm on my way back." As soon as he sent this message, Wei Feng replied instantly. "Su Fan, where have you been during this period? Why don't you reply? What else can I do?" "I don't want to reply. Anyway, you can't help me with anything, so why bother with you?" "Uncle, I used a secret method to heal my wounds and fell asleep for several months." Su Fan's lies came out of his mouth, regardless of whether others believed it or not. Is the plain channel of the Daluotian evil demon still there? He knew in his heart that Wei Feng sent him so many messages, not because he cared about his safety, but because he wanted to ask him about the situation of the evil demon. The news that these people wanted to know most now was whether the plain channel of Daluotian was still there. The dozen plain channels established by the foreign evil demons have disappeared. After Su Fan sent this message, Wei Feng took a long time to reply. "Su Fan, you must be careful. The evil demons are now frantically attacking the defense line. Don't try to cross the evil demon control area at this time. Find a place to hide immediately." "Well, then I'll hide first. It's just that my injuries haven't fully recovered yet. I'll continue to heal my wounds. It won't be long before Daluotian will evacuate Zuanluo realm. At that time, the true lord of the Dao Palace will come to pick you up. Can't pull a few hands. I've come here, I'd better go back by myself." "Thank you, uncle. I'm going to heal my wounds." Su Fan cut off the jade talisman and threw it back into the ring. Anyway, he was sleeping after performing the secret method, so it was normal that he couldn't receive any messages. "You guys fight, I won't get involved." I almost lost my life to destroy the evil demon altar, which can be regarded as bleeding for Xuanluo realm. Su Fan felt that he had done enough. What else did he want him to do? Wei Feng just finished talking to Su Fan, and hurriedly found Master Yi Hui to report the news sent by Su Fan. In fact, during this period, the Yuanying masters of the major sects of the human race were waiting for this news. Although they had roughly guessed the motives of the foreign evil demons, they could not confirm the news at all. But at this time, they couldn't contact Su Fan, which almost made these Yuanying masters anxious to death. Now that they finally got the exact news, all the Yuanying masters breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the fierce offensive launched by the foreign evil demons during this period should be the last madness of Daluotian. This time, the war of Daluotian invading Xuanluoji has finally come to an end. After Wei Feng came back from Yi Hui's Henjin's cave, he took out the Jade Talisman to contact Su Fan again, but he didn't receive a reply after a long time. He then remembered that Su Fan needed to sleep for a while to heal his wounds with a secret method. Wei Feng was a little annoyed. Whether it was true or not, he would definitely not be able to contact this kid in the near future. At this time, a Giant's Henrin who is not young came to him. Junior brother, where did Su Fan go? Hearing the other party's words, Wei Feng was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the other party, and he was suddenly confused. This person's name is Wang He, and he is also an elder of the Internal Affairs Hall of Huayandao Palace. However, the other party's deadline is approaching, and the possibility of further progress has long been cut off, so he is rarely seen on weekdays. Such a person actually asked him about Su Fan's whereabouts, which is really puzzling. Wei Feng smiled at Wang He and said, "Brother, I haven't seen you for a while. I went back to my family recently and haven't been to the front line." Wang He said, thought for a while and said, "There is a nephew in the family who admires Su Fan very much, but this kid hasn't shown up recently, so he asked me to find out." Wei Feng let down his guard. Many people in the Taoist palace also asked him about Su Fan's whereabouts. But Su Fan's situation is now a top secret in the sect. Except for a few Yuanying's Henjin, no one knows about his whereabouts in the evil demon control area. This kid is too low-key. Even I don't know his whereabouts. It is said that he has been in seclusion in the cave of Master Hongda's Henren recently. Wang He nodded and said, "Since junior brother doesn't know, forget it." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When Wang He walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, he looked back and smiled strangely. Chapter 339 My destiny is in my hands. Before retreating, Daluotian was eager to consume the low-level demons that could not be taken away, and launched an unprecedented fierce attack. Countless low-level foreign demons rushed to the human defense line fearlessly, not caring about casualties at all, which also put great pressure on the human cultivators. The attack lasted only a month, and the first line of defense of the human race was broken. Both sides were already blood-curdling, and the entire battlefield was littered with corpses. Almost everywhere were the corpses of foreign demons and human cultivators. Despite the fierce battle, both the foreign demons of Daluotian and the Yuanying's Henjin of the human race tacitly did not participate in the war. In fact, the high-level leaders of both sides knew clearly that the war was about to end. But the cultivators at the bottom of the human race did not know that the endless crazy attacks of foreign demons had made the human cultivators on the front line almost unable to bear it. The morale of the human cultivators fighting on the front line was extremely low, and many even thought that they could resist the invasion of Daluotian. Although the battle situation on the front line was extremely tragic, it had nothing to do with Su Fan. Su Fan hid in a cave deep in the mountains. Every day, he either practiced martial arts or practiced magic. Occasionally, he made talismans and refined weapons, and then he thought about what to eat for 3 meals a day. Almost all the foreign evil demons in the Daluotian control area went to the front line. He was not in danger of being exposed hiding here. And no one disturbed him at this time, and his life was very comfortable. Although Su Fan's cultivation had reached a late stage of foundation building, he did not want to break through to the Giant realm immediately. Although he had taken the 9 mysterious cleansing heart pill, his inner demons had been wiped out for the most part, and his Tao heart had become extremely transparent and perfect, but he still wanted to spend more time to settle down. The experience of 2 lifetimes told him that there is no free lunch in this world. Although the effect of the 9 mysterious cleansing heart pill was very amazing and had little effect on the Giant realm, who knew what would happen in the future? Now Su Fan is no longer the little casual cultivator who had no ambition and no motivation. Since he had seen the power of Yuan Ying's engine, how could Su Fan be willing to be an ant-like existence in this life? During the time when Su Fan lived in seclusion in the mountains, he also made a simple plan for his future path. Just taking advantage of the fact that there was no interruption now, Su Fan sorted out his skills and spells from beginning to end. The first is the fundamental method Hununguang. It's not that he doesn't want to change to a better skill, but he has no choice. Whether it is the Yinluo sect in the past or the Huayandao Palace today, there are countless advanced cultivation skills with a long history. But all advanced cultivation skills have thresholds and are prepared for those disciples with extraordinary talents. People with natural spiritual roots and double spiritual roots usually practice like playing. In any super sect, there are a lot of disciples who break through the foundation before the age of 30. Su Fan's qualifications are too bad. When he traveled to this world, he was already in his 40s and was still stuck in the second level of key training. Even if he was given a more advanced cultivation skill, it would be useless. Although the third level of the heavenly demon body training art has greatly improved his cultivation qualifications, he is not the same species as those gifted disciples. Although the Hununguang is just the most basic common stuff in this world of cultivation, it is also a fundamental method passed down from ancient times. Especially for a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots like him with poor qualifications, it is definitely the most stable and most suitable cultivation method. Of course, if he keeps practicing the Hununguang, even if he has the help of the game panel, he will only be able to break through to the foundation building stage in this life. Su Fan was able to break through to the late stage of foundation building so quickly. In fact, it was all due to the evil method of the blood transforming magic art. Sometimes, he would calm down and summarize his own path of cultivation. Since the day he traveled to this world of cultivation, he has never practiced anything serious except the fundamental Hununguang. In addition to the magic art, it is the evil method. Especially after practicing the evil blood transforming magic art, it seems that there is an invisible hand in the dark, pushing him forward. Su Fan told himself countless times that he couldn't practice anymore. But even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't. In just a few years, he had cultivated from the 7th level of key training to the late stage of foundation building. It was scary to think about it. It was too fast. Su Fan suddenly realized that he was now an evil cultivator. Is this really okay? But now that things have come to this, what else can he do? Should he abandon his current cultivation? So for a long period of time in the future, Su Fan will not consider breaking through the Jinden realm. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. Every human cultivator who can break through the Jinden before the age of 100 is an elite disciple with extraordinary talent from a major sect. Under the current situation, the foreign evil demons in Daluotian should not be able to hold on for long. As soon as this war is over, Su Fan will find a place in Huayandao Palace where no one will disturb him, and he will settle down to practice hard for a few years. He has been displaced for these years, like a rootless duckweed, running around. In fact, he always wants to find a quiet place and live comfortably for the rest of his life. But God seems to be against him. Whenever he wants to stop, something unexpected always happens. Su Fan just wanted to live quietly and didn't want to be disturbed. Was his life destined from the day he practiced a magic skill Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art? Whenever this thought came up, Su Fan would think of the words in his previous life. My fate is determined by me, not by God. Whether he would be a demon or an immortal in the future, it was up to me. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the futon to practice Hununguang. After 9 turns of gong, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Su Fan opened the game panel, and before he knew it, many of his spells and magical powers had reached the settle and formation realms. Once some spells reached the formation realm, the fusion option would appear on the panel. It's just that Su Fan has been busy all the time during this period, and he has never had the time and energy to concentrate on doing this. Now he finally has time, so in the past few months, he simply stopped practicing all spells and concentrated on doing this. He first fused the turtle breathing technique, hidden breath technique, ethereal spirit technique and 9 nether demon shadow. The new spell after fusion was named 9 nether invisibility technique by Su Fan. 9 nether invisibility technique can not only hide one's own breath and conceal one's own realm, but also has the characteristics of 9 nether demon shadow, and can use the shadow environment to hide one's own traces. The 3 spells of slowdown curse, soul loss curse and weakness curse were also fused by Su Fan into a new spell called life calling curse. Life-calling curse superimposes the three curses of slowness, soul loss and weakness, and its power has now increased several times. Inch strength and bone-cutting hand were also fused by Su Fan, and now it has become 9 strength bone-dissolving hand. Each eerie and strange force has the damage bonus of bone-breaking. The shocking soul stab and demon roar were merged into the soul-slaying soul-crying spell. In the future, launching this soul attack spell will have the effect of shocking the soul. The 5 spells and secrets of corpse control spell, ghost control spell, substitute spell, ghost contract of the netherworld and corpse control spell were also fused together by Su Fan. This new spell was named God-Seeding Magic, which combines multiple effects such as controlling ghosts, controlling corpses, planting demons, seducing gods and substitutes. The spell has some characteristics of evil secrets and is extremely evil and strange. In addition, the horizontal training body forging skill that Su Fan had not practiced for a long time was also integrated into the demon sacred body art skill system. After the fusion, the body became slightly stronger. In fact, the process of fusion of these spells and secrets is also quite troublesome. It took more than 2 months to spend on this alone, and the realm of these new spells on the game panel has dropped significantly to small success. Moreover, the experience points required from minor success to great success have also increased exponentially as before. Although the realms of these new spells are almost all starting from 0, the upper limit of the spells has been raised by an unknown amount. Even if the spells of the minor success realm are now used by Su Fan, the power of the spells is much stronger than before the fusion. And as these new spells continue to refresh, when he uses the game panel to brush the spells to the settle or formation realm, the power will definitely increase exponentially. It must be said that from the names of these new spells, it can be seen that Su Fan is no longer like a cultivator of the immortal sect. It can only be said that he is an evil cultivator who is born in the demon sect and is good at the physical way. Su Fan turned a deaf ear to the outside world and stayed in the mountains to practice hard, and tinkered with a bunch of new spells. What he didn't know was that the war situation outside had undergone earth-shaking changes. Ocean used more than 2 months to temporarily build several plane channels with the help of several underground spiritual veins of the immortal sects. As soon as the plane channel was built, the great demon from the foreign land led the elite evil demons of Daluo heaven and left the plane of Zuanluo realm through the transmission of the plane channel. However, countless low-level foreign evil demons who were still fighting hard on the front line were unaware of this and were still fiercely attacking the human race's defense line on the front line. In fact, from the moment when countless foreign demons left Zuanluo realm, the Yuanying's engine of the human race had clearly felt it, so they also began to take action and led the human cultivators to launch a major counterattack. Without the great demon sitting in charge, the foreign evil demons, although their number was endless, could not withstand the destruction of the Yuanying's engine of the human race. These great cultivators could easily wipe out a large area of foreign evil demons with a wave of their hands. Coupled with the crazy counterattack of the low-level cultivators of the human race who had long been bloodthirsty, it took less than a day for the foreign evil demons to completely collapse. The next step was simple. The human cultivators marched forward triumphantly and frantically hunted down the foreign evil demons that invaded Zuanluo realm. The tribal structure of the ethnic groups in Ocean lost the leadership of the foreign demons and the demons of heaven, and no matter how many foreign demons there were, they were just a pile of scattered sand. Although there were many foreign demons left in Zuanluo realm, they could not form an effective defense and counterattack at all, and were chased and killed by the human cultivators and fled in all directions. So far, Zuanluo realm's invasion of Ocean has once again won a decisive victory. In this war against the invasion of Ocean, countless heroic figures emerged among the human cultivators. After the human race launched a counterattack, the disciples of the major sects had gone crazy. Especially those sword cultivators and demon cultivators, who even went deep into the rear of the Ocean control area and carried out crazy killings of foreign demons. The list of the Demon Slayer list on the Demon Suppression Monument was constantly refreshed every day. But the top position of the Demon Slayer list has always remained unmoved, and has always been occupied by Su Fan. In fact, since Su Fan became an elite disciple of Huandao Palace, his top position has long fallen. For a long time, his name could not be found in the top 1000 of the Demon Slayer list. But since he was accidentally teleported to the control area of Ocean, Su Fan's ranking on the Demon Slayer list was like a rocket, and he instantly climbed to the top of the list. and he once again dominated the list for several months. No matter how hard other human cultivators fought, they could not shake Su Fan's top position. This also made all the human cultivators on the Demon Slayer list feel deep despair. Even those crazy swordsmen who didn't care about their lives kept sighing that their generation of sword cultivators were all born at the wrong time. Although God opened his eyes and let them catch up with such a thrilling plain war. But such a heaven-defying thing happened, which suppressed all the sword cultivators. The honor that should have belonged to the sword cultivators was eclipsed in front of him. To be honest, for Su Fan, these false names are useless to him. He never thought about being famous all over the world, nor did he want to be a hero in people's mouths. Wouldn't it be nice to earn more spirit stones if you have the time? When Su Fan had almost fused the spell, he took out the jade talisman that he had been throwing in the ring. It turned out that Elder Wei Feng's jade talisman had accumulated dozens of messages. "Uncle, I'm Su Fan." Wei Feng received the message he sent and replied instantly. "I sent you so many messages, can't you take the time to read them?" The other party's tone was obviously full of resentment, but he couldn't do anything about Su Fan, so he sounded like a grudge. Su Fan curled his lips. As long as he replied to even one message, something bad would happen. "Uncle, didn't I tell you that I'm using secret methods to heal my wounds these days, and I need to sleep for a while?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Wei Feng was almost slapped by him. "Do you think you are a monster? You just sleep for a while." Several true lords of the Dao Palace would ask him about Su Fan's whereabouts, but he couldn't find anyone because he was scolded by several Yuanying old monsters for this matter. Although he was full of resentment, he couldn't do anything to Su Fan. "The main force of Dalu Ocean has evacuated Xuanlua realm. Shouldn't you come back?" Su Fan had guessed it long ago. It was him who did it, but he had been pretending not to know. "Really? Great, I'll rush back right away." "Well, where are you now?" "I'll go to pick you up in person." "Laji, forget it, I'd better go back by myself. You have to waste time with me when you come here." "Don't bother, uncle, I'll go back by myself." "Okay." The foreign evil demons have been scattered and are hiding everywhere. You must be careful on the road. After Wei Feng finished speaking, he cut off the jade talisman for transmitting the message. He shook his head helplessly, and then hung the jade talisman around his waist. At this time, Wang He next to him came over. "Junior brother, have you contacted Su Fan?" After hearing what Wang He said, Wei Feng frowned immediately. Wang He's time is running out, and the sect basically does not restrict disciples like him, and he can do whatever he wants. Although he is also an elder of the Internal Affairs Hall, he basically does not come, and stays in the family to teach the younger generation. During this period of time, this Wang He is very strange. In the past, this guy would not be seen for a year, and recently no one knows what happened. He stayed in the Internal Affairs Hall every day. "Well, this kid is coming back soon." Wei Feng did not care. He said casually and left the Internal Affairs Hall to report to Master Yi Hua. Wang He glanced at Wang He's back and chuckled. "This kid is finally back. If he doesn't come back, I will have to find you." Chapter 340, I really got into a fight with him. 2 days later, Su Fan packed up his things and left the cave where he had been hiding for months, embarking on the journey back to the sect. On the way back, a large number of human flying boats could be seen everywhere, roaring to the west. Groups of human cultivators driving magic weapons were like a river crossing the river, killing their way to the depths of the Dalu Ocean control area. Since the human cultivators of the Xuanluo realm launched a counterattack, the disciples of the major sects almost came out in full force. Especially the disciples of the major super sects, when the war was the most difficult, they hid behind the battlefield, leaving the disciples of the small families, or countless casual cultivators to fight the foreign evil demons on the front line. But at this time, they also became energetic, and did not want Billion to participate in the war, and even the key training disciples of the sect were released. Su Fan flew stealthily on the Ghost Crow all the way, without revealing his traces, but flew for more than half a month without sleep, and then came to the human control area that he had been away from for a long time. He looked at the dilapidated city wall in the distance, which was the first line of defense of the human race. 2 months ago, this place was broken through by the foreign evil demons of Daluo Heaven, and almost all the human cultivators on the defense line were killed or injured. The city wall, which was originally dozens of feet high, has now completely collapsed in many sections, and there are traces of fierce fighting everywhere, which shows how tragic the battle was at that time. At this time, The human race has won the war. The defense line that was originally heavily guarded now has few people on duty on the city wall. Su Fan drove the invisible ghost crow and easily flew over more than a dozen defense lines and entered the human control area. He took out a jade talisman from his waist and sent a message. Uncle Master, I'm back. Where are you? I'll pick you up now. I'm back. Why do I need you to pick me up? What the hell were you doing earlier? No, I'll go back to my original station and stay in seclusion for a while. Wei Feng thought about it and agreed. Anyway, the Yuanying's engine of the Dao Palace were all in the control area of Dao Ocean, so they would have to come back after a while. Uncle, I want to go to take Su Xianzong in a few days to see a friend. After hearing Su Fan's words, Wei Feng frowned immediately. The fact that Su Fan had 2 confidants in the demon sect and had a child had been spread everywhere by the top leaders of the Jiu Iao Demon Palace, and it had long been spread to the top leaders of the major super sects. It is reasonable for Su Fan to go back to see his child since he had made such a great contribution to the Zuanluo realm, but how could he dare to agree to Su Fan for such a big thing? Su Fan, I can't make the decision on this matter. Let's wait for the Zhenjin to come back. The demon sect will not withdraw to the western wilderness in the near future, so you don't have to worry. This is fucking. Su Fan's face turned green after hearing what Elder Wei Feng said. How come everyone knows about his little thing? Who spread it out? In fact, he knew without guessing. It must be the old demons of the 9 Nether Demon Palace. They were afraid that others didn't know about this. Anyway, with such a slight connection, no matter where Su Fan went, he couldn't get away from the 9 Nether Demon Palace. These old demons were nothing. Okay, wait for my master to come back, I'll tell him myself. After cutting off the message with Elder Wei Feng, Su Fan was about to leave when he found that a jade talisman on his waist was vibrating. He picked it up and looked at it, and quickly activated the jade talisman, and a familiar voice came from it. Junior sister Maya Aksu, what do you want to talk to me about? After a long while, the other side replied. Are you okay? I'm a fart. Su Fan felt like a scumbag when he thought of what happened that night. I'm fine. I went on a long trip a few days ago, and now I'm back to the sex residence. Oh, you're okay, then I'm relieved. Li Maya-Aksa replied a message without thinking, and then there was no sound, and she never replied to her message again. Su Fan also felt a little puzzled, and hung the jade talisman on his waist. He sighed, so what if she is a scumbag? I will find a chance to compensate her when I have time. Thinking of this, Su Fan shook his head, and then drove the ghost crow all the way back to the sex base. I haven't been back for a few months, and there is almost no change here, but there are fewer people in the base. Probably all of them went to the front line to grab credit. Moreover, the war was won, and the market was filled with an exciting atmosphere. Su Fan returned to the thatched cottage, sat cross-legged on the futon, and then took off the jade talisman of his senior sister from his waist. During this time, he has been in contact with the mother and the 3 of them, but he did not tell them that he was trapped in the Dao Ocean control area. The main reason is that he is afraid that the mother and the 3 of them will worry, and with the temperament of the senior sister and Gu Qinghun, they may come to save him regardless of anything. There is no way. These 2 women are too fierce. In the past few months, Su Fan lied that he was in seclusion and did not contact them all the time, just because he was afraid that he would let the cat out of the bag. What are you 2 doing? I'm out of retreat, the senior sister replied to his message in an instant, but her tone was very unfriendly. Make up, keep making up, it's over, these 2 women know. Who is so rude? Make up, what are you making up? Stop talking nonsense, I ask you, where have you been these few months? No matter what, he can't admit it even if he is beaten to death. I'm in retreat in the cave. You are really good, you can tell her a lot of lies. At this time, Su Fan's mouth was very hard, and he just didn't let go. How am I? Why are you like this? Hurry up, let Nanan come over, just say that Dad misses her. Why didn't you tell us that Dao Ocean sent the shadow demon to assassinate you? And why didn't you tell us that you were trapped in the evil demon control area? This is the end of the matter. These 2 women know everything. No wonder Li Maya-Aksu contacted him inexplicably. Now the case has been solved, it seems that she also knew about this. Nowadays, these people just can't stand seeing others doing well. They are always making up stories about others behind their backs. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm fine. You mean, Master is also talking nonsense? That can't be true. Our Master is not that kind of person. But before Su Fan finished speaking, the senior sister interrupted him. Okay. You don't want to say it, right? Then don't come here in the future. After the senior sister finished speaking, she cut off the Jade talisman for transmitting messages. No matter how Su Fan sent messages, she would not reply. This stinky woman, if she is not punished for 3 days, she will go to the roof and tear down the tiles. Women, you can't spoil them. Senior sister, please reply. I miss you so much. I warn you, if you don't reply, I will kill you. Senior sister, please reply. Did I give you face? Reply quickly. Senior sister, please. I was wrong. Unfortunately, no matter what Su Fan said, people just ignored him, which made Su Fan angry. It seems that these two women have been really pissed off. Damn it, wait for me to go there, and I will cause you harm to death. Forget it, let's wait for the Taoist masters to come back, ask for leave from them, and go to see the child in person. Take Su Xianzong, the headquarters of Jiu Iao Demon Palace. Senior sister angrily threw the message J talisman into the ring. Anyway, she didn't want to care about this guy in the next few days. Gu Qinghuan, who was next to her, glanced at the senior sister and said, forget it, I haven't seen Nanan for such a long time. He must miss his daughter. Let Nanan talk to him. No, senior sister got angry when she heard it, and said angrily, how did our children get through these few months? We were worried about him every day, but he didn't contact us for a few months, but at this time, he still wanted to make up lies. After hearing what the senior sister said, Gu Qinghuan was also very angry. Su Fan was trapped in the control area of Daluotian. Of course, several true lords of Huayandao Palace dared not hide such a big thing, so they explained it to the true lords of other sects. So Luo Guiyan told this matter to senior sister and Gu Qinghuan. This made them very anxious. They kept sending messages to Su Fan, but he didn't reply at all. Especially when Su Fan went deep into the core area of the evil demons and was seriously injured for destroying the spiritual veins of Yuking's sect, they almost worried to death. Senior sister was still a little unsatisfied, and said angrily, you can't indulge him in this matter. This guy has always lied. If you let him go easily this time, we won't hear a single truth from each other in the future. For more than a month, Su Fan did not leave the cave for half a step, and stayed in the cave every day to practice hard. Although the war was over, there could be no slackness. He had just merged several new spells, and he had to spend a lot of time and energy to brush up his proficiency in the spells. The proficiency required for the new fused spells has increased exponentially. Originally, from minor to major, only 200 proficiency points were needed to upgrade, but now 400 points are required. In the future, it will take an astonishing 3,200 points to upgrade to the mature stage. Moreover, the newly fused spells are much more complicated to cast than before, and the success rate is not high. Su Fan would contact his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan every day, but these two women might be really angry. They didn't reply to a single message for such a long time. He misses his children so much now that he is going crazy. It is estimated that these two women will not give up. It seems that he should go to take Su Xianzong in the near future to see the three of them in person. But Su Fan contacted Elder Wei Feng several times, and the several true lords of Huayandao Palace have not come back, which also makes him very upset. But he also knows that without the nod of the several true lords of Dao Palace, Wei Feng would definitely not dare to make his own decision and let him leave the sect to go to the Western Theater. In fact, the reason why he didn't want to break through the Jianden realm was that he wanted to spend time to accumulate slowly, and he wanted to see his daughter more often in the next few years. Because once he broke through the Jianden realm, he might have to go to Moroccan, and it would be too late to see the three of them. Anyway, with his qualifications, according to the normal progress of cultivation, it would not be too slow to break through the Jianden in 30 to 50 years. Su Fan could take advantage of this time to watch the girl grow up slowly. In addition, he had never been quiet in these years, and he also wanted to find a quiet place in Huayandao Palace to live a quiet life for decades. Anyway, before he broke through the Jianden realm, the old guys in Huayandao Palace wanted him to stay in the cave and not come out. In the early morning, Elder Wei Feng came to the Internal Affairs Hall. As soon as he walked into the room, Wang He came up again. He frowned immediately. What happened to this guy recently? It seemed like he grew up in the Internal Affairs Hall every day. And this guy used to be very withdrawn, and rarely spoke as well as he is now. Junior brother, you came early today. Wei Feng smiled at him and said, "Seeing your brother has been coming here quite frequently recently. Are the younger generations in your family doing well? Those guys are so troublesome. They keep pestering me to see Su Fan." Wei Feng chuckled and said, "You are really making things difficult for me. This guy is elusive every day. I don't even know where he has gone." Wang He smiled and said, "In that case, forget it." When Wei Feng entered the house, he sneered. Wang He knew that Wei Feng must know the whereabouts of Su Fan, but he just didn't want to tell him. Su Fan is now a hot commodity in Huangdao Palace. Apart from Wei Feng, I'm afraid only a few Yuanyings Henjin in Dao Palace know his whereabouts. Wang He walked out of the inner affairs hall and looked back with a gloomy face. He couldn't wait any longer. The sect's spaceship would arrive at Zuanluo realm in the next 2 days. It would be too late if he didn't take action. Thinking of this, Wang He turned around and left. He took the teleportation array to Jiuxingfang and waved to a Kigan disciple next to him. Whereas Su Fan's former cave, the Kigan disciple he called over was Sun Yuang. He was immediately excited when he saw that he was a Jindan's Henren. Since the last incident, his situation in Jiuxingfang has become worse and worse, and there is almost no one to talk to. Sun Yuang, who is good at seizing opportunities, certainly would not miss this opportunity. He hurried over and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Zhenren. Uncle Su Fan's former cave is outside the market. I'd better take you there." Wang He nodded and looked at him with a smile. "Lead the way." Sun Yuang bowed, and then led Wang He to Su Fan's former cave. Since Su Fan left Jiuxingfang, no one has come to live in this cave. The two walked along the tree-lined path and finally saw the cave in the dense forest in the distance. Sun Yuang turned around and bowed respectfully. "Report to the real person, that is the cave where Master Su Fan used to live." As soon as Sun Yuang said this, his eyes suddenly went dark, and he froze in place, instantly losing his life. Wang He waved his hand, and Sun Yuang was like a sand sculpture, slowly turning into powder and drifting into the air around him. There was no trace left, as if he had never appeared here. Wang He walked to the formation of the cave, easily broke through the defense formation, and then walked in. After a while, he walked out of the cave, and then returned to the main street of Jiuxingfang, and left on the teleportation formation. At this moment, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the cave, having just finished practicing Yunilingguang. He took off the Jade talisman from his waist and sent another message to his senior sister, but after waiting for a long time, he did not receive a reply. These two women are too outrageous, and they really confronted him. Damn it, when he sees them, he must deal with them properly. At this time, someone outside the cave suddenly triggered the formation. Su Fan frowned immediately. This was the first time someone came to his house since he came here. He stood up from the ground and was stunned as soon as he walked out of the thatched cottage. He saw an old giant and cultivator standing in the small courtyard outside. Judging from his age, he probably didn't have much time left. Although the other party broke into his cave without his consent, he was a Jindan's Henren after all, and he was wearing the robes of Huangdao Palace, so he couldn't get angry. "Greetings, uncle." The other party looked at him with a smile, then waved his hand. "Come in, I have something to talk to you about." Chapter 341, Anything is okay except killing. Wang He's words made Su Fan frown. "Who the hell are you? Jindan's Henren is so great. You broke into the cave without saying hello, and you are yelling. You really think this is your own home?" But he didn't say anything. He bowed and let the other party into the thatched cottage. Wang He entered the house and sat cross-legged on the futon. He glanced at Su Fan and waved at him. "Sit down." Su Fan took a deep breath and sat opposite Wang He. "Okay, I won't argue with you." Su Fan brewed a pot of spiritual tea for Wang He and poured a cup for him. "I don't know why you came here today." Wang He picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, "I am Wang He from the Internal Affairs Hall of the Taoist Palace. I came here today." When he said this, he suddenly smiled strangely. "Forget it, I'll tell you straight." After Wang He finished speaking, a layer of black magic smoke appeared all over his body. When the smoke dissipated, a strange middle-aged man appeared in front of Su Fan. This person was wearing a blood-red robe, with a cold face, eyes like hawks, and a deep evil aura emanating from his body. Su Fan was immediately scared. What the hell? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a terrifying breath coming towards him, which instantly turned into an overwhelming momentum, crushing him. The pair of deep eyes like the starry sky, with a dark pupil that revealed a gloomy and cold meaning like a ghost domain. In an instant, Su Fan felt that the whole world was turning upside down, as if time and space were intertwined and chaotic, and his mind was so disordered that he seemed to be out of his body at any time. Damn. The other party was Yuan Ying's engine. Fortunately, this feeling soon disappeared, and the thatched cottage returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. Su Fan sat there quietly, not daring to move. What a joke. Facing such a powerful Yuan Ying's engine, it is better not to think of resisting. Life or death depends on his mood. Could it be that this true lord came from Euro heaven? But he has not yet broken through the golden core realm, so he is not qualified to go there at all. And looking at the behavior of this old nascent soul monster, he doesn't look like an immortal sect cultivator, but an old devil. Su Fan quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Junior Su Fan, I pay my respects to the true lord. The blood-robe cultivator laughed and looked up at Su Fan. Well, I'm in a good mood. After hearing what the blood-robe cultivator said, Su Fan smiled bitterly. What else can he do at this time except to play badly? I'm from Conceals heaven, you get ready and follow me immediately. The other party's words were straightforward and could not be resisted at all. Su Fan didn't know how to respond for a while. It seemed that this person should also come from above. Senior, where are we going? Conceals heaven, this is. The other party's behavior is too overbearing. He wants to take him away without saying anything. What's the difference between this and kidnapping? Senior, Mi Luoyan has issued a decree, asking me to. Before Su Fan finished speaking, the blood-robe monk waved his hand and interrupted him. With your qualifications, the skills you practice are either magic skills or evil skills. If you go to Mi Luoyan, can you be in the eyes of those hypocrites in the immortal sect? Well, people have seen through him a long time ago. But even so, he didn't want to go to Conceals heaven with this guy. For some reason, Su Fan always felt that this old demon was too evil, and his hair stood up all the time when he stayed next to him. Senior, can you say hello to the true lords of the Taoist palace first? Su Fan's words amused the blood-robed monk opposite him. Don't worry about it, I will tell them. Seeing that Su Fan still didn't move, the blood-robed monk frowned. Why, you don't want to? The other party glanced at him, and Su Fan felt as if he was falling into an ice cave. He quickly stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to one side. Seeing that Su Fan was quite sensible, the blood-robed monk nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand, and the space in the room rippled, and a circular space passage appeared in an instant. Su Fan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in a wilderness. The blood-robed monk took out a black boat about an inch long and threw it into the air. In an instant, it grew bigger against the wind and turned into a black flying boat several feet in size. The boat was pitch black, as if it was made of cold black iron, exuding a cold and heavy atmosphere. The shape was like a scimitar, sharp and angular. Go up, the blood-robed monk said, and walked in first. Su Fan sighed helplessly and followed him onto the flying boat. He never thought of escaping at all. He was like an ant in front of this old demon in the nascent soul stage, and all his means were in vain. The interior of the flying boat was simple, with almost no decorations. Even the color tone was dark and gloomy, revealing a cold and chilling atmosphere. The blood-robed monk led him to the door of a cabin, and he pushed open the door. You can live here. He ignored Su Fan and turned away. Su Fan glanced at the back of the blood-robed monk, sighed, and walked into the cabin. This square closed cabin has a circumference of about 5 meters, with black walls on all sides. Except for a cushion in the middle, it was empty. At this time, the boat body shook slightly, and then the flying boat slowly rose into the air and headed towards an unknown direction. Su Fan was a little panicked. Are they leaving now? No, I have to tell the palace about the news and see if there is any way to save it. He quickly took off the jade talisman from his waist, hesitated for a moment, and didn't know whether the demon head would stop him from sending the message. Su Fan knew in his heart that his every move at this moment could not escape the eyes of the true master. No matter what, let it be. Su Fan made up his mind and sent a message to Elder Wei Feng. Uncle Master, a true lord found me and wants to take me to Conceals heaven. What? Say it again. It was not until Su Fan repeated it that Wei Feng realized the seriousness of the problem. Don't worry, I will contact Yehua of the Dao Palace immediately. Hearing the reply from Elder Wei Feng, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not too late now. If the true lords of the Dao Palace take action at this time, they can definitely stop the flying boat. The Blood Bubble monk walked into a cabin and sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle of the cabin. He took out a miniature array plate from his ring and stretched out his hand to touch it. The array plate emitted a faint dim light. Then, a shadow of a monk popped out from the miniature array plate. "Have you found the person?" The blood-robed monk nodded and said, "I have found him. When will you arrive? Let's meet at the Space Channel tomorrow at noon." "Old song. I think this kid's aptitude is quite poor. Why are you looking for him? Why do you have to bother me? He has participated in the time and space arena. I saw that the young master is quite interested in him. It happened that I passed by Xuanluo realm this time, so I thought of taking him back to let the young master see him." Hearing that the other party mentioned the young master, the blood-robed monk curled his lips. "There are so many good seedlings, but you have to find someone like this. It would be strange if the young master likes him. Don't underestimate this kid. He killed more than 20 demon cultivators from Dalaocean in the time and space arena. It is said that he was favored by the Chunyang sect of Maluocean, and the skills he practiced came from the Xian Mo Shenzong of Tuangaocean." The blood-robed monk was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that this kid had these two tricks. No matter how good he is at fighting and killing, he will only reach the limit after breaking through to the golden core. Why bother? It's just a matter of convenience. If the young master doesn't like him, just throw him to the plain battlefield. Anyway, he is quite good at fighting. The blood-robed monk was about to reply, but his eyes suddenly condensed. "Okay, let's talk about it when we meet." At this time, several figures appeared in the sky in the distance. After he finished speaking, he put the microarray disc into the storage ring, sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the flying boat. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the cabin, feeling extremely anxious. If the Yuanying's engine of the Taoist palace didn't come over, it would be too late. At this time, the flying boat seemed to stop. Su Fan suddenly became energetic. Could it be that this engine of the Huan Taoist palace came and intercepted the flying boat? Thinking of this, he became excited. Although he was facing an old demon of the Yuanying, and this engine of the Huan Taoist palace were not very good at fighting, they had a lot of people after all, so they could definitely take him back. But Su Fan waited for a long time, and there was no battle between the true lords as he thought. After a while, the flying boat started again, whistling and continuing to sail forward. Su Fan was stunned. What was going on? At this time, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated, and he quickly took off the jade talisman. "Su Fan, True Lord Yihua just sent a message, asking you to go to Cultivation to practice hard, and not to slack off at all." "What the hell? You are a bunch of Yuanying true lords, and you can't even stop a demon true lord. What the hell are you doing? Uncle, shouldn't I go to the immortal sect of Maluocean? What's the matter with going to Cultivation?" Elder Wei Feng was silent for a while, and then replied with a message. "Su Fan, don't think about Maluocean. Remember, it's your luck to be able to go to Cultivation. Go to hell. It's my luck. It's obviously you who are scared and dare not provoke others. From the behavior of that devil, it can be seen that Cultivation is definitely not a good place. Su Fan, take care of yourself." After Elder Wei Feng finished speaking, he cut off the jade talisman, and Su Fan could no longer contact him. This time he was screwed. Su Fan quickly took off another jade talisman from his waist, but he didn't know what to say for a long time. After a long time, he sent a message. "Senior sister, I'm leaving. I'm afraid I won't be back in a short time. King Hun, take good care of my daughter for me." Su Fan sent dozens of messages in succession, saying everything he should say. He knew in his heart that it would be hard to say when he would come back after leaving Xuanluo realm this time. After Su Fan sent a message, he put away the jade talisman. At this moment, he felt a little lost. It has been almost 10 years since he traveled to this world of cultivation. Apart from the three of them, there was no one else he cared about. He was not mentally prepared at all, and he left Xuanluo realm in a daze. Su Fan truly experienced the helplessness of being manipulated by others. He didn't even have the thought of resisting. He was at the mercy of others. He was controlled by others and slaughtered by others. It was so frustrating. For the first time in his life, he had an extremely strong desire for power. Su Fan was extremely angry about his weakness. If he had a powerful strength that was superior to tens of millions of people, how could he have fallen to this situation? In this world where the strong prey on the weak, if you don't have a strong power, You don't even have the qualifications to lie down comfortably. Thinking of this, a boundless resentment rose from his heart and rushed to the top of his head in an instant. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes were red as blood, and his whole body was filled with a strong bloody aura, whistling and rolling wildly in the cabin. The inner demon that had been almost wiped out took root in his heart again. At this time, the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on Su Fan's chest shook slightly, and a cool breath spread instantly. He pulled the jade pendant off and put it into the ring. Since the birth of the evil thought, this was the first time that Su Fan allowed the inner demon to spread wantonly in his body, and he also deliberately fueled the flames, making the evil thought grow stronger and stronger. So be it. As long as it can make oneself stronger, even if it means falling into the abyss of no return, even if it means turning into a demon, it is worth it. He took a deep breath and slowly suppressed his extremely angry emotions. Su Fan secretly made a vow that in his lifetime, he must become a powerful existence that everyone looks up to. At this time, the blood-robed monk in the cabin next to him suddenly frowned. The evil thought in this kid's heart is so strong. The real evil cultivator talks about pointing directly to the heart and acting according to one's will. With murderous aura to calm the heart is as hard as stone, and it will not be shaken even in the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And the evil thought is also the lifelong enemy of every evil cultivator. If you are not careful, you will go astray. This kid's evil thought is so strong that sooner or later, he will become a walking corpse who acts on instinct and only knows how to kill. The blood-robed monk originally looked down on Su Fan, and now that he felt the powerful evil thoughts in his heart, he was even more dismissive of Su Fan. The flying boat sailed for a day and stopped in the sky. At noon the next day, the door of the cabin was pushed open and the blood-robed monk walked in. It's time to go. Su Fan, who was sitting cross-legged there, nodded slowly, and then stood up from the ground. For some reason, the blood-robed monk felt that the boy's temperament had changed a lot, and he was in a completely different state from yesterday. But he didn't think about anything else, turned around and walked out of the cabin, and then opened the door of the flying boat. Su Fan came to the door and saw a huge flying boat hundreds of feet long quietly floating in the air in the distance. This flying boat was also as black as ink, and the boat body was spindle-shaped, covered with dense runes. Every knife fell like a ghost, and the obscure lines were precisely arranged, which was amazing. Su Fan was about to sacrifice the King Mu Yufang shuttle and was ready to fly over with a flying magic weapon. Before he could make any move, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the wind whistled in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he was already on the huge flying boat opposite. Bang! With a dull bang, the hatch behind Su Fan closed. Several black-robed monks on the flying boat saw the blood-robed old demon and bowed to him. "Welcome to the Thousand Illusion Demon Lord." The blood-robed monk nodded slightly, then glanced at Su Fan. "Find him a place to stay." After he said that, he ignored everyone and left here. It was not until the figure of the Thousand Illusion Demon Lord disappeared that several black-robed monks stood up straight, and the leader, a foundation-building monk, came to Su Fan. "Come with me." Su Fan followed him along the long corridor and came to the end of the corridor. Turning the corner in front, the view suddenly opened up, and a hall several dozen feet long came into Su Fan's sight. At this time, many monks had gathered here, standing in groups of 3 or 5. When they saw Su Fan, they all cast unfriendly eyes. He didn't need to guess to know that this flying boat was full of cruel and violent demon cultivators, who should all come from small planes like Xuanluo realm. Su Fan lowered his head, not looking at these people, and followed a black-robed monk closely. They came to a counter beside the hall, took a drop of Su Fan's blood, and then gave him a black jade talisman. After registering their identities, the black-robed monk took Su Fan to the door of a cabin, pushed open the cabin door and walked in. This cabin was not big, only about 20 square meters in size. Several monks saw them and stood up from the ground. The black-robed monk glanced at Su Fan and pointed to an empty space on the ground. "This is your berth. Killing is not allowed on the flying boat. If there is an irreconcilable grudge between each other, you can sign a life and death sign and go to the secret realm for a life and death duel." After the black-robed monk finished speaking, he turned and left the cabin. Su Fan smiled. From what he meant, he could do anything here except killing people. Chapter 342 Who gave you such a big face? When the black-robed monk left, the people in the cabin relaxed immediately, looking at Su Fan with a smile. Su Fan didn't want to cause trouble when he just arrived here. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and thought about his worries silently. At this time, Su Fan felt that several people came to him and looked at him unkindly. He opened his eyes and saw several monks standing in front of him, looking down at him. At this time, a foundation building monk who was sitting cross-legged by the window in the cabin asked with a smile, "Boy, where are you from? Where I come from is none of your business. It seems that the one by the window should be the boss of this cabin, because his berth is the best, just next to the porthole of the cabin. The monks on this flying boat are not good birds, just like the detention center in the previous life." Xuanluo realm? After hearing Su Fan's words, the monk by the window was stunned. Xuanluo realm? Have you heard of this place? The other cultivators in the cabin also shook their heads. Almost no one had not heard of Xuanluo realm. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the cultivation world he traveled to was a small transparent place in the Qingquang Star region. I really haven't heard of this place. It must be an unknown small plane. I heard from my elders at home that it is said that it is being invaded by the demons. It seems that no one has been paid attention to by the upper sect for many years. Then how did you get selected by the Biao divine sect? Are you the illegitimate child of some powerful person? When several cultivators in the cabin heard this, they all laughed. Su Fan frowned. He was in a bad mood. These idiots dared to provoke him. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Thinking of this, Su Fan raised his head and smiled at a cultivator who said he was an illegitimate child. The other party had a fierce look on his face and glared at him fiercely. What are you worried about, old man? Before he could finish, he felt his eyes go dark, and his soul was instantly smashed to pieces by Su Fan's god-killing and soul-crying technique. Bang! Su Fan grabbed his hair and threw him to the ground. His nose was smashed to pieces, his face was unbearable, and his teeth fell to the ground. This is when he held back his hands. If it weren't for the prohibition of killing here, the other party's head would have been smashed to pieces by him. Several monks in the cabin were all dumbfounded. No one expected that this kid would be so cruel. You fucking, a monk next to him pointed at him and was about to curse, but his hand was grabbed by Su Fan. Crack! The man's wrist was broken by Su Fan, and before he could shout, he was punched in the stomach again. Su Fan used the tricky power of bone-cutting hand in this punch, and there were few intact bones in the other party's body. Everyone be careful, he is a physical cultivator, a cultivator warned loudly, and then slapped the magic weapon on his waist. With a boom, endless black air spread in the cabin, and instantly turned into a ferocious ghost general, roaring and rushing towards Su Fan. Su Fan's eyes widened, and the ferocious ghost general suddenly stopped in the air. With a whoosh, the ferocious ghost general rushed to the corner of the cabin, squatted there trembling, and looked at Su Fan aggrievedly. Ghosts are most sensitive to breath, and their intuition tells them that the guy in front of them is too cruel. If they dare to pounce on him, their ghost bodies will be torn to pieces by him. The ghost cultivator was also stupid. He never thought that the ghost general who had followed him for decades would be so cowardly without even daring to look at his face. Before he could react, Su Fan had already appeared beside him, stretched out his hand to pinch his neck, lifted him up, and threw him to the ground fiercely. Bang! The ghost cultivator's body was ordinary to begin with, so how could he withstand Su Fan's destruction? His entire spine was broken into several pieces, and he collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. In a few breaths, the 3 foundation building cultivators in the cabin were already crippled by him. Although they still had a breath left, they had lost most of their lives. Even if they were foundation building cultivators, they would have to lie down for several months before they could fully recover. It was not until this time that the several demon cultivators in the cabin realized what a terrifying existence they had provoked. His body was as strong as a monster, and his soul was even more perverted. Moreover, this guy was cruel and merciless, and the cold murderous aura emanating from his body almost condensed into substance, which was terrifying. Even the ferocious ghost general was almost scared to death when he saw him, and he was as obedient as a stray dog, trembling and hiding in the corner without daring to move. Especially in such a small cabin, fighting with such a monster was no different from seeking death. Devours, don't get excited. We don't have any bad intentions. At this time, the monk who was sitting cross-legged at the porthole spoke. As the boss of the cabin, he had already recognized Su Fan's strength. Su Fan turned his head and sneered at the other party. Damn it, I didn't want to cause trouble, but you insisted on provoking me. Now you want to settle the matter with just one sentence. What are you thinking? Who gave you such a big face? Su Fan ignored him at all and pointed to the place where the other party was sitting. Get out of here quickly, your place, I want it. The other party was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that if he gave Su Fan a face, Su Fan would definitely go down the slope and everyone would live in peace in the future. But Su Fan had long disliked him, so how could he play Liao Zhai with him? You are looking for death? The other party was angered by Su Fan. He threw his hand, and a magic wrapped in thick black smoke rushed to Su Fan's face in an instant. Pa! Su Fan stretched out his hand and had already grasped the other party's spiritual energy in his hand. At this moment, the cabin was terribly quiet. Several cultivators were dumbfounded. Who is this guy? He actually grabbed the top-grade magic weapon with his bare hands. Su Fan casually threw the top-grade magic weapon aside and walked towards the cultivator who was sitting cross-legged at the porthole. The other party stood up quickly. He was also a battle-hardened magic cultivator. Of course, he knew that his little Taoism was not enough in front of Su Fan. Devours, let's talk it over. Before he could finish, his neck was tightly grasped by Su Fan. Then, he felt dizzy and flew up. Bang! The other party was thrown violently by Su Fan and hit heavily on the cabin wall, and then he knew nothing. Su Fan turned around and looked at several stunned cultivators. Get out! Hearing Su Fan's words, several people fled the cabin as if they had been pardoned. Su Fan glanced at the people lying on the ground, walked over to take off their rings, and then picked them up one by one and threw them outside the cabin. At this time, many monks had gathered outside the cabin to watch the excitement. Such scenes were already commonplace here. Before Su Fan boarded the flying boat, the commotion in each cabin had already ended and their respective positions had been established. The monks gathered outside the cabin were almost hit by the people thrown out by Su Fan. They were about to curse, but when they saw the miserable state of the people on the ground, they all shut their mouths. Who is this person? He is too cruel. Old Han is also a cruel person, but I didn't expect to be beaten so badly. Just now I asked senior brother Li Wei, the guy in the room is a physical cultivator, very cruel, no wonder, they met a physical cultivator, it's their bad luck. Su Fan had already closed the cabin door and couldn't hear the discussions of the people outside the cabin at all. He turned around and was stunned. He saw two people sitting in the room, who seemed to have been frightened and were looking at him with panic on their faces. Seeing Su Fan looking at them, the two hurriedly tried to get up and escape from the cabin. But before they could get up, Su Fan waved his hand. You go to the opposite side. The two were stunned for a moment, and then they rolled and crawled to the bunk opposite. The two monks did not participate in it just now, so he did not drive them out of the cabin. Now Su Fan alone occupied a whole long bunk. Anyway, as long as he stayed in this cabin for a day, those people would never think of entering this room again. You can sleep wherever you want. Whoever dares to come back, their bones will be smashed. Su Fan was about to sit down when he suddenly saw the ghost general who was hiding in the corner of the cabin and shivering. When this guy saw Su Fan looking at it, he hurriedly squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Hey! It's so ugly. You might as well not laugh, it's even uglier when you laugh. Come here, he waved at the ghost general, and the ghost general quickly floated over and looked at Su Fan pitifully. Su Fan put his hand on the ghost general's head, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he instantly destroyed the master servant's contract planted by the ghost cultivator. The ghost general screamed and was forced to cancel the ghost contract. Its ghost shadow was obviously much weaker, but the ghost general did not dare to fart. Su Fan smiled. This ghost general was quite sensible and also quite wretched. Alright, take it. He waved his hand and cast the divine seed magic to force the ghost general to sign a master servant's contract. You will follow me in the future. Su Fan picked up a black leather bag and looked at it carefully. This cloth bag is the top-grade ghost weapon of a ghost cultivator, called Earth Evil Yin Ghost Sack, and the stuff is pretty good. Su Fan waved his hand and easily wiped out the mark of the ghost cultivator on the Earth Evil Yin Ghost Sack, and then sent a thought to the ghost general. With a whoosh, the ghost general turned into a black smoke and instantly drilled into the Earth Evil Yin Ghost Sack. According to Sister Zhen's cultivation progress, she will also advance soon, and he will have 2 ghost generals in his hands in the future. Yes, 1 male and 1 female. The 2 demon cultivators on the opposite side were all stunned by Su Fan's operation. Who is this person? He just waved his hand to erase the contract of this ghost general, and then easily subdued this ghost general. Although the 2 did not practice the ghost way, They also knew that ghost generals without the constraints of the contract are very cruel and violent. But in front of this person, the ghost general was as obedient as a pet dog. Su Fan hung the Earth Evil Yin ghost bag on his waist and looked at the two cultivators on the opposite side. "Where are you from?" Hearing Su Fan's words, the two did not dare to neglect and said where they came from. "My name is Wang Xian Hao, I come from Haoshan Realm. I was fortunate enough to be selected by Biao Divine Sect to become an outer sect disciple of the upper sect. My name is Chu Lifeng, I am a cultivator from Qian Realm. I entered the top 10 in the sect competition, so I have the opportunity to go to the upper sect." After listening to the two people's words, Su Fan sighed secretly. It seems that the sects in these two planes have the opportunity to go to Cultivation, but there has been no movement in Zuanluo Realm for tens of thousands of years. "How often does the upper sect of your sect select?" Wang Xianhao hurriedly said. "Our sect will hold a competition every 50 years. As long as you make it into the top 10, you will have the opportunity to go to the upper sect of Cultivation. It's the same for us. The upper sect will come here once every 50 years. Chu Lifeng finished speaking, and smiled again. "With your strength, if you were in our sect, you would definitely be at the top of the competition." The other party's flattery made Su Fan almost laugh. "I am always at the top of the battle record list in the time and space arena, so your sect's competition is nothing. But no matter what, the strength of the planes they are in must be much stronger than the Zuanluo realm. In addition to the Biao Divine Sect and Cultivation, will other sects also come to your place to select disciples?" Chu Lifeng nodded and said, "There are several super immortal sects in our place. Every few decades, the upper sect comes to select disciples, but they are not from Cultivation. As for where they come from, I don't know. It's the same in our place. The disciples of the demon sects are all selected in Cultivation, and I don't know about the disciples of the immortal sects." Wang Xianhao finished speaking, and said with a little show-off, "The Thousand Illusion Demon Lord who came from the upper sect to select disciples this time was a cultivator from our Haoshan realm before. Are the disciples selected by the upper sect all foundation building disciples like us?" "There are also giants Henren, but not too many. They all live on the top of the magic boat, and we don't usually see them." Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. It seems that Zuanluo realm is a child without a mother. Although the inheritance of those super immortal sects in the central plains all comes from a Ocean, it's a pity that the upper sect doesn't care about you at all. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, "Do you know about Cultivation?" Chu Lifeng thought for a moment and said, "Master told me about Cultivation before I came here. Before we enter, we will be sent to the plain battlefield by Biao Shenzong. If we cannot obtain enough merits within a year, we will be left in the plain battlefield. If you stay in the plain battlefield, you must stay there for 30 years before you can enter the sect." Wang Xianhao also added, "This is so. It seems that this Biao Shenzong is not a good place. This plain battlefield is probably similar to the war when Ocean invaded Zhuangluoji. It is estimated to be much more cruel than the trial of the 100,000-mile demon abyss in the Nine Nether Demon Palace. It seems that this is the norm in the King Kuang Star region. A powerful plane like Cultivation will often invade other planes to plunder cultivation resources. Don't think about it, just do whatever you want. Isn't it just going to the plain battlefield to gain merits? Just do it." Su Fan is confident that he can gain enough merits within a year, and then he can enter the Biao Shenzong to practice with peace of mind. At this time, there was a commotion outside, and Su Fan frowned immediately. Wang Xianhao on the opposite side glanced at Su Fan and quickly explained to him. "The magic boat is about to cross the space-time channel. You can go to the upper deck to have a look." The scene is quite spectacular. After listening to the other party's introduction, Su Fan immediately lost interest. He had experienced it once when he went to the space-time arena, and it was actually nothing to see. Chapter 343 Cultivation. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. After chatting with the two people opposite him for a while yesterday, he fell asleep. Because it was always dark outside the window, he didn't know how long he slept. Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng on the opposite side saw Su Fan and greeted him with a smile. He nodded at them. "How long will it take to reach Cultivation from here?" Wang Xianhao on the opposite side heard it and hurriedly said, "I heard from the seniors of the sect that it is estimated that it will take about 5 or 6 months to reach Cultivation. Not necessarily. Biao Shenzong may send us to plain battlefield first." After hearing what Chu Lifeng said, Su Fan frowned. Do you know the situation of the playing battlefield? Wang Xianhao shook his head and said, I heard from the elders at home that each playing battlefield is different, and it depends on luck to go to where. One of our sect's predecessors has been to Daohuangshan, which is the territory of the demons. It is said that the battlefield is very dangerous. After listening to Chu Lifeng's words, Su Fan understood that there must be resources needed by the Biao divine sect in that place. It seems that no matter where it is, it's the same. It's just that he was born in a peaceful era in his previous life. If he counted back 100 years, the world would never be quiet. If it weren't for the big killer of nuclear weapons, the Fifth World War would have been over. Even though the times are changing, the greed of human nature has never changed. Dao, we are going to the cafeteria to eat. What do you want to eat? We will bring it back for you. After listening to Chu Lifeng's words, Su Fan smiled. Thank you, I can do anything, but you have to bring more back. I can eat a lot. Wang Xianhao laughed and said, no problem, I'll bring you double. Double may not be enough. 20 people. Wang Xianhao was stunned and said, okay, let's go. After a while, the two came back and brought 20 portions of spiritual food for Su Fan. When they saw Su Fan stuffed all 20 portions of spiritual food into his stomach, they were shocked. This is too much, almost catching up with the appetite of monsters. In fact, they underestimated Su Fan, he can eat much more than monsters. The various facilities on this magic boat are very complete. Not only can you eat the spiritual food in the cafeteria, but there are also taverns, tea houses, library, practice rooms, alchemy and weapon-making rooms. After Su Fan finished his meal, the two invited him to sit in the tea house, but he declined. When the two left, there was a whoosh sound, and Sister Zhen, who had been on guard beside him, appeared out of nowhere. Her ghost image flew around Su Fan excitedly, pointing at the earth demon ghost bag on his waist from time to time. Master, what is the name of this big guy? Su Fan thought about it, and he patted the earth demon ghost bag to summon the ghost general. Seeing a puff of black smoke instantly turned into a hideous ghost general, Sister Zhen was so scared that she hid behind Su Fan, and occasionally poked her head out to secretly look at this big guy. The fierce-looking ghost general stood in front of Su Fan obediently, and even squeezed out a flattering smile, but the smile was uglier than crying. It was really ugly. Su Fan frowned and looked at the ghost general with disgust. You can call yourself Yaksha. And you must obey Sister Zhen's orders in the future. The ghost general hurriedly saluted Su Fan respectfully and sent a thought. Yes, Master. After it said that, it also arched its hand to Sister Zhen behind Su Fan in a flattering manner. As soon as the ghost general finished speaking, Sister Zhen tugged at Su Fan's sleeve, came close to him and whispered a thought. Master, this is the ghost general. I'm so scared. Su Fan glared at her. You useless thing. He glanced at the ghost general opposite and sent a thought grimly. If you dare to bully Sister Zhen in the future, I will make your soul fly away. The ghost general was frightened and waved his hands quickly, saying, Master, don't worry, I will definitely listen to Sister Zhen's orders in the future. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, waved at them, and drove Sister Zhen and Yaksha back to their respective ghost weapons. He stood up from the ground and came to the side of the porthole. It was pitch black outside the window, and occasionally there would be a few bright lights flashing in the distant night sky, like stars blinking their eyes. In the vast starry sky, powerful planes like Conceals can open up fixed time and space channel points, and interstellar flying boats can cross the endless star fields through these time and space channels. Of course, this kind of space-time channel has very weak teleportation ability. If you want to invade other planes, you have to build a larger space-time channel in the invaded plane. Even so, plane travel is very boring. The whole journey can take several months, and the farthest one may even take several years. In the next few months, Su Fan hardly left his house and stayed in the cabin every day to practice. Even 3 meals a day were brought back by Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng. Occasionally, he would go to the library of the magic boat to borrow a few books, or stay on the rooftop of the deck for a while. The original few cultivators in the cabin, except Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng, dared not come back, and Su Fan occupied half of the cabin. At first, the two of them were trembling with fear every day when facing this evil star. Later, after a few days of getting along, they found that Su Fan was not so cruel. As long as you don't provoke him, Su Fan is still easy to get along with, and his attitude towards them is also mild. Moreover, he is a homebody and doesn't talk much. Every day, in addition to staying in the cabin, He either practices or reads books, or occasionally draws talismans or something. So after a few months, the relationship between them and Su Fan gradually became familiar. In their spare time, they could sit together and drink tea and chat. Through communication with them, Su Fan also learned some of the situations of the Haotian realm and Qian realm where the two were. If you don't talk, you won't know. No wonder no upper sect is willing to deal with Xuanluo realm. It's really that the cultivators of Xuanluo realm are not up to the standard. The sects where these two people are located can also be regarded as super magic sects, but there are dozens of Yuanying's Henjin in the sect alone, and there are countless Jindan's Henjin, and there are even more foundation-building cultivators everywhere. Moreover, the Taoist inheritance of these two planes is also very complete, not to mention the spiritual vein resources. The reason why Xuanluo realm is in such a mess today is probably related to the continuous invasion of Daluotian. It only comes once every thousands or tens of thousands of years, and no matter how good the plane is, it can't stand such a toss. This magic boat is full of fierce magic cultivators. There are several conflicts almost every day, and it is common to enter the secret realm for life and death battles. Despite this, no one came to provoke Su Fan. The main reason was that he stayed in the cabin all day and didn't come out. In addition, he showed strong strength when he first arrived, and he crippled several ruthless people in the same room. If there was no conflict of interest, no one would be stupid enough to provoke this evil star. In fact, the main reason why he hit so hard when he first arrived was to establish his authority. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches. After all, there are not many good people on this magic boat, and even Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng are not good people. Don't look at them now. They look well-educated and well-mannered. That's in front of Su Fan. They would be the king in other places. They also joined a group composed of fellow disciples. During this time on the magic boat, they also caused a lot of trouble. Finally, after several months of travel, the huge magic boat finally sailed to the closest time and space passage point to Cultivation. This is a permanent time and space passage point, composed of several fixed rings with a diameter of hundreds of feet. Through here, you can not only go to Cultivation, but also go to several adjacent planes. The huge interstellar magic ship passed through the huge ring, as if it plunged into the vast ocean. With a flash of dazzling light, the huge magic ship crossed countless miles and instantly arrived at the plane of time and space where Cultivation was located. As they were about to reach their destination, the cultivators on the magic ship became excited. Especially when the magic ship crossed the time and space channel point, everyone cheered, and even in the next few days, there were fewer conflicts on the magic ship. Su Fan sat in front of a low table, and a teapot was placed on the red clay stove next to him, which was steaming. He picked up the teapot and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. At this time, Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng pushed the door and walked in. The two of them were not as able to sit still as Su Fan, and they wandered around on the magic ship almost every day. After a few months, they also made a lot of friends, and Su Fan also learned a lot about Cultivation through them. In fact, Cultivation is not much different from Xuanluoji, except that the area is larger, the heritage is longer, and the cultivation resources are richer. Cultivation also has the distinction between the demon sect and the immortal sect, but the two sides are located in different regions, and usually do not interfere with each other. In addition to the human race, Cultivation also has the demon race and the sea race. But they are all vassals of the human race, and the regions they are located in are all old border areas. Even the coastal areas are ruled by the human race. There is no way. The strength of the human race and the immortals and demons is too strong. It is good for the demons and the sea race to have a place to reproduce. Of course, there will be friction in some areas adjacent to the immortals and demons. But they are all local conflicts and will never evolve into a war between immortals and demons. Compared with the closed Xuanluo realm, Cultivation communicates more frequently with other planes in the Qingquan Star region. Because the time and space channel points can only be opened by at least the great powers of the God Transformation realm, and small planes like the Xuanluo realm do not even have the ability to travel across planes. In the entire Qingquan Star region, all human planes are natural allies, and they are in a three-legged tripod with the demons and insects, and they are constantly fighting each other. Anyway, no one can do anything to anyone after fighting back and forth. Although the human race's population is far from comparable to the other two races, its strength is not low at all. Moreover, The human race is extremely aggressive and often takes the initiative to initiate wars and invade the territories of the demon race and the insect race. This is the origin of the plain battlefield. To put it bluntly, it is to compete for cultivation resources. However, once the King Kong star field is invaded by other star fields, the three major races will instantly unite to jointly resist other star fields. The more Su Fan knows about the situation of Cultivation, the more upset he becomes. Now it seems that Xuanluo realm is better. Although Xuanluo realm is just a small transparent in the King Kong star field, it is also quiet. Especially this time when Daluotian retreats, at least in the next few thousand years, it will definitely be calm. Find a quiet place to lie down comfortably for 100 years, and no one will disturb you. Su Fan now regrets that he should not have killed so many evil demons in the time and space arena. At this time, Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng also sat down. Both of them are from famous families, and they are also elite disciples of the sect, so they are very wealthy. In order to win over Su Fan, they have brought out a lot of spiritual tea and wine in the past few months. Su Fan was not polite to them and accepted whatever they gave him. Su Fan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Come, drink tea. Wang Xianhao picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, just now, a fellow disciple went to see the Thousand Illusions Demon Lord and asked him about some things about the playing battlefield. Chu Lifeng, who was standing next to him, immediately became interested. Did you find out any news? Where will our group be sent? The Thousand Illusions Demon Lord doesn't know the specific arrangements. We can only make plans when we get to the upper sect, but, Wang Xianhao said this and took another sip of spiritual tea. According to the Thousand Illusions Demon Lord, the sect has recently opened up battlefields in several Zerg plains, so we will most likely be sent there this time. Chu Lifeng frowned and said, I heard from the elders of the family that the Zerg plain is not a good place. Fortunately, the Zerg plain has more abundant resources, but there are too many bugs. After hearing what the two said, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he had seen the demons, but he didn't know what the Zerg was. Could it be the same as the bugs in the StarCraft game in his previous life, or the ones in the movie Starship Troopers? Anyway, no matter what kind of bugs, he didn't want to see them. If densely packed bugs rushed over, it would be disgusting to think about it. Isn't it good to cultivate in peace? Why do you have to fight each other? A few days later, the huge demon ship finally sailed into Cultivation. Almost all the cultivators on the demon ship gathered on the rooftop of the top deck of the ship, admiring the scenery of this plain. Su Fan did not go to the deck to squeeze with others, but stood by the porthole and looked out the window. But he only looked for a while and then lost interest. Compared with Xuanluo realm, at least on the surface, Cultivation is no different. After sailing for a few more days, the magic boat flew over the square of a huge airport. With a dull loud noise, the boat shook violently, and the magic boat finally landed on the ground. There were cheers from the magic boat. The boring interstellar journey of nearly a year finally came to an end, and the monks on the magic boat were finally relieved. Su Fan just got off the magic boat with a dense flow of people. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, the extremely rich spiritual energy hid him instantly. This concentration of spiritual energy was no more than the concentration of spiritual energy he felt at the source of the first-level spiritual vein underground in Yuking sect. That was the source of the spiritual vein, and the spiritual energy itself was the most concentrated place. Moreover, the source of the spiritual vein was forcibly extracted by the Daluotian evil demon altar at that time, and the concentration of spiritual energy at that time had already exceeded the first-level spiritual vein by many times. This is definitely not the mountain gate of the Biao divine sect, but just an airport. The concentration of spiritual energy is so rich. Apart from other things, the spiritual vein resources alone, Xuanluo realm and Kungsu heaven are simply incomparable. It is simply heaven and earth. At this time, the Biao divine sect disciples who had been waiting here for a long time came up, redistributed their nearly 10,000 cultivators, and then took them away. Chapter 344 Is this how you test your cotters? In the early morning, the sky was full of rays of light. The quiet forest regained its vitality again, the noisy cicadas rang out again and again, and countless birds were rejoicing on the branches. Under the sunlight, the lake was shimmering with dazzling light, and everything was full of vitality. Su Fan sat cross-legged in a miniature cave, practicing Hunun Gong. After 9 turns of gongxing, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. It must be said that the spiritual vein resources of Cultivation are indeed too rich. He was like bathing in the mist of spiritual energy. These monks who were selected from various planes were placed in a station near the airport as soon as they got off the magic boat. Now several days have passed, and no one is interested. However, the conditions of the station are still good. Each selected monk is assigned an independent cave. The cave is not big, only about 10 square meters in size. But there are nearly 10,000 monks who have been selected, and such conditions are already very good. It is said that this place is just a market of Biao, which is very far away from the mountain gate. But despite this, the richness of the spiritual energy is no more than that of the super section Zuanluo realm. Moreover, he had specially asked someone to find out that this inconspicuous market can only be regarded as a third-level spiritual vein in Conceals, which also made Su Fan dumbfounded. Su Fan couldn't help but yearn for it. It is said that there is a first-level spiritual vein at the mountain gate of Biao divine sect. He really wants to go to the mountain gate to see it. But he just thought about it. Although these disciples who were selected into the upper sect were elite cultivators from various planes before, in the eyes of the people in Conceals, they are like a group of country bumpkins from the countryside. When the disciples of Biao divine sect saw them, they didn't even look at them straight, and even didn't hide the contempt and disdain in their eyes. Su Fan knew in his heart that these disciples who were selected from small planes came to Biao divine sect to be sent to the battlefields of various planes as cannon fodder. In the previous life, what mattered was the diploma, but in this world of cultivation, what mattered was the qualifications and background. Su Fan lived 2 lives and got neither. Always at the bottom of society, there is no one else anyway. At this time, someone outside triggered the formation of the cave. It is clear that it must be Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng. Since they came here, they often come to sit here when they have nothing to do. He understood what they meant. They just wanted to pull Su Fan into their group, but he was used to being alone, so how could he join such a group? But he did not reject them. After all, they often hang out outside and can get a lot of information. Su Fan stood up and opened the door of the cave. He saw Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng outside the cave, smiling and bowing to him. Senior brother is really a hard-working person. I haven't seen you leave the cave these few days. After hearing what Wang Xianhao said, Chu Lifeng next to him also laughed. You don't need to tell me. Senior brother Su is so powerful. Of course there is a reason. Su Fan accepted the flattery of the two with a smile and stretched out his hand to let them into the cave. After the 3 of them sat down, Su Fan took out a red clay stove and a complete set of tea sets, and brewed a pot of ordinary spiritual tea for them. Come, drink tea. Wang Xianhao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Brother, I heard a piece of news today. In a few days, we will be sent to the plain battlefield. It is said that it is the territory of the Zerg. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seems that he was not wrong. They were really used as cannon fodder by the Biao divine sect. Don't look at the good words of the Biao divine sect. If you get a certain amount of military merit within 3 years, you can become an outer disciple of the sect, but after 3 years, it is estimated that few of them will survive. Brother, you are strong. If you really go to the plain battlefield in the future, we brothers will have to rely on your care. Su Fan smiled and waved his hand, saying, take care of each other in the future. At this time, Chu Lifeng and Wang Xianhao exchanged glances and finally told the purpose. Brother, the Zerg are ferocious and aggressive, and their numbers are countless. A few days ago, my brother and I contacted several like-minded fellow disciples and planned to go to the plain battlefield to gather together for warmth and take care of each other. I wonder if you, Su Fan waved his hand and said, we may not be assigned together yet. Let's talk about this when we get to the plain battlefield. Seeing that Su Fan did not directly refuse, Wang Xianhao and Chu Lifeng became excited. If they can win over a strong teammate like Su Fan, they will definitely get enough military merits when they get to the plain battlefield. Wang Xianhao took out a jade bottle with an old and mottled appearance from the ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. Brother, this is the spiritual wine given to me by my elders before I came here. Please accept it. Su Fan was stunned. How could you be so embarrassed? Junior brother, this gift is too expensive. Before he could finish, Chu Lifeng next to him also took out an exquisite wooden box and pushed it in front of Su Fan. This box of blue sea songming is a specialty of our Qian realm. There are not many left now. Brother, please try it in your spare time. Su Fan knew what was good. These 2 things were obviously valuable. Is this how you test your cotters? He shook his head with a wry smile and pointed at the two of them. We all know each other so well, why bother with this? Wang Xianhao chuckled and said, it's my duty, it's my duty. Qu Lifeng also hurriedly said, brother, you are very powerful, and I will have to trouble you in the future, you guys. In that case, I won't be polite. Anyway, he didn't take the initiative to ask for bribes. You guys are the ones who are bribing. As long as you dare to give it, I dare to accept it. When we get to the playing battlefield, if you can't find me, there's nothing I can do. Seeing that Su Fan accepted the things, Wang Xianhao and Qu Lifeng finally felt relieved. In their opinion, this was like they had already taken down Su Fan. Brother, we are hosting tonight, you must come. Su Fan shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I have made good progress in my cultivation recently, and I want to calm down and practice hard for a few days. Seeing Su Fan's refusal, the two did not continue to insist, and then politely said goodbye and left. Su Fan picked up the bottle of spirit wine and looked at it carefully. Although there were several talismans sealed on the surface of the bottle, he sniffed it gently, and there was a faint fragrance that made his pores relax and his whole body feel refreshed. He felt like a fairy. Su Fan carefully put the spirit wine into his ring, picked up the exquisite wooden box, and opened the lid. He immediately felt a fragrance, and his soul seemed to be baptized by the cool spring, and his mind became clearer than ever before. Su Fan closed the tea box and put it into his ring. These two things cannot be obtained without tens of thousands of upper spirits, and you can't buy them even if you have spirit stones. Too polite, how can I feel good about this? In fact, it is normal. Wang Xianhao and Qu Lifeng are both elites in their respective planes. Before they come here, the sect and the family will reward them with a lot of things, just for the purpose of building connections and conceals. In this case, if you can, just help. Of course, if there is danger, don't even think about asking him to risk his life to help. A few days later, several Jindans Henren from Biao Shenzong came here, led them to the nearby airport, and then reorganized them. Su Fan knew that they were going to be sent to the plain battlefield. Although the plain battlefield was full of crises, the people around him were elite disciples from various planes, and they had seen big scenes, and many of them even crawled out of the dead team, so everyone was not nervous. They had guessed this result before coming to the upper sect. Su Fan followed the flow of people to the bottom of a huge magic boat, but before he could board the boat, he saw a Jindans Henren flying hurriedly from a distance. He landed on the ground and said a few words to the Jindans Henren here. A Jindans Henren came to the side of the magic boat and shouted loudly, "Who is Su Fan? Come here." After hearing the words of Jindans Henren, all the cultivators in the square were stunned. What relationship does this person have with the Biao Divine Sect? He is about to go to the playing battlefield, can he be rescued? Wang Xianhao and Qu Lifeng looked at each other, and they saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that this kid actually had such a relationship in Biao Divine Sect. Su Fan was also confused. He was unfamiliar with this place and didn't know anyone. How could someone look for him? He hurriedly walked out of the queue and came to the other party. Greetings, Zhenren. I am Su Fan. The Jindans Henren frowned and looked at him, then turned around and pointed at the Jindan realm cultivator who had just flown here. You go with him. Although Su Fan was also confused, he still came to the Jindans Henren. Meet the immortal. The other party looked at him, nodded and said, well, follow me. After saying that, Jindan Immortal took Su Fan to a small flying boat on the square, and whizzed away in an instant. It was not until the small flying boat disappeared that the cultivators on the square reacted. Everyone was envious and jealous. This person is too awesome. Who is he? Wang Xianhao turned his head and looked at Qu Lifeng behind him, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Junior brother, this matter is my fault. What should I do? After hearing what the other party said, Qu Lifeng sighed. It's come to this. I'll find a chance to make up for it later. It turned out that before the two went to see Su Fan, Qu Lifeng wanted to send more things, but Wang Xianhao thought it was enough and there was no need to send too much. Seeing that a Jindan Immortal from Biao Divine Sect came in person to pick him up, they thought Su Fan had some strong connections in Biao Divine Sect. Now both of them regretted it a little. If they had known earlier, they would have sent more things. But how could they know that even Su Fan was confused at this time? He had no connection with the Biao Divine Sect. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the deck of the small magic boat, glanced at the Jinden's Henren sitting opposite him, and found that the other party was also looking at him. Originally, he wanted to ask the other party about the cause of the matter, but when he saw that the man looked at him with a look of inquiry, he gave up the idea. It seems that this Henren should not know what is going on. No matter what, let it be. At this time, he didn't think about those things. No matter where he was taken, it would be better than going to the plain battlefield. Seeing Su Fan's face full of calmness, the Jinden's Henren couldn't hold it in first. Which plane were you selected from? Su Fan hurriedly said respectfully. Junior Su Fan, from Zuanlo realm? After hearing Su Fan's words, the Jinden's Henren frowned immediately. Zuanlo realm? He thought for a long time, but couldn't remember the place of Zuanlo realm. He had never heard of it at all. Then what is your relationship with the Chu family of the sect? Chu family? Su Fan was stunned. How could he know what the Chu family was? Although the other party didn't know the whole story, he didn't want to be mysterious and chose to tell the truth to avoid making things worse. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, I followed the Thousand Illusions Master to board the magic boat. I have never heard of the Chu family. Hearing Su Fan say this, the other party was even more confused. Seeing that this kid didn't seem to be lying, especially when he heard the name of the Thousand Illusions Master, he subconsciously began to fill in his own imagination. Is this kid the blood of the Chu family who was lost outside, or the illegitimate son of a senior, or a demon seed planted by a demon king in a small plane? The Thousand Illusions Master is also notorious in the sect. Let him go all the way to pick up this kid, which means that this kid must have a background. Su Fan's choice was right. His answer made the Jinden Master fall into deep thought. When he looked at him again, the other party's attitude had obviously become much more cautious, and he spoke much more kindly. The magic boat they were riding on was not big, but it was extremely fast. Compared with the bone boat of the Zuanlo realm demon sect, it was at least several times faster. After traveling for several days, the magic boat finally landed in a huge airport. Su Fan followed the Jinden's Henren out of the airport square, and then took the miniature teleportation array to a valley outside a nearby fairy city. The valley was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the sky was full of colorful clouds. At the end, a waterfall in a spring hung over the mountain stream, steep peaks and ancient trees towered to the sky, and deep stone pools and flowing water splashed against the rocks. It was really cold and green, like a curtain. Under the lingering clouds and mist, the faint purple and red colors were dotted, and the air was filled with a vibrant atmosphere, as if they had come to fairyland on earth. The two came to the outside of a cave, and the Jinden's Henren touched the formation outside the cave. After a while, a beautiful female foundation building cultivator came out. Uncle Jingchuan, you're back. The Grand Master is waiting for you, the girl said, then turned around and looked at Su Fan with a searching look. Su Fan pretended not to see them and followed them into the cave. When they came to the outside of a thatched cottage, Master Jingchuan bowed respectfully. Master, I brought someone here, come in. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. A comfortable day is a comfortable day. Master Jingchuan took Su Fan into the thatched cottage and saw an old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. The old man was dressed in a luxurious black robe, with a graceful demeanor, gray hair, a goatee, slightly triangular eyes, and a hint of gloom in his eyes. Su Fan quickly bowed and said respectfully, Junior Su Fan, meet the Demon Lord. The other party narrowed his eyes slightly, and Su Fan felt that he was instantly seen through. Fortunately, after fusing several new spells, he always used the 9-Nether stealth technique to hide his cultivation. At that time, the Thousand Illusion Demon Lord did not see through his cultivation, thinking that he was only in the middle stage of foundation building. The Demon Lord in front of him now should not have seen that he had concealed his cultivation. It must be said that the 9-Nether stealth technique after fusion is indeed extraordinary, and it can actually deceive the eyes of unimaginable cultivators. Well, the foundation of the physical way is not bad. He nodded to Master Jingchuan and said, you take him down first. Yes, Master, Master Jingchuan said, and took Su Fan out of the thatched cottage. The old man looked at the backs of the two people, and he took out a jade talisman from his ring. Brother Linquan, I have brought the person to Zilan City. When will the young master come over, Wu Yu? There is something going on at the master's house, so the young master changed the route temporarily. Let's talk about it when we go back. After hearing the other party's words, Wu Yu Demon Lord couldn't help but frown. He has broken through the nascent soul for hundreds of years. Although he is already a disciple of the Chu family, he has never been integrated into the core of the family. Although nascent soul cultivators can call the shots in the Zuanluo realm, in Conceals, it is the world of the great cultivators of the God Transformation realm. The God Transformation Demon Lord controls all the resources of Conceals. If nascent soul cultivators want to make further progress and break through to the middle stage, they can only obtain the cultivation resources they need from the God Transformation family. At the beginning, the young master was very impressed with the boy's performance in the time and space arena, and Wu Yu Demon Lord kept this in mind. The sect's interstellar magic ship went to various planes to receive disciples from the sect. It happened to pass by Zuanluo realm, so it got rid of Jin Huan Demon Lord and took Su Fan over. It's ridiculous to say that he is a Yuaning Demon Lord, but he can only try every means to please a giant and cultivator. But in order to make further progress in the avenue, he can only be a running dog of the Huashan Demon Lord family. Thinking of this, Wu Yu Demon Lord shook his head helplessly. Oh. Then I will settle him down first, and let him meet the young master when he is free. Wu Yu Demon Lord cut off the J talisman for transmitting the message, and then called in Jingchuan Tenrun. It was originally just a casual move, but he didn't expect that after reporting this matter, the young master really agreed to meet Su Fan, which also made Wu Yu Demon Lord very excited. Who knew that things had changed, and now he can only wait for the opportunity. Now we can only settle this kid first, and let him go to see the young master when he is free in the future. I have something to do over there. You find a place to settle the kid in the outer sect, you stay here for a few days and wait for my news. After hearing this, Master Jingchuan bid farewell to his master, and then took Su Fan out of the valley. He led Su Fan to the External Affairs Hall of Zilan City and went through the entry procedures. Su Fan had no idea what was going on, and he became an outer sect disciple of Biao Divine sect in a days. However, nearly 10,000 elite disciples selected from various small planes can only endure 3 years of hardship in the playing battlefield, and must accumulate enough military merits before they can enter the outer sect of Biao Divine sect. Seeing that it was the person sent by Master Jingchuan himself, the Deacon Elder of the External Affairs Hall of Zilan City would of course have a lot of imagination. After all, it was sent by the disciple of Yuaning Demon Lord himself, so of course he dared not neglect it in the slightest. The Deacon Elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall activated the microarray, and a light curtain popped up. Then he pointed at several spots of light on the light curtain. Brother, these are some good places near Zilan City. These places include spiritual fields, mines, markets, spiritual medicine gardens and other places with the most abundant spiritual energy, and they are all relatively easy and lucrative jobs. Although he knew that the other party might have misunderstood something, Master Jingchuan did not say anything, but looked at Su Fan next to him. You choose one. At this time, Su Fan was not polite. After a brief consideration, he chose a place he liked. Junior brother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Brother, go ahead, I will definitely help you handle it. Master Jingchuan looked at Su Fan again, arched his hand to the Deacon Elder, and then turned and left the Foreign Affairs Hall. The Deacon of the Foreign Affairs Hall took good care of Su Fan and personally sent Su Fan to a valley not far from Zilan City. The sun was rising, and a ray of morning light fell on the green mountains and green waters. The morning sun gradually fell from the sky, passing through the dense branches and leaves, and the spots of light fell happily in the mountains, bringing some comfort. Su Fan was naked, holding the big sword in both hands and waving it over and over again. 9 extremes continuous / had long entered the formation realm. Not only did the progress begin to slow down, but the power was becoming less and less useful when facing high-level cultivators. Su Fan was ready to find another body cultivation sword method to merge with, and increase the power of the sword method as much as possible. He didn't stop until he was sweating all over his body, panting heavily. After a short rest, Su Fan put the big sword into the ring, and then walked to the nearby pond to wash up. He walked into the small courtyard beside the pond, climbed onto the non-pit, and took out the one-horned argali that had been roasted on a small fire all night. The one-horned argali is a low-level monster in the nearby mountains. Because it has no value, even casual cultivators rarely hunt it. On weekdays, it is everywhere in groups. Since Su Fan came here, these one-horned argali have been unlucky. One-horned argali is nearly 2 meters long, with 18 pairs of ribs, high density between bones and meat, tender and juicy meat, especially in the process of roasting. It will produce a special aroma. Moreover, the bone marrow and meat can be used to make soup, and the aroma will become more unique after high-temperature cooking. With Su Fan's appetite, 2 one-horned argali a day can just make him full. In addition to one-horned argali, there are also strings of lamb spears, lamb eggs and lamb kidneys, as well as baked naan, which are baked to a crispy brown in sizzling oil. Su Fan put the roasted one-horned argali on the table in the small courtyard. He went to the backyard and lifted the lid of the pot on the stove. Inside was mutton offal soup that had been stewed overnight. He served a large pot of mutton offal soup to the table, and today's breakfast was complete. For this breakfast, Su Fan ate a whole unicorn argali, a large bowl of mutton soup, hundreds of mutton spears, mutton eggs and mutton kidneys, and stuffed more than a dozen basin-sized baked naan into his stomach. This meal was enough for other cultivators to eat for more than 10 days. After eating and drinking, Su Fan walked out of the cave and came to a valley not far away. This was a mine of the sect. This was a purple copper mine with a huge output. This kind of refining material was very valuable and was the main material for refining spiritual tools. Moreover, the deep mine vein was accompanied by the more rare red fire copper, which could not only be used as the main material for the magic weapon of the Jinden's Henren, but even some Yuaning demon lords would add some to the refining of Taoist tools. Therefore, this was considered a relatively important mine of the Biao divine sect. It was usually heavily guarded. Not only was there a Jinden's Henren sitting in charge, but there were also more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators on duty. Su Fan took out a pitch-black jade talisman, passed through the defensive formation outside the valley, and then walked into the mine. He has been here for almost 3 months. Because he was personally sent here by the deacon elder of the External Affairs Hall, the Jinden's Henren who was guarding here also took good care of him. The outer disciples of Biao divine sect are not qualified to enter the mountain gate. Except for being recruited once every 100 years to go to the battlefields of various planes, the rest of the time they will be on duty in various places within the sect's influence. Uncle, you are here. Several key training disciples on duty here saw Su Fan and greeted him. Su Fan smiled and nodded at them, then walked into the valley. Going further ahead is the mining area, where there are more guards, but Su Fan has never entered since he came here. Su Fan walked into a monastery and saw a Jinden's Henren sitting cross-legged there reading a book. Greetings to Zhenren's Hian. Seeing Su Fan, Zhenren's Hian put down the ancient book in his hand. You are here, sit down. Su Fan sat down cross-legged, then took out a wooden box from the ring and pushed it in front of Zhenren's Hian. I saw this in Zilan City a few days ago. Uncle Master, please help me take a look. Yuan's Henren smiled, then took the box and opened it to take a look. This is the evil spirit bone. No, this is the evil bone of the demon. He took out the evil bone from the wooden box and looked at it carefully again. Where did you get it from? Su Fan chuckled and said, this is what I got from a casual cultivator. It's a lucky find. You are lucky. Although evil bones are common, there are not many evil bones of the demon. Uncle Master, this thing is good, isn't it? Does it meet your taste? Su Fan said, and then pushed the wooden box in front of Yuan's Henren. Yuan's Henren did not move the wooden box, but looked at Su Fan with a smile. What's the matter with you? Just say it. Su Fan smiled and said, Uncle Master, in recent days, I feel that the bottleneck of my realm has loosened, and I want to retreat for a while. Yuan's Henren smiled bitterly and shook his head, pointing at Su Fan. You kid, you always give me problems. How long have you been here? I haven't seen you show up many times. He thought for a while and said, how about this? I can't delay your breakthrough. I'll give you a year of retreat. It should be enough, Uncle Master, at least 3 years. Yuan's Henren glared and said angrily, 2 years at most. Su Fan nodded helplessly and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Uncle Master. Okay, get out of here. Su Fan left the abode, looked back, and a smile appeared on his face. He actually had some considerations for choosing to come here. A precious mineral vein like this must have a lot of tricks in it, with layers of interest chains, and even the sect knows it well. But since Su Fan came here, he has told Yuan's Henren that he came here just to practice hard and hoped that he would be lenient. After hearing Su Fan's words, Yuan's Henren also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was sent by Master Jingchuan. He was really afraid that it was Master Wu Yu's intention to get his hands on this mine. Since Su Fan clearly did not want to participate in the management of the mine, he was of course happy to see it happen, so he also took good care of Su Fan. Not only did he not have to come here on weekdays, but he could also get a lot of profit every month. Although no one cared about him in the past, he had to come and show his face every few days. This time, Su Fan simply bribed Masters Heian and got 2 years of freedom. Anyway, he still had a lot of evil spirit bones in his ring. Su Fan didn't know how long he would stay here. Since Master Jingchuan left last time, he seemed to have forgotten him and never came again. No matter what happens in the future, he can be comfortable every day. In fact, it was not Master Jingchuan who forgot him, but the young master of the Chu family forgot him. Master Wu Yu had no choice but to find a suitable opportunity to mention this matter. So he left Su Fan here and ignored him. Su Fan came out of the valley of the mine and flew to Zilin City with his magic weapon. There are dozens of immortal cities within the sphere of influence of Biao Divine Sect. Zilin City is located in the outermost area. If there were not several rare mineral veins around, it would be unknown whether Zilin City could exist. Zilin City is not big, and the scale of the urban area is not even as large as Weishan City in the West Wasteland. But the surrounding spiritual vein resources are good. Many cultivation families gather inside and outside the city, and it also attracts casual cultivators from nearly 10,000 miles to make a living here. Su Fan changed his appearance outside the city and pretended to be a casual cultivator before entering Zilin City. He did not wander around, but went to several talisman shops to sell the talismans he drew this month. Su Fan comes to Zilin City once a month. He is worth a lot of money. Of course, he does not sell talismans for spiritual stones, but wants to learn more about the situation in Cultivation. Through chatting with several shop owners, he also roughly knows some of the situation in Cultivation. Cultivation is similar to Zhuangluoji. There are also immortal sects and demon sects, but the immortal sects here are not as cowardly as Zhuangluoji. Especially the magic cultivators and sword cultivators of the immortal sects, who are not afraid of the demon sects at all. However, because Cultivation is rich in resources, the immortal sects and the demon sects have no conflict of interest, but they never interact with each other. There are several demon masters in the Biao Divine Sect, and their strength is very powerful, but they are not really considered a super demon sect in Cultivation. Although there is no internal fighting in Cultivation, the major immortal sects and demon sects are extremely aggressive, and they will open up battlefields in different planes outside the domain to plunder resources from other planes. The demons and insects in the King Kong Star domain have a very vast sphere of influence and countless resource-rich planes. However, the demons and insects are both tribal structures with very loose and rough management, which also gives human cultivators the opportunity to continuously encroach on the territories of the two tribes. Chapter 346, With food in hand, you will not be panic. Su Fan came out of the talisman shop and did not return to the cave immediately, but wandered around Zilin City. Although Zilin City is not big, with only 300,000 to 500,000 cultivators, it is also quite prosperous. There are many shops on both sides of the street, and pedestrians are constantly flowing on the street. The traffic is very busy. Cultivation has abundant cultivation resources. Except for a small amount of cultivation resources from foreign lands, the price is much lower than that of Zhuangluo realm. But what is strange is that the cost of living is not low at all. Su Fan guessed that it should be the cultivation families and sects in various places who wantonly exploited the lower class, which led to the current result. But these trivial matters have nothing to do with him. After all, Su Fan is an outer disciple of Biao Divine Sect. The sect provides food and accommodation, so he doesn't have to worry about those things. Every time you walk a distance in Zilin City, you will see a huge light curtain in a conspicuous position on the street. The content played on the light curtain is also all kinds of content. Su Fan also watched it for a while under the light curtain. Like the news of the major sects in Cultivation, the market trends of various cultivation resources, the battle situation in the major playing battlefields, the various battle power rankings in Cultivation, etc. The various contents are simply varied, and it feels like watching the news broadcast in the previous life. It is said that the light screens of the major immortal cities will broadcast live from time to time, which are all scenes of the competitions of some major super sects and the battle scenes of the major plain battlefields. Some important live broadcasts from super sex or plain battlefields often attract thousands of people. At this time, all the cultivators will put down their hands and gather in the central square of the city to watch the live broadcast, shouting and cheering crazily. Su Fan knew that the battle scene when he participated in the time and space arena should have been broadcast here. It's just that Xuan Luoji has no influence, so there are fewer people watching the live broadcast. Various rich live broadcast pictures have also indirectly promoted the development of Cultivation's gambling industry. Every time the live broadcast is broadcast, various handicaps will be opened in major immortal cities, attracting countless cultivators to bet enthusiastically. It has to be said that the people in Cultivation are still good at playing. Cultivation is indeed more developed than Xuan Luoji. Even the communication methods between cultivators are much more advanced than those in Xuan Luoji. In every corner of Zilan City, you can see cultivators holding a microarray plate to communicate with others. This microarray plate is different from the jade talisman of the communication. It will pop up a shadow of the cultivator on the opposite side, and the communication between the two sides is like a video chat. Moreover, as long as each cultivator has a communication array plate, he can establish contact with multiple people, but I don't know if there is a group chat function. In order to facilitate communication with people, Su Fan also bought a communication array plate. This microarray plate is only the size of a palm. It is not only expensive, but also divided into high, medium and low grades. It is said that the highest-end communication array plate is sky-high, at least tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones, and it is definitely a super kidney machine. But even with such an expensive price, there is a threshold to own such a super kidney machine. Ordinary people are not qualified to buy it. Not to mention casual cultivators, even outer disciples of the divine sect like Su Fan are not qualified. It is said that the most advanced communication array can not only realize cross-dimensional communication, but also watch live broadcasts directly on the array, which is awesome. Su Fan is not short of money, so he bought a most expensive communication array, which can not only record the contact information of hundreds of people, but also receive messages throughout Cultivation. There are many large and small markets in Zilan City, which not only sell various kinds of cultivation materials, but also have sufficient living materials. Cultivation has rich spiritual vein resources. Not only is the output of spiritual rice and spiritual noodles huge, but also various vegetables, mushrooms, spiritual fruits and spiritual teas have formed large-scale industries. In addition, Cultivation's spiritual beast breeding industry is extremely developed, even more developed than Su Fan's breeding industry in his previous life. Nowadays, there are all kinds of spiritual beast breeding farms around Zilan City, and even the one-stop industrial chain of feed, processing, storage, and transportation is very complete. Moreover, there are extremely rich types of monsters, whether they fly in the sky, run on the ground, or even swim in the water. The spiritual food sold in the major restaurants in Zilan City, except for the rare high-level monsters, the rest of the ingredients come from the numerous monster farms outside the city. Not only are they large in quantity and cheap, they are available on demand and delivered to your door. The monster meat that the monks in the city usually need is also purchased from the butcher shops on both sides of the street and the meat stalls in various markets. If the casual cultivators of Cultivation also go into the mountains to hunt monsters like Xuan Luoji, and then sell them in the city to obtain cultivation resources, they will definitely lose money. The casual cultivators of Cultivation generally engage in various side jobs in exchange for their own cultivation resources, such as raising various monsters, planting spiritual rice and vegetables, cultivating spiritual fruits and mushrooms, and so on. Then there are all kinds of low-level businesses in major immortal cities and markets, such as business operations, service industries, manufacturing industries, etc. Walking on the streets in Zilan City, it feels no different from the secular world. The only difference from the mortal kingdom is that the people living here are all cultivators. Like the drivers driving miniature spirit boats on the street, the waiters in the taverns, the guys in the shops trying their best to sell goods to customers, and the vendors shouting loudly in several markets, almost all of them are independent cultivators from all over the place. Therefore, independent cultivators in Cultivation live a more relaxed and comfortable life compared to Xuan Luoji. Of course, independent cultivators are still at the bottom of society and are still exploited by local cultivation families and major sects. But at least their safety is relatively guaranteed, and there are more and easier ways to obtain cultivation resources. Independent cultivators at least will not be as destitute as Zuan and their lives will not be so miserable. As long as you are not stupid or lazy, it will be a little difficult to get ahead, but it is still no problem to maintain your own cultivation. In places like Cultivation, the class has been completely solidified. Except for those with extraordinary talents or those born in high-level families, it is almost impossible for any class to go further. Without these two things, if you want to stand out in Cultivation, you can only go to the plain battlefield to fight for your life. Many low-level casual cultivators who are unwilling to be ordinary, or illegitimate children of cultivation families, will choose to go to various plain battlefields to win military merits, hoping to change their own destiny. Cultivation adopts various incentive policies for cultivators who go to various plain battlefields. Anyway, as long as you dare to risk your life, plus a little bit of luck, you can reap a lot of rewards in the plain battlefield. But half of the people who can come back from the plain battlefield are good, and even the surviving cultivators rarely get rich overnight. Because he is going to retreat next, Su Fan bought all kinds of daily necessities in the city. Although Zilin City is not big, there are many varieties of daily necessities in cultivation materials, and the supply is also very rich. First of all, the spiritual rice and spiritual noodles. His previous stock has been almost consumed. This time, Su Fan purchased tens of thousands of kilograms in one go, and he bought the best quality Golden Spike Yellow Bud Spirit Rice and Perilla Green Marrow Spirit Valley. Golden Spike Yellow Bud Spiritual Rice and Perilla Green Marrow Spiritual Valley are the specialties of Cultivation. Because of their high prices, even the disciples of the major sects cannot afford them. The price is more than 10 times that of ordinary spiritual rice and spiritual noodles, but the spiritual energy is also very abundant, and the taste and flavor are completely incomparable to ordinary spiritual rice and spiritual noodles. There are also various types of monster meat, and the prices are also different. In fact, it is similar to the previous life. Can the price of high-end wagyu be the same as that of ordinary beef? Anyway, Su Fan is not short of spiritual stones, and he is so good at eating. The daily necessities he needs for 2 years of retreat can feed dozens of ordinary monks. And no matter where he is, he will have some inexplicable sense of crisis. To put it bluntly, it is the inexplicable anxiety of there are always unruly people who want to harm me. So Su Fan made a lot of purchases in Zilin City, all kinds of monster meat, spiritual fruits and vegetables, dried fruits and seasonings, and other daily necessities, almost filling 100 square rings. Moreover, whether it was spiritual rice and noodles, spiritual fruits and vegetables, or fresh monster meat, Su Fan packed them in expensive jade boxes. Just these jade boxes engraved with isolation arrays were a considerable expense, but Su Fan thought that these spiritual stones were worth it. Maybe he was either running away or wandering around before, and he was a thief who ate a lot. If he didn't have enough daily necessities, he always felt uneasy. With food in hand, he didn't panic. Not only that, in order to clear out the unnecessary supplies in several storage rings, he changed several identities and dumped a large number of evil spirit bones and dozens of high-level evil demon corpses at a low price. These things are very popular in Zuanluo realm, but they are really worthless in Cultivation. Because the major sects in Cultivation have opened up countless plain battlefields, except for cultivation resources from foreign lands, the corpses of demons and insects can't be sold at a high price. Now Su Fan only has some evil spirit bones of the demons. In fact, except for being a little expensive, these things are not very rare in Cultivation. As long as you can afford the spirit stones, you can always buy them. Even the large amount of spoils he had obtained before, such as various magic tools and spirit tools, low-level refining materials, and talismans and elixirs, were all sold out by him. The immortals and demons in Cultivation have all kinds of cultivation materials for sale in their respective control areas, and there are basically no taboos. Su Fan also exchanged a large number of spirit stone ores in his hands for high-quality spirit stones. In the places where you can buy cultivation materials in Cultivation, only medium-quality spirit stones are accepted. Only when you buy daily necessities can you use low-quality spirit stones. Moreover, any high-end store only recognizes high-quality spirit stones and top-quality spirit stones. It is said that in addition to top-quality spirit stones, Cultivation also has higher-level spirit crystals, and the value of a low-quality spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. After replenishing various daily necessities, Su Fan went to several high-end stores and participated in 2 auctions. Although Su Fan had no shortage of third-level immortal talismans and top-grade elixirs, the 3 sets of formations he had were destroyed in Xuanlo realm, and he wanted to add a few more. Since he tasted the sweetness of formations, Su Fan couldn't sleep well without setting up 2 sets of formations no matter where he was. He had long looked down on the 6 Yin stealth formation in Su Fan's hand. The major demon sects in Conceals not only have a long-standing inheritance of Taoism, but also have a high level of attainment in the inheritance of various skills such as elixir, talismans, weapons and formations. Even in a small place like Zilan City, as long as you are willing to spend spirit stones, you can still find a good formation. Su Fan spent half a day in the city and spent a lot of spirit stones before he bought 2 sets of formations at the auction house. One of them is called the Great Formation of Absolute Ecstasy and Evil Spirits, which is a formation that combines stealth, illusion and poisoning. It is said to be the work of a super demon sect formation master. According to the general theory of formations, formations have 3 levels of arrangement. According to the environment in which the monks are located, they can use 32, 64 and 128 flags to arrange the formation according to their needs. Although it takes nearly a day to arrange 128 flags, the effect is very amazing. Even when the Yuaning demon lord is not looking for you, you can easily escape the detection of the other party's consciousness. If the Jinden's Henren breaks into the formation, he can be trapped for more than half an hour, which is enough for the monks to escape successfully. Another set of formations is called 7 Killing Heart-Eating Soul-Locking Formation. This formation is a pure magic killing formation, and the main means of attack is soul attack. It can be divided into 2 arrangements according to the situation. 18 flags and 72 flags. When the monks are fighting, they can arrange 18 flags to trap the enemy in the killing formation with a wave of their hands. If they grasp the opportunity well, they can definitely win by surprise. You can also arrange the killing formation of 72 flags in advance to lure the enemy monks into the formation, and then launch the formation to kill the opponent. According to the general theory of formations, if operated properly, it is possible to kill a giant in early stage cultivator. I don't know if it is bragging. But these 2 formations also have shortcomings. If you want to use the formations at their maximum power, your soul must be extremely strong, especially the 7 Killing Heart-Eating Soul-Locking formation. If your consciousness is not strong, it is easy to be backfired by the formation if you force it. But this is not a big deal for him. Anyway, Su Fan is very satisfied with these 2 formations. It's just too expensive. Even though Su Fan is wealthy, his heart is bleeding after bidding for 2 formations. In fact, even the elite disciples of super sects must be willing to buy 2 sets of such magic gate formations. It's good to buy 1 at most. Even if the disciples of those high-level families in the sect are not short of spirit stones, they will not be so stupid. How afraid of death must someone be to buy 2 sets of magic gate formations at once? Looking at the entire Kungsa heaven, only people like Su Fan can do this. Anyway, with these 2 sets of powerful magic arrays, Su Fan can sleep peacefully no matter where he is. In fact, Su Fan also wanted to buy a set of powerful defensive arrays, but unfortunately he did not find a suitable array after wandering around Zilan City for half an afternoon. There was no way, he could only wait and see. It was not until the evening that Su Fan returned with a full load and drove the magic weapon back to the cave outside the city. The next day, Su Fan got up early. It took him nearly a day to complete the arrangement of the extinct soul enchanting filthy air array. The highest level of this magic array has a full 128 array flags. After tossing, Su Fan was almost exhausted. Fortunately, after the array was arranged, the cave was immediately hidden in an illusory mountain range, and a thin mist filled the surroundings. Even if the nascent soul demon lord passed by here, as long as he did not deliberately investigate, he could still escape the eyes of these old demons. Moreover, once any cultivator walks into this mist, he will be trapped in the formation and will be corroded silently by all kinds of poisonous miasma and filth. Even if a Jinden's Henren accidentally enters this formation, he will have to use all his tricks to get out, and he will not be able to get out for more than half an hour. Su Fan was still a little worried after only setting up this formation. He also arranged the 72 formation flags of the 7 Killing Heart-Eating Soul-Locking formation inside the cave. Looking at the 2 sets of magic gate formations that echoed each other, Su Fan finally put his heart at ease. In the next 2 years, he will be in seclusion in the cave. And of course he doesn't want anyone to disturb him. With these two sets of magic gate formations, let alone other people, even if the people from the sect's mine come over, they will be confused, wondering why the cave is gone. Chapter 347 Without strength you are nothing. For more than a year, Su Fan stayed at home and practiced in seclusion in the cave. Now his cultivation has reached the late stage of foundation building, and the next step is the false elixir realm. The spiritual energy in the Danshan has long been almost as thick as substance. But Su Fan has never been in a hurry to break through, and has been constantly tempering the spiritual energy in his body. He has been struck by lightning countless times in the past year. Not only has his spiritual energy been repeatedly tempered countless times, but his body and soul have also been purified by thunder to be extremely pure. Perhaps it was through the evil method blood transformation magic mist that he broke through to the great perfection of foundation building in a very short time. Because he took a shortcut, Su Fan did not feel the growth of his spiritual consciousness. But he was not discouraged. After all, there must be gains and losses. If you advance too quickly, you will have to bear such a price. Anyway, his soul has long surpassed the same level. And it took him only a few years to break through to the great perfection of foundation building, so what else do you want? But what he didn't expect was that as time went by, he found that his spiritual consciousness was actually growing slowly. Until recently, the growth of spiritual consciousness has slowly stabilized. Compared with the past, his consciousness has increased by nearly one-fold, and even his purple palace has become much larger. This is definitely a pleasant surprise, because consciousness is the most difficult to improve. Not only that, after Su Fan's unremitting efforts, the ghost demon forging god technique finally broke through to the 4th level. This also allowed Su Fan's mental power to increase by more than one-fold again. Moreover, with such a powerful soul, after countless times of thunder, it is also extremely solid and heavy, without a trace of impurities. Now Su Fan's soul strength, let alone in the foundation building realm, even ordinary giant and early stage cultivators are a younger brother in front of him. Now when he casts the Heavenly Wolf Breaking Army 7 Killing Sword formation, he can control 9 top-grade flying swords at the same time, but it is still a bit reluctant and can only last for a moment. In fact, with Su Fan's violent and wretched fighting style, a moment is enough for him to cast. However, when controlling 6 top-grade flying swords at the same time, Su Fan's soul can last for a long time. Even if the battle situation is deadlocked, it is enough for him to consume. After more than a year of continuous hard training, he has become extremely skilled in using the 7 killing sword formation of the Heavenly Wolf Breaking the Army, and its power is already incomparable. Not only that, with a great increase in the strength of his soul, when Su Fan controls the 7 killing heart-eating soul-locking formation, he can set up 18 formation flags in a flash. Su Fan can completely trap his opponent in the formation unexpectedly during the battle. The 7 killing sword formation of the Heavenly Wolf Breaking the Army and the 7 killing heart-eating soul-locking formation are both extremely powerful killing formations, and now they have become Su Fan's trump cards. The Sword Sex Flying Sword Killing Formation and the Demon Sex Soul Killing Formation are the most powerful among the killing formations. But they are also the most difficult formations to control. With the soul strength of an ordinary cultivator, even controlling a set of killing formations is very difficult, and he must always be vigilant against the soul being backfired by the formation. But Su Fan was able to control 2 sets of killing arrays at the same time. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual consciousness, if 2 sets of such powerful killing arrays were suddenly brought out during a fight, even a giant and early stage cultivator would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. The strength of spiritual power has increased Su Fan's combat power in all aspects. Now Su Fan has become more and more smooth and mellow when performing the Purple Sky Thunder Sword art. Especially after a transformation, the Thunder Sword has been immersed in the pure purple thunder in the Tao Seed for 2 or 3 years, and now its power has increased several times. During Su Fan's retreat, he also spent a lot of time and energy, constantly practicing several new fusion spells every day. Now these new spells have been brushed to the subtle realm by Su Fan, and both the casting speed and the power of the spells have increased several times. It must be said that after more than a year of accumulation, Su Fan's strength has made great progress compared to the past. Now, if he faces the elite evil demons from foreign lands, he can easily kill them with his magic sword, not to mention one by one. In the early morning, the sun rises. A soft and weak ray of early sun emerges, illuminating the whole world. The golden morning light shines through the gaps in the clouds, and the edge of the light spreads from the earth, wrapping up the distant foothills. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the cave, and after 9 turns of practice, he slowly opened his eyes. He opened the game panel, looked at the various data on it, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Name, Su Fan, lifespan, 53 years old/300 years old, realm, late stage of foundation building. 199/200, Kung Fu, 1. Huningguang, second stage. 199/200, 2. Ghost Demon God Forging Technique, level 4. 102/1603. Heavenly Demon Saint Body Technique, level 3. 400/400, spells, 1. Zingaiquan, true meaning. 1651/3202. Blood Transforming Demon Mist, true meaning. 863/3203. 9 Extremes Continuous Slash, true meaning. 1709, 3204. 9 Strength Bone Transforming Hand, subtle. 603, 1605. 9 Netherworld's Hiding Technique, subtle. 451, 1606. Life Calling Curse Technique, subtle. 512/1607. God Parrying Magic, subtle. 507, 1608. God Slaying Soul Crying Technique, subtle. 494, 1609. Purple Sky Thunder Sword Technique, forming. 892/1610. Greedy Wolf Breaking Army 7 Killing Sword Formation, forming. 125/1600, skills, 1. Talisman, omitted, 2. Weapon Deo, omitted, 3. Poison Making Technique, omitted, Magic Powers, 1. Thunder Eyes, true meaning. 1235, 3202. Thunder Ghost Step, true meaning. 1472, 3203. Purifying Red Lotus, true meaning. 567 3204. Yang Evil God Fire Cover, true meaning. 628/3205. Bone Erosion Yin Wind Scroll, forming. 1421, 1606. Cold Wind Blade, forming. 1397, 1600. After more than a year of seclusion and hard training, Su Fan's various spells and magical powers have made great progress. After years of wandering, he only had a little confidence until this moment. I dare not say anything else, but those below the Jinden realm have to kneel when they see him. Even if it is the early Jinden stage. If you make him angry, you dare to go up and compete. But the progress of the Zingaiquan and 9 Extremes Chain Slash of the body has always bothered him. Since the 2-body Deo secrets broke through to the true meaning realm, the data has begun to become slower and slower, especially recently it has been almost turtle speed. Sometimes after practicing the sword for a whole day, the proficiency only increased by 1 or 2 points. Although now when performing Zingaiquan and 9 Extremes Chain Slash, there is already a shadow of the fist and sword meaning, but it is always like a layer of separation, and it just can't break through the paper. There is no way, it is really not a matter of rush, you can only wait for the opportunity. Who knows, one day it will suddenly open up, and one day it will be enlightened, and the real fist and sword meaning will be displayed. Su Fan put away the game panel, took off the jade talisman of the senior sister from his waist, and gently stroked it with his hand. He missed his senior sister and Gu Qinghun a little, and missed his daughter even more. He didn't know how the 3 of them were doing. Now in Conceals, he couldn't get in touch with Zuan Luoji at all. Since crossing into this world of cultivation, he has only had these few concerns. In fact, he didn't want to be like this at first. He just wanted to be a carefree person, lying quietly in this world until he died. Who knew that by some strange coincidence, he had a lot of concerns that could not be cut off and sorted out. And that Li Mianxu, although the girl broke up with him very cleanly and had no intention of getting entangled with him, as long as he thought of that night, Su Fan still felt that he was quite a scumbag. Alice. Don't think about these useless things, or think about how to make yourself stronger. Su Fan specifically inquired that even if the disciples of Biao Shenzong were selected from the lower sect, as long as they broke through to the nascent soul realm, it would not be difficult to cross the plane and return to the Zuanluo realm. So now he has only one thought, That is, to break through the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. It's better to hurry up. Don't wait for hundreds of years to return to the Zuanlo realm. I'm afraid I won't even have a grandson again. Although Su Fan is very eager to increase his cultivation, he has no idea of breaking through the golden core in the short term. After all, his current cultivation is still far from the nascent soul realm, and a few years are not a big deal. Su Fan hopes to consolidate his cultivation foundation as much as possible. The better the foundation, the greater the chance of breaking through the nascent soul realm in the future. From the 7th level of key training to the breakthrough of the foundation establishment realm, he has almost no self-cultivation. He relied on the extremely evil blood transformation magic mist to devour the mana and blood of the cultivators and piled up. It is not unfair to say that he is an evil cultivator. It is too evil. If this were to be spread out, he would have been dug a pit and buried. In just a few years, his cultivation is like blowing air, breaking through from the 7th level of key training to the great perfection of foundation building. Su Fan has been a well-behaved and honest person in his 2 lives. Moreover, he grew up in a social environment with a strong Confucian atmosphere in his previous life. And his 3 views have long been formed. Even though he is in a different world, the blood of the Chinese people has been deeply engraved in his bones. He has known how to distinguish between good and evil since he was very young. Therefore, Su Fan has a natural aversion to evil cultivation from a subjective point of view. But I don't know how he, who is so law-abiding, became an evil cultivator. What he did was more evil than vampires. Although he used that evil method, it was either for a reason or because he had run out of options, but it still put Su Fan under a lot of psychological pressure. To put it bluntly, he just couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Since he used that evil method, his cultivation progress has been soaring step by step, but he has never felt at ease. Even with the bug of the game panel, he still felt uneasy. It was not until he met the 1000 Illusion Demon Lord that he experienced the feeling of being a fish at the mercy of others that he really got over the hurdle in his heart. It's useless to say anything else. Without strength, you are nothing. In this world, if you don't have strong strength, even if you are a saint, you will die. Even if you are a demon, as long as you are strong, everyone will call you daddy. At this time, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan frowned immediately. He didn't have many acquaintances in Cultivation. There was only one contact person in the communication array, and that was Zhian's Henren, the person in charge of the mine here. Didn't I just bribe him? It was agreed to be 2 years, and there are still a few months. Su Fan activated the communication array, and a human figure popped up instantly. It was Zhian's Henren. Come over here, I have something to tell you. Damn, didn't it agree to be 2 years? What's the matter? You don't want to admit it. If you make me angry, I will expose you and make you hot search. Uncle, I am in retreat at a critical period. Can't you wait a few more months? The sect just issued a decree to transfer 3 foundation building disciples here. Is there not enough people in the mine? Then don't look for me. No one in your place cares about my shit. Uncle Master, you don't keep your word. Didn't we agree on 2 years? It's okay if you don't go. I'll replace you, but you have to guard the mine. It seems that there is really no one over there. In that case, let's go. How long will it take? At most more than a month. When you come back, I'll add another year of retreat time. 1 more year of retreat time is not bad. Hearing Zhian's Henren say this, Su Fan felt a little more balanced. Okay, I'll go there in a while. Su Fan cut off the communication array, packed up briefly, and then left the cave. He drove the magic weapon to a valley in the mining area, passed through the defense array outside, and came to the house where Zhian's Henren was. At this time, in addition to Zhian's Henren, there were 2 foundation building monks who had already arrived in the house. Su Fan, I'm waiting for you. Su Fan hurried over and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Uncle Master. Zhian's Henren waved his hand and pointed at the 2 foundation building monks. I asked you to come here today mainly because I wanted you to meet 2 fellow disciples. Su Fan nodded to the 2 of them, and then chatted briefly. One of them was called Zhou Lai, and the other was called Shi Qing. Like him, they were both outer disciples of Biao Divine sect, but unlike Su Fan, they were disciples who had been trained by the sect since childhood, and they were definitely the real people. Zhian's Henren saw that they knew each other, so he told the 3 of them the reason for summoning them. Tomorrow morning, you will go to the airport of Zilan City together, and and follow Xiu Yuan's Henren from the inner and outer affairs hall of the city to carry out a sect mission. Uncle Master, what exactly is the mission? After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhi Yuan's Henren shook his head. I don't know what the specific mission is, just go, it shouldn't be a big deal. After coming out of Zhi Yuan's Henren, Su Fan did not return to the cave, he drove the magic weapon directly to Zilan City. Su Fan's paranoia recurred, and he wanted to go to the city to replenish some supplies. In addition to the magic sword, he only had the thunder sword and the Tenlangpo Junqi Sha sword formation in his hand. These two were his trump cards, and of course he would not take them out easily. Now Su Fan only had a few of the Immortal Sect's top-grade spiritual weapons in his hand that were acceptable. Although the demon sect didn't care much about these, he didn't want others to think too much, so he didn't use them if he could. But he couldn't show off any of the demon sect's spiritual weapons, so he wanted to go to the city to buy a few powerful magic weapons. Su Fan went around several high-end stores in Zilan City and finally got two top-grade magic weapons. One was a defensive spiritual weapon made from the skull of a high-level demon clan, and the other was a pitch-black bone spear made from the bones of a high-level monster. The quality of the two magic weapons was acceptable, so he could just use them. He also added some auxiliary pills and top-grade magic talismans from the demon sect. In fact, these things were just for him to deal with the situation. After all, he had a lot of top-grade immortal sect elixirs and immortal talismans in his hand. It was inevitable that people would have wild thoughts when they saw them. The next morning, Su Fan arrived at the airport outside the city early. At this time, more than a dozen foundation building cultivators had gathered here, and they should all be disciples transferred by the sect. Su Fan didn't know anyone, so he had to find a place with few people to stand there, but his ears were not idle, listening to everyone's chat without a sound. Brother, what mission are we going to perform this time? I asked Uncle Zayun. He didn't know. Uncle Zayun doesn't know either. Are we going to the Moyang sect? Why did I hear that an inner sect disciple is coming? Are they asking us to be guards for those inner sect disciples again? What bad luck, these inner sect people are too much. Although the outer sect disciples next to him didn't say anything specific, Su Fan still heard some clues. It must be said that Su Fan felt that the amount of information in these people's gossip was huge. It seems that the hierarchy of Biao Divine sect is very strict, and these outer disciples have a very low status in the sect. Any inner disciple can order them around. Chapter 348 Kixing Realm. In the eyes of the inner disciples, the outer disciples of Biao Divine sect are just like chores. Especially those inner disciples from the major families in the sect, and even outer disciples from all over the place are randomly transferred. There is no way. This is the privilege of inner disciples. The hierarchy of the major demon sects in Conceals is extremely strict. If you don't have extraordinary talent and come from a high-ranking family, the outer disciples of the sect will never be able to enter the inner sect in this life. Not to mention the disciples of the foundation building realm. Even if you break through the golden elixir realm, you can only become an outer sect elder. If the outer disciples of Biao Divine sect want to change their fate, they can only go to the plain battlefield to fight, and then they have the opportunity to become inner disciples. As long as you enter the inner sect, whether it is welfare treatment or status, it is incomparable to the outer sect, but it is not so easy to be an inner disciple. Every 30 years, you have to be forcibly recruited to serve in various plain battlefields for 3 years. The outer disciples are much easier. They only need to serve in the plain battlefield for 5 years within 100 years. The plain battlefield is not a place to play. Once you reach the front line, you may die in battle at any time. Any outer disciples of Biao Divine sect who have some aspirations will take the initiative to ask to go to the plain battlefield. As long as they have accumulated enough military merits, they will be automatically promoted to inner disciples. For example, the top 100 disciples in the sect's combat power ranking list almost all stay in the plain battlefield all year round, and they all like to go to the most dangerous places. Of course, for Su Fan, he has no intention of becoming an inner disciple. He is summoned once every 30 years and stays on the front line for 3 years. What else can he do with that time? As for being on the sect's combat power ranking list, Su Fan is even less interested. Fame is nothing to him, and it is not as real as spiritual stones. At this time, several more foundation building disciples walked into the airport square. Su Fan really knew these people. They were the ones he had met yesterday. Although they were not familiar with Su Fan, they were all in the same mine after all, so several of them came over to chat with him for a few words. There was nothing to talk about with each other, and after chatting for a few words, they were called away by several familiar disciples. In fact, Su Fan's arrival had already attracted the attention of many people, and no one knew where he came from. Seeing that the later people knew Su Fan, they all came over with gossip on their faces to ask, "Lao Gao, who is that person? Why does he look unfamiliar to me? He is the deacon elder of our mine. He has just arrived." It is said that he was selected from a lower sect. Hearing that he was selected from a lower sect, these people immediately lost interest. Although these outer disciples have no status in the sect, they have all entered the Divine sect since childhood, and of course they look down on the disciples from the lower sect. That's not right. Aren't the disciples selected from the lower sect sent to the playing battlefield? I don't know about that. It is said that Xian's Henren personally sent them to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Xian's Henren, is he the uncle who worshipped Wu sect? This guy has a great background. Could he be the blood descendant of a senior in the sect? Although the group of people tried to lower their voices, Su Fan still heard it clearly. He almost laughed out loud, and he was a blood descendant. Even I don't know what's going on, you guys are just guessing. At this time, 3 young Foundation building monks, accompanied by a Xian's Henren, came to the airport square. These 3 people were not very old. Although they were all wearing the standard robes of the Divine sect, if you look closely, you will find that the cuffs of their robes were inlaid with a circle of gold thread. This is the symbol of the inner disciples of the Divine sect, and their status and position are completely different from those of the outer disciples. The 3 inner disciples were not very old, and one of them was a beautiful female cultivator. You can tell from their temperament that they have a good background. The kind of natural nobility is obviously that they have grown up in a superior environment since childhood. This kind of temperament is not something that ordinary people can imitate. Every seemingly casual action can reveal an indelible noble aura. Su Fan looked at them and couldn't help frowning. Now his spiritual sense is comparable to that of a giant in realm cultivator, and he can see the background of the 3 people at a glance. Are all the inner disciples of the Divine sect so weak? Although the cultivation of these 3 inner disciples has reached the middle stage of foundation building, their mana is weak and their consciousness is scattered. It is obvious that they have relied on external forces, such as elixirs or secret methods, to improve their realm. If it is said that all the inner disciples of the Divine sect are of this quality, Su Fan will definitely not believe it. There is only one possibility. These 3 inner disciples should be the sons of the family who entered the inner sect by virtue of their family background. The giant cultivator who accompanied the 3 people should be Xian's Henren from the External Affairs Hall of Zilan City. Although he is a giant elder, he is very humble in front of the 3 inner disciples and always smiles. After the 3 inner disciples arrived, they had no intention of paying attention to others. There was a cold and arrogant look in their eyes. Many outer disciples in the airport square were also discussing in a low voice. "Brother, which family are they from? I only know that junior sister, she is from the Zhang family." "Which Zhang family?" "The descendants of the Kangshan demon lord." "Well, you must know her brother, Zhang Feng, who is in the top 100 of the combat power list." Hearing the name Zhang Feng, everyone around showed off. Su Fan listened to the discussion of these people and couldn't help but look at the girl more. She was indeed pretty, but she was really not his type. "Everyone is here, board the boat." With a shout of Masters and dozens of foundation building disciples gathered in the square began to walk towards a magic boat next to them. Su Fan boarded the magic boat with a flow of people. Before entering the cabin, he looked back again. He saw that the 3 inner disciples were boarding another luxurious magic boat under the guidance of Master Seudin. This magic boat was not big, only more than 10 feet long, and there was not even a separate cabin. Dozens of outer disciples who were building foundations could only stay in the cabin. The magic boat shook slightly, then slowly rose into the air and flew away with a roar. The magic boat had been flying for 2 days, and finally landed in a square. Su Fan followed the crowd and got off the magic boat. He looked around and was stunned by the scene in the distance. He saw a huge column of light rising into the sky, piercing the sky. Su Fan had seen this kind of sky highlight column before. "Isn't this a plane passage? This is Washenfang. Why are we coming to the territory of the Moang sect? I know what the mission is this time. It should be to go to the Kixing realm. Why are we going to the Kixing realm? What else can we do? Accompany those inner disciples to serve." After hearing what this person said, Su Fan frowned immediately. Is this asking them to go to the plain battlefield? But what surprised him was that many disciples around him smiled when they heard it. It was not until he heard someone who knew the inside story explain it to him that he understood what was going on. The Kixing realm is a Zerg plane, but it has long been completely occupied by the Moyang sect except for some sporadic battles. There is basically no danger. In fact, strictly speaking, such a place is not a plain battlefield at all. Biao Shenzong and Moyang sect have a good relationship. Many of the inner disciples of Biao Shenzong serve here through connections. This situation is considered normal in many sects. The family children in the sect are not all outstanding. There are always people with poor qualifications and talents and no ambition. Although the inner disciples have a superior status, they must go to the plain battlefield to serve for 3 years every 20 years, which makes many people discouraged. So someone came up with this idea: find a place like Kixing Realm, mix there for 3 years, and it will be considered as completing the sect's call. After all, it is not good to operate such a thing in Biao Shenzong, so the neighboring Moyang sect was chosen. Of course, only the children of those high-level families can have such treatment, and other inner disciples are not qualified to serve here. But serving in such a place, you have to pretend, so every time they will immediately select some outer disciples to accompany them, so that it is convenient to register when they return to the sect. In order to prevent these outer disciples from talking nonsense when they go back, of course they have to give them some benefits. As long as you accompany the family members to serve here for 3 years, it is equivalent to the 5 years of service time for the outer disciples who are recruited once every 100 years. The sects often acquiesce to such things, or simply pretend not to know. After hearing this explanation, Su Fan was dumbfounded. There is such a good thing. It must be said that the family members are really good at playing. A plain passage leading to the Kixing realm was built in Washenfang. At this time, many disciples from various sects have gathered here. They are all people from various sects adjacent to the Moyang sect, but there are no family members from the Moyang sect. Su Fan and others were placed in a courtyard. The conditions are not bad. Everyone has a separate room. He simply washed up and walked around Washenfang. Washenfang is not big, with only one main street, but it is very prosperous. All kinds of high-end tea houses and restaurants are lined up, and the shops have flying eaves and brackets, and the eaves are connected. Su Fan found a restaurant to have a meal, and when he finally settled the bill, he almost died of heartache. It's not that he was sorry for the money, but he felt that he was ripped off. It's a tiny place, and the spiritual food doesn't taste that good, but the prices here are dozens of times higher than those in Zilan City, and the guys in the store act like you can come if you want. Su Fan finally understood that the people who come here to spend money are all descendants of the major clans, and they have plenty of money. There is no such thing as repeat customers here, because they only come once every 20 or 30 years, so who else can they rip off? Damn, this is too infuriating. Since traveling to this world of cultivation, this is the first time Su Fan has been ripped off so badly. This place is exactly the same as the tourist areas in my previous life. There are plenty of people coming anyway, whether you want to eat or not, no one is begging you to come. I got drunk this afternoon, so I'll post one chapter first, and there will be more later. Chapter 349 Discovering the Zerg. The next day, Su Fan and others, led by Xiu Yuan's Hunren, walked into the plain channel. The plain channel of the human race is completely different from the altar of Daloshan. In fact, it is a huge formation, but it is also different from the long-distance transmission formation. Su Fan and others walked into the formation and saw a dazzling light. He only felt a daze, and the whole person seemed to fall headfirst from a skyscraper, and he kept falling down with no direction in his heart. And this process was very long, lasting for half a minute before it stabilized. Su Fan took a deep breath and felt dizzy, and the people around him were even worse. Some people could hardly stand. He walked out of the formation with the flow of people. Although the plain channel was protected by a defensive formation, there would be a weak spiritual energy flowing in the formation. But even so, Su Fan still felt a turbid and dry breath coming to his face instantly. The plain of Kixingji is also a place without spirits, and the environment is extremely harsh. The whole sky was gray, and the surface was full of lifeless gravel and mottled boulders. The climate on the surface of Kixing realm was extremely harsh, so the human cultivators here usually stayed underground except for patrolling. Despite the harsh environment, the underground of Kixing realm was rich in various rare minerals that were lacking in Kungsa heaven. This plane was not opened up for a long time. It was jointly developed by more than a dozen demon sects in Kungsa heaven, but it has always been managed by the Moyang sect. When the Kixing realm was invaded, the Zerg population here was almost completely exterminated. The remaining Zerg hid in remote and desolate places and survived. Now there is no threat. Moreover, the several proven mineral veins have been mined out, so there are not many human cultivators on duty here. Only a few Jindans Henrin are in charge. The underground near the plain channel has been almost hollowed out, and there are densely packed channels within a radius of several miles. Su Fan and others followed a several-foot wide channel all the way to the end of the channel. Walking out of the passage, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear, and a huge cave came into Su Fan's sight. Above the cave, which was hundreds of feet high, there were red sunstones, which illuminated the entire cave like daylight. There were several neat streets and rows of exquisite pavilions on both sides, just like a prosperous town. This is the base of the human cultivators in Kixing realm. In addition to this, there are hundreds of mineral vein strongholds. Now most of the mineral vein strongholds have been abandoned. If there are no new mineral veins, it is estimated that in the near future, Kixing realm will be completely abandoned by the human race. The place where Su Fan and others are stationed this time is also one of the mineral vein strongholds. As long as they stay there for 3 years, they can return to Cultivation. Of course, the outer disciples who were transferred here have no objection. Anyway, they will be forcibly recruited by the sect once every 100 years to serve in the dangerous plain battlefield for 5 years. Not only can they serve 2 years less here, but more importantly, there is no danger. In fact, Su Fan was quite resistant to this task at first, and felt that he was deceived by the old guys Yin Tenrun. But when he got here, he accepted his fate. Well, 3 years is 3 years, it will pass in a flash. Those family members will definitely not go with him to those mines to guard the strongholds, they will all stay in the space to enjoy. Now the base here has long changed its taste, and has become a source of income for the Moyang sect. If it is not profitable, it is estimated that Kixing realm would have been abandoned long ago. There are all kinds of restaurants, tea houses, and Kinlao Chu Guan in this town, which are specially for those family members to have fun here. Of course, the prices here are several times higher than those in Washenfang. Anyway, ordinary disciples of the sect cannot afford it. The next day, Su Fan and others took the teleportation array to a mine stronghold. After they handed over to the outer disciples on duty, Su Fan also began his service career. The mine stronghold is not large, and hundreds of puppets are responsible for digging all year round. After years of brutal excavation, various tunnels have penetrated into the deepest part of the ground, and the mines have been almost dug out. In addition to dozens of outer disciples on duty, there are also hundreds of casual cultivators hired from Cultivation to take charge of various tasks of the mines. Su Fan and his companions had an easy job. Except for patrolling every few days, they had nothing to do. Moreover, the treatment here was good. For example, the supply of high-quality spiritual stones, fasting elixirs, and key replenishing elixirs was available at any time, with basically no limit. A few months later, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the deck of a miniature magic boat, overlooking the endless vast wasteland. Through the spiritual shield, he could still feel the roaring and raging wind outside, and endless gravel was blown up by the wind, flying all over the wasteland. Every patrol outside the mine was extremely boring. At the beginning, the scenery outside the domain looked quite novel, but after going out a few times, he no longer had that thought. Originally, I thought I could see a few Zerg outside, but who knew that, let alone Zerg? There was not even a living creature in the wasteland. The other outer disciples on the magic boat were sitting there chatting about various gossips in the sect, and no one paid any attention to Su Fan. After being here for so long, Su Fan didn't even have anyone to talk to. Originally, the disciples of the Divine sect looked down on people like him who were selected from the lower sects. In addition, this guy had a cold temper, so no one wanted to pay attention to him. In fact, this was exactly what Su Fan wanted to see. It would be best if no one paid attention to him. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. It seems that something is moving underground below, and there are quite a few. Hearing Su Fan's words, several outer disciples on the magic boat were stunned, and hurriedly hovered the flying boat in the air, and then gathered together, lying on the side of the boat and looking down through the spiritual shield. Where? Su Fan pointed to a place on the ground and said, "It's right there." The ground seemed to have moved a few times just now. There's nothing there. Did you see it wrong? Of course you can't see it. I found it with my spiritual sense. What can you see? I can't see it wrong. If you don't believe it, you can go down and check it out. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and then nodded at the same time. The magic boat slowly landed on the ground, and several outer disciples jumped down and repeatedly searched the ground. Su Fan ignored them, but completely released his spiritual sense and explored deep underground. Just now, he did feel something moving underground, and it seemed that there were quite a lot of them, which should be groups of Zerg. At this time, an outer disciple suddenly screamed. His legs were cut off alive, and a ferocious giant turtle that had poked out of the ground was instantly pulled back. Everyone be careful, there are Zerg underground. Several outer disciples rushed over to pick up the injured disciple, and then soared into the sky, and then sacrificed spiritual weapons or activated talismans, frantically attacking the place where the giant turtle had just poked out. The ground was blown beyond recognition, leaving huge pits, but the Zerg hidden underground were not hurt at all. Use the earth-turning talisman to turn that big guy out. With a shout, several people activated the earth-turning talisman, and in a moment, the ground full of gravel was dug into huge pits several meters deep. But there was no trace of the Zerg at all. The giant claw just now seemed to have never appeared. Su Fan did not fly into the air, but stood there with his eyes closed. Swish, a flash of light passed by, and a ferocious giant claw just poked out of the ground, and was cut off by Su Fan's sword. Before the Zerg underground could escape, Su Fan had already stabbed the ground with a sword, and then suddenly lifted it up, and a ferocious giant insect corpse was pulled out from the ground. This Zerg corpse was nearly 2 meters long and red as blood. In addition to the 2 giant claws, there were more than a dozen pairs of short jaws on both sides of the body, and the shape was very similar to the mantis shrimp in the previous life. The several outer disciples suspended in the air were all dumbfounded. Just now, they saw Su Fan still on the ground, and they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. This kid is too fierce. He actually dared to play close combat with his Zerg. Is he looking for death? Unexpectedly, Su Fan not only cut off the giant turtle with one sword, but also stabbed the Zerg underground to death and dragged its corpse to the ground. Several outer disciples fell on this surface and looked around the Zerg corpse repeatedly. If I'm not mistaken, this is a red bloodworm. Isn't the red bloodworm a scout of the Zerg? Is there a swarm of Zerg behind it? Impossible. The Zerg in Kixing realm are almost exterminated. How can there be a swarm of Zerg? After hearing their words, Su Fan couldn't help but frown. In the past few days, Su Fan has read a lot of information about Zerg, and of course he recognized that this is a red bloodworm. And the Zerg he just felt is not just this one, there are at least a dozen of them moving underground. The red bloodworm is indeed a scout of the Zerg. According to the information of the Zerg, once the red bloodworm is found, it means that a large group of Zerg will come behind. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes condensed and he shouted hurriedly. Be careful, there are more Zerg coming from underground. After he finished speaking, there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he disappeared from the spot. Su Fan teleported several times in succession, and his figure appeared dozens of meters away. Hearing Su Fan's shout, several outer disciples were stunned. Their spiritual senses were not idle either, and they were all searching everywhere, but they didn't feel any trace of Zerg at all. This kid was so startled. Is it true or not? There are really Zerg coming. At this time, an outer disciple suddenly shouted. Several people hurriedly flew into the air, but some people were still a step slower, and several ferocious Zergs had already roared out from the gravel on the ground. The 2 outer disciples were immediately cut in half by the giant tortoise, and blood splattered everywhere, and the gravel on the ground was dyed red. One disciple died on the spot, and the other did not die immediately. He struggled to crawl forward with most of his body, but was immediately cut into several pieces by 2 giant tortoises. Chapter 350 Blood-Eating Mosquito. Seeing the miserable state of the 2 fellow disciples, the people suspended in the air secretly rejoiced. If they were a little later, their ending would not be much better. Just now, they hurriedly took off into the air, leaving the disciple with a broken leg on the ground. Several red bloodworms waved their giant claws and pounced on him. Only then did the other people suspended in the air react, and they took out magic tools and talismans, and fiercely attacked the insects on the ground. But before the magic tools hit the red bloodworms, they had already drilled back into the ground. Several magic tools smashed several huge pits in the gravel-filled ground, and endless gravel flew everywhere, stirring up smoke and dust. Huanhe, the captain of the patrol team, fanned the smoke and dust in front of him with his hand, and turned to look at a cultivator next to him. Junior brother Zhang Fan, go and bring senior brother Feng Zhen up. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious giant tortoise suddenly drilled out from the ground and rushed straight to the disciple who was lying on the ground because of the broken leg. Huanhe waved his hand and said angrily, "Kill him," but before they could launch an attack, a figure suddenly appeared next to the giant turtle. Swish, a flash of sword light passed by, and the giant turtle as thick as a water tank was cut off by Su Fan's sword. Hiss, with a shrill hissing sound, a red bloodworm more than 2 meters long emerged from the ground, waving the remaining giant turtle to cut towards Su Fan. The thick and arrogant roar passed, but did not sweep Su Fan. The red bloodworm only felt a figure passing by it, and the ferocious giant turtle had been cut off, and then its insect body was broken into 2 pieces. After quickly killing the red bloodworm, his consciousness still did not stop to explore the ground, and felt that another insect race was coming from the ground. Su Fan reached out and picked up the disciple with a broken leg. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and the figure had disappeared from the spot. After several consecutive teleportations, his figure had appeared dozens of meters away. Another Zerg has come out, Su Fan reminded several people loudly, hoping that they would be prepared. As soon as the Zerg appeared, they would use spiritual tools and talismans to attack. However, the people floating in the air were shocked by Su Fan's attack just now, and no one paid attention to his reminder. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious red bloodworm was cut into 2 pieces by that kid. What kind of background is this kid? At this time, several Zergs suddenly emerged from the gravel on the ground. SHH, SHHH, several Zergs raised their heads and sprayed out streams of green liquid. The 2 people floating in the air were sprayed without being prepared. Zergs can secrete acid in their bodies. Once a human cultivator is sprayed, his body will be corroded by the strong acid in an instant, and even the magic tools will lose their spiritual power. The 2 outer disciples fell from the air. Most of their bodies were sprayed by the acid of the Zerg. Not only were their robes destroyed, but their skin and flesh were corroded, and large wounds even exposed bones. Puff, puff, the red bloodworm was huge and looked clumsy, but it was actually extremely fast. It cut at 2 people who fell down into pieces in a few strokes. The Zerg was not only cunning, but also very fast. After killing 2 disciples, several Zergs burrowed into the ground. Not to mention the few people floating in the air, even Su Fan didn't react. Huanhe and others used the earth-turning talisman to dig the ground several feet deep, but they didn't find any trace of the red bloodworm. Su Fan had been watching coldly, but his consciousness was constantly extending to the ground. But those red bloodworms just now seemed to have never appeared, leaving no trace. These red bloodworms are not only good at drilling into the ground, they can come and go freely underground, and they can also spray acid. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by them. This can't go on. Thinking of this, Su Fan raised his head and glanced at the captain Huanhe floating in the air. "Brother Wenhe, let's retreat quickly." Hearing Su Fan's words, several outer disciples also looked at Huanhe at the same time. "We can't retreat. We must find out why the Zerg appeared here." This time, 2 people died and 1 was injured in the patrol team. If they just go back like this, Huanhe, as the captain, must bear all the responsibility. Everyone disperse, check if there are any traces of Zerg nearby, and be careful of the red bloodworms hiding underground. After hearing Huanhe's words, Su Fan shook his head. "You guys can toss around, I won't play with you. I'll send junior brother Feng Zhen back to the magic boat." Su Fan didn't care whether Huanhe agreed or not. After saying that, he picked up Feng Zhen with a broken leg and walked towards the magic boat in the distance. Huanhe looked at Su Fan's back with a gloomy face, and then drove the magic weapon away. "Thank you, senior brother." Feng Zhen grimaced in pain, and he expressed his gratitude to Su Fan while enduring the severe pain. If it weren't for Su Fan, he would have lost his life just now. As long as the monk still has a breath, he can basically be saved. Breaking a leg is not a big deal. Going back to find a monk from the demon path to exchange a leg is like playing. You can pick any lower limbs of various monsters and demons. If you integrate the blood essence of monsters or demons, you may inherit 1 or 2 magical powers. Su Fan ignored him, walked to the side of the magic boat and threw him on the deck. "You should heal your wounds quickly." After he said that, He leaned on the magic boat and had no intention of going back. These people are just messing around. As a scout of the Zerg, the red bloodworm is best at hiding its whereabouts. Where can you find them? And his intuition told him that since the red bloodworm appeared, the Zerg swarm must be not far away. At this time, as long as he took a red bloodworm corpse and went back to report to his superiors, it would be enough to get the job done. Thinking of this, Su Fan walked over, put a red bloodworm corpse into the storage ring, and then returned to the side of the magic boat. Su Fan looked into the distance and saw Hu Wenhei and several disciples flying back and forth nearby with magic tools. They just flew around aimlessly. Even if they found the trace of the red bloodbug, what could they do? At this time, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he quickly activated the Thunder Eyes magic eyes. Although the whistling wind rolled up endless sand and dust, affecting visibility, he still saw a black spot appearing in the sky in the distance. Brother Wenhei, come back quickly. Su Fan quickly ran out a few steps, waving his arms and shouting loudly to Hu Wenhui in the distance. But the roaring wind covered his voice, and the few people in the distance couldn't hear his shouting at all. Su Fan took out the King Mu Yufang shuttle from the ring, and just as he was about to fly over with a magic tool, he saw that the black spot in the distance was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, he had already seen the appearance of several black spots. This was a group of insects that looked like mosquitoes. They flapped the four transparent wings behind them and flew over densely. Fuck. He recognized this group of large mosquitoes. They were blood-sucking mosquitoes. A type of Zerg Air Force, extremely ferocious by nature, as fast as lightning, and especially like to eat the blood of human monks. If you are surrounded by so many large mosquitoes, you will be sucked dry. The Zerg scouts' red bloodbugs and the blood-sucking mosquitoes that were approaching for reconnaissance have all appeared, indicating that the swarm of insects is not far from here. At this moment, Hu Wenhei and others also saw the blood-sucking mosquitoes in the air and flew back like crazy. But the speed of this group of blood-sucking mosquitoes was incredibly fast, and they were caught up in a short while. One by one, they were surrounded by the blood-sucking mosquitoes and their blood was sucked dry in an instant. Damn it, let's run away quickly. The wind is strong, hurry up. Su Fan quickly jumped onto the magic boat and quickly activated the formation on it. As the magic boat shook, the boat's body slowly rose and began to fly away. Wait for me. At this time, a shout came from behind. Su Fan turned his head and saw Hu Wenhei desperately controlling the magic weapon in the distance, rushing towards the magic boat frantically, followed by a group of dense blood-sucking mosquitoes. He might have used some secret method to escape the siege of the blood-sucking mosquitoes, but he couldn't hold on for much longer. Su Fan had no intention of stopping to wait for him, but instead accelerated the speed of the magic boat. Even if the magic boat stopped at this time, it might not be able to save him, and it might even cause him to be caught up and surrounded by the ferocious blood-sucking mosquitoes. Moreover, thinking of the miserable state of several disciples just now, it was this person's self-righteousness that caused such a large number of casualties. So Su Fan had no psychological burden at all to sacrifice this guy. He increased the speed of the magic boat to the extreme and whizzed towards the distant mineral vein stronghold. Brother, don't we wait for Brother Wenhei? Hearing Feng Zhen's words, Su Fan turned his head and looked at him coldly. If you want to save him, go ahead. Feng Zhen shrank his neck and dared not speak any more. He lay on the side of the boat and looked at Hu Wenhei behind him, with a trace of pity in his eyes. At this time, a scream came from behind, and Hu Wenhei was caught up by the blood-sucking mosquito. Master! Senior brother! Blood-sucking mosquito! Feng Zhen suddenly pointed to the outside of the magic boat and screamed loudly. Su Fan looked in the direction of his finger and saw another group of blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared in the left front and were surrounding the magic boat. Fuck. Su Fan cursed and turned the direction of the magic boat to the right front. You are in charge of controlling the magic boat. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to slow down. Su Fan turned around and came to the deck, staring at the group of blood-sucking mosquitoes that were surrounding from a distance. After hearing Su Fan's words, Feng Zhen also panicked. He quickly got up from the ground, jumped to the control panel of the magic boat with one leg, and increased the speed to the extreme. Although the speed of the magic boat was extremely fast, the group of blood-sucking mosquitoes in the distance came from the left front, and the magic boat could not get rid of them at all. The group of blood-sucking mosquitoes was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the magic boat. At the moment when the magic boat was about to be surrounded by the swarm of insects, Su Fan tried his best and threw out the 2 annihilation thunderballs in his hand. Boom, boom, with 2 earth-shaking loud noises, the originally densely packed blood-sucking mosquitoes seemed to be wiped out of thin air. Only a few were left, but they were also shaken and fell to the ground one after another. Although this group of blood-sucking mosquitoes was destroyed, the violent explosion of the annihilation thunderball produced a shock wave that roared like a violent storm. The magic boat, which was several feet long, was like a sampan in the storm, and was thrown high up by the shock. The magic boat kept rolling in the air, and Su Fan and Feng Zhen were also constantly tossed on the deck. If there was no spiritual shield, they would have been thrown off long ago. Fortunately, the magic boat was not big, and it stabilized after rolling a few times in the air, and the boat body fell headlong to the ground. Su Fan hurried to the control panel and desperately pulled the magic boat's control stick, trying to get the magic boat back in the air. But the magic boat didn't listen at all, and rushed straight to the ground. The blood-sucking mosquito flew too fast. If the magic boat crashed, the 2 of them would not be able to escape the pursuit of the blood-sucking mosquito with their magic weapons. Moreover, in the harsh environment of Kixing Realm, even if Su Fan summoned the ghost crow, he would not be able to escape. Even if Su Fan performed blood escape, it would be useless. The diffused blood Enki would instead arouse the ferocity of the blood-sucking mosquito, and he would be chased endlessly. This place is far from the mine base. Facing the harsh environment of the vast wind and sand, even if Su Fan used up all his blood Enki, he couldn't escape back. Feng Zhen was so scared that he grabbed the handle on the side of the boat tightly and closed his eyes, waiting to die. Ah! Su Fan yelled and pulled the joystick hard. Bang! The bottom of the magic boat scraped the ground heavily, then it raised its head crookedly and flew into the sky. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then increased the speed of the magic boat to the extreme, and flew towards the mine base in the distance. Not long after the magic boat flew away, dense blood-sucking mosquitoes flew over in groups. Dozens of miles away, more zergs swarmed over, and the ground for dozens of miles was almost filled with endless swarms of zerg. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.